on.
Let me give you a...
I mean, dude.
And he's an artist and he's a legend, but it's just...
Do you think I am less famous since my cancellation or more famous? Do you think I've been canceled? Do you think it's worked?
Yeah. Bro, if you're finding yourself going after the fucking bottom of the barrel, all right? If you're finding yourself going after the bottom of the barrel by sucking up to Aiden Ross's like 14-year-old fan base again, because you have no other outlet that will have you on, then yeah, you fell the fuck off. Like, let's be real.
I'm about to sneeze, sorry. I'm not gonna lie, it definitely worked.
Even his chat is still like there are even Aiden Ross's chat, which is like Andrew Tate's fan base. Let's be real. Even they are like, yeah, you fell off.
I don't see you anymore. I don't.
I don't know how that can. I don't know how that can possibly be true.
No,
let's load up your TikTok now and let's go through the first 10 to 15 videos.
Okay.
Let's try it.
Madison Beer.
Degenerate.
Don't say that. Fast and Furious. Drake. Ow. Speeds. A party in LA.
Your TikTok is terrible.
Police in Ohio.
Bro, I'll be real. Like, Aiden Ross's TikTok is 100% the TikTok that you're supposed to see Andrew Tate on, okay? If you can't see Andrew Tate on that TikTok, like 3 TikToks in, you're not on TikTok, okay? That's it. That was kind of the point. And I think Andrew Tate himself recognizes that that was kind of the point, which is precisely why he said, pull up your TikTok. I'll be in your first top 5 videos. And then he goes, oh, your TikTok is terrible. Compare for myself? You want me to compare what my TikTok looks like?
Me. This shit is so fucking boring. Middle school choir teacher be like,
I think this is like a autistic kid. Caleb Presley, Jake or Logan. That's my second video. Hold on. I'm trying to... It's the Crystal Mommy live stream. These things are so fucking weird. I get posted so many live. This is an ad. Do you want one? What the fuck is this? It like cuts. It cuts bags and like leases them. Or seals them. Sorry, not leases them. POV, you're the most gorgeous jaw-dropping girl I've ever seen. And he's walking out and leaving. When you order Bloodzo's bar, it's fucking literally Postmates ad. Another fucking live. Oh, it's me. It's me. It's a TikTok of me. Why is my own TikTok coming up on my own For You page? Like, literally, it's my own TikTok that just came up on my own TikTok For You page. What the fuck? My latest one, I guess, which I didn't even know was posted just now. Most likely to run into a former lover and not remember her name. That's how you know Hassan is legit. Ain't afraid to share what's on his For You page. You might like hearing yourself talk. Yes. That is a trait for successful entertainers, I think. When I was really bad at streaming, or not even streaming, but just like being on camera, I hated hearing myself. Now I don't mind it. I can sometimes I'll literally rewatch shit to figure out if I was doing well or not.
Who would you want to fight? Hassan Abbey, who's a little coward. Some guy in America. He's really strange. He's obsessed with girls driving better than him. He has long hair, wears dresses, total weirdo. I'll smash him to bits. True Jordy, who me and him had beef for a long time. Long story.
What? Why is this motherfucker? Bro, I am not fighting this dude, okay? This dude would definitely kick my ass. Like, that's out of the question. I have never made a take like I could fight Andrew Tate, okay? Andrew Tate would 100% beat me up. He literally kickboxed professionally, okay? Why? Why are you trying to fight me, motherfucker? I'm not trying to fight you. Like, here's the thing, okay? I mean, what a fucking caveman, dude. I swear to God. We had one conversation, which he ran away from. And now he's like, I'm gonna fight you. That's insane, brother. He's literally like, no more word. Only kick. Like, okay, yeah, you're right. I mean, we don't have to fight. I don't have to get concussed. To recognize that, yes, you could beat me. You could. I mean, you're a professional fighter. That's so weird. I thought he didn't know who you was. Yeah, no, I know. I think he's just saying that because, you know.
He came at me, assaulted me a bunch. Then these screenshots came out about me. I showed the screenshots. So upset. Last time he was asked about me, he said if he saw me, he'd punch me in the face. I fucking did. I'll deal with him. But besides those two, there's very few people I'd be motivated to follow.
That's wild to say. A wild thing to say. None of them are as annoying as Hasanabi. What? Bro got fact-checked and took that personally. Hassan Riders in the comments. Hassan just told him essentially just because you want something to be true doesn't mean it is, and bro took that personally. Tate just wants to fight Hassan because he can't win an argument against him, Lamau. He said the same thing about you to Aiden yesterday, lol. The weirdo that lets women drive his cars and wears dresses. First of all, why is that like a diss? That's only a diss if the fucking receiving audience is just as stupid, right? Like, I don't understand. Yeah, I wear dresses, dude. I look fucking great in them. You know what I mean? It's not like I do it every fucking day. Every now and then I do it, but like I'm not afraid. You know what I mean? I don't have like a fear that I'm going to come across as like feminine or some shit. Like I don't have this insecurity. Lets women drive his cars, really, even without the dresses? That's super insecure. Yeah, what the fuck? One Piece update. I teared up again during the whale saga. It made me real sad. The Aiden timestamp.
Women come up to me and say, "You're first, be a real man. You're not like that fucking. Who's the guy who wears dresses with long hair on Twitch? Who's obsessed with girls driving cars? You're a friend,
Hassan.
What the fuck? Stop! Stop, bro! Stop! Dude, what? Women come up to him and say, hey, you're a real man, unlike that Hassan guy who wears dresses. That's what they're saying to him? Bro, this dude, it's been months, dog. Holy shit, that's crazy. It's crazy because, like, in this video, he's like that Hassan guy. The Hasanabi guy. He's a coward. And then in this video, he's like, oh, man, I forgot about him again. You're like 7 feet tall and you really can't, you think you can't take taint? No, dude. Well, you know why I know my limitations? Because I'm a fucking man, okay? Because I'm an adult, okay? Just because I'm 6'4" doesn't mean I can fight a trained professional kickboxer, okay? That is insane. That is couch guy mentality where you're like, nah, man, I could kick the football better than the guy I'm seeing on the television. Like, I did this in high school. Also, Tate himself is, like, not that short either. Okay? Also, it doesn't even matter. It's fucking hilarious that he's just, like, still bent that I just basically said, you know, believe in science, please. Yeah, forget a trained pro. You'd get wrecked by any decent amateur. Yeah, no, exactly. No, you're right. I have not trained at all. I've never fight trained. I've only done like cardio boxing and shit like that. I don't like. I've been in plenty of fights. I've lost fights. I've won fights. I mean, that's obviously entirely different than an organized professional fight, though. He's obsessed with you because you're the catalyst to him getting banned. Yeah, I don't think so. Those that can spout I can take you with the most will look the dumbest.
Yes. They're like, finally, you're a real man. Women come up to me and they adore me. They literally offer me their hand in marriage. You're a real man. You understand to protect and provide.
This is pretty funny, though. This is pretty funny that he's like, no, women are coming up to me and saying you're a real man, unlike that guy with the long hair who's not a real man. Like that's how he presented me in this conversation, is that like women are comparing us to one another. Like, I don't think that's real, man.
Women come up to me and say, you're firstly a real man. You're not like that fucking, who's the guy who wears dresses with long hair on Twitch?
Yeah, women come up to Andrew Tate in Romania and they're like, oh, Andrew Tate, I love you. You're a real man. Unlike that other guy, Hasanabi, he's wearing dresses. I hate him. You know? Women come up to me and mention Hasanabi. That's weird. Women are asking him about you. That's a cuck moment. Yeah. They're like, hey, Andrew, do you know this Hasanabi guy? He wears dresses and has long hair. I like him. He's very hot.
Who's obsessed with girls driving, Garrett? Your friend.
Hassan.
Yes. They're like, finally, you're a real man. Women come up to me and they adore me. They literally offer me their hand in marriage. You're a real man. You understand to protect and provide. You're so brave. You say what you're supposed to say. You're exactly like my father was. You're not a coward. Women throw themselves at me for telling the truth. Women have always loved a man of substance and standard and an alpha male. Women are desperate to be seen with me. At every single party, they're begging for selfies, trying to get pictures. They want to be seen with me because they know that if you're standing next.
Bro, this is just sad, brother. Because, like, it's just sad because he just sounds like a 14-year-old. He just straight up sounds like a fucking child, okay? Like a bitter child who's like, yeah, I have so many girlfriends, but they're all in Canada. You don't understand. She doesn't go here. She goes to a different school. Women are always obsessed with me. They're coming up to me and they're saying, hey, that Hasanabi guy, he's gay. And we hate that guy. But they're saying to me, you're so sexy, unlike that Hasanabi guy, unlike my father. That's what he said. That is literally what he said. I love this. Lil bro thinks he's wicked chattering on the Twitch app. If you identify me on the roads, sprint because I'm a treacherous individual. This dude has been fucking here, take an hour off. Okay. Not gonna lie, I don't hear any good arguments to what he says. Says Hamza. Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot. Because your ear is filled to the brim with wax, okay? What do you mean? He's not making an intellectual argument here. He's literally fucking chirping and making stuff up. And you're too stupid to be like, oh, man. I know I know we were joking this on, but after his Muslim stunt, the MENA world is obsessed with him, even though he's doing it as PR. This isn't how a Muslim talks, but they still follow his words because they just hate women. Yeah, look. This is a classic tactic, okay? When you fall out of favor in the Western world, you go and look for marginalized communities, okay? And you try to win favor with them. The world is massive, right? There's always new territories to conquer. One thing, for example, then this is a classic, one thing that televangelists do regularly, as a matter of fact, is whenever they get like outed for being gay, or if they get outed for like doing meth or whatever, they will immediately move over to a black community and they will go and set up shop in a black neighborhood so they can target the black community, because they understand that the black community is underserved, and also on top of that are more willing to be open-minded. This is literally just common practice with like televangelists, okay? There are very notable cases of this. And that's what Andrew Tate's basically doing. He's just like looking for a new market. Yeah, you take the grift to more vulnerable audiences. Not marginalized communities, but fucking Dubai. No, man, he's not going just to Dubai. Owned Hassan. Yeah, I mean,
PUBG. At least the world's gonna see.
Fuck Hassan, Lasan, W take. This is true. Yeah. You hate to see it, folks, that 14-year-olds that want to say the N-word, they have disdain for me. A 31-year-old man who keeps telling them that you shouldn't say it. That's shocking, okay? A shocking revelation. Also, remember, like, we always look at the internet and we think, oh my God, these guys are like fully developed adults who are behaving like this, right? They're not. There's a lot of them are just kids. I saw some Aiden fans telling him to call you about the Kyrie stuff. That's why he called you. You have some leftists in there. Yeah. But Aiden would never call me while Tate is on, though. Unless Tate is like totally fallen off, Aiden is not calling me when Tate is on anytime soon. Juices are in the chat waiting for the double day stream.
You think you're a woman of substance, but I don't like. I'm telling.
Lasan libtard no values. Hassan a pussy. El Hassan, his son, Lasan. God damn, bro. Can you cover the Canadian labor strike that's happening? The government has overridden constitutional rights that make strikes illegal and is fining workers $4K a day. Eventually, yes. The obsession with you is nutty. I mean, dude, they're kids. They're like little kids, of course. The fuck? What are you talking about? Yes, little kids that want to behave in like little kid ways, that have someone who is like a parental figure monitoring their behavior or telling them not to like have fun by behaving like a little kid, are of course always going to have like some level of disdain for someone like myself. That's perfectly understandable. Some of them are 40. Well, yeah, those guys are not having a good one, okay?
I do my very best to avoid all of this, Aiden. I'm in a mansion right now. I could be doing a Dan Bilzerian. Dan's a G. I love Dan. I've seen him a bunch of times. He's super smart. I could do the same. I could have.
It's funny as XG rallied his entire chat against you, saying the same shit, then said it was all fake. What do you mean? What's funny is XG rallied his entire chat against you, saying the same shit, then said it was all fake. I don't even know what that means. X started the Hassan shit. Yes, that I know. He was the one who started it. And then literally openly admitted that he was just lying. But people are still going with it because the memes are larger than... he said he did it deliberately because he was mad. And he said he lied about, genuinely feeling the way that he appeared when he said it was like a grifter or whatever. He was just like repeating shit. But of course, his chat fucking doesn't give a shit. They're still going along with the memes because they're young. A lot of them are just like little kids, dude. That's just how it is.
Hier ist das erste deutsche Fernsehen mit der Tagesschau.
Trans people, quote unquote, which I don't really believe exists, before, they don't commit suicide. And then once they
Camille Gallier Scheiße war das, ne?
Ja, ich glaube.
Psychiatric knowledge already. Yeah, so I wouldn't expect people to really have picked that up, but I can always talk about it at another time, and I'm more than happy to do so. Max said to D that sex is not really enjoyable for anyone. Everyone feels horrible when they have sex. But then it's like, what do you really mean by that? You should ask Max what his view would be in the case of the ethics board doesn't find any violations of Dr. K. I already did ask that. He said, and that's in the first conversation, and he said, if the ethics board doesn't find anything wrong with Dr. K's actions, then the ethics board is wrong, and maybe I'll take them to task, I believe was more or less what he said. It'd be impossible to become a licensed therapist because Dr. K wasn't licensed in Rickville State. So here's the thing. There's a lot of weird stuff with interstate practice that particularly, since BetterHelp actually was created, has been really opening the door for a lot more cross-state stuff, essentially. One thing related to how APA ethics rule will be interpreted and applied, the test has to be met for the rule to be met. The APA cannot have hidden rules. Exactly, right? And so what he's talking about, like with dual relationships, is most people read the ambiguous language and then it's recommended best practice is to be as conservative as possible about the interpretation to fully make sure you're in the ethical clear, right? So really try to minimize the amount of dual relationships, try to make them as like, non-complicated as possible. That's typically what's recommended, but that doesn't actually mean it's necessarily best for the client. It's just like it's ambiguous, and so you want to like be at best practice as much as you can. But there are going to be cases, for example, in like small towns and a whole bunch of stuff where you're of course going to have dual relationships, and that's the best for the client. How much of the difference between new and old is the difference between having SSRIs? None, because when we do randomized control trials, we would not allow a random confounder into that. A random confounder would be like, it wouldn't be random, but we wouldn't allow people in a randomized control, like in a randomized control trial, you're going to control everything except for the experimental condition, which would be types of therapy. So they wouldn't also be on like suddenly SSRIs. That would be really bad research. How long does it take before we find out anything about the board looking at Dr. K? We'll probably they'll just dismiss it outright and it'll never go anywhere. That would be my guess. It is possible that if they do anything about it, we'll hear back in a year. I'm not really sure. This is not going to be, I'm sorry, this isn't going to be high priority. I'm going to be honest. They might just decide that he wasn't doing therapy. Like they literally might. Now they might not. And this is why I'm saying I'm actually glad he sent this, because I can understand why people would say it was therapy, and I can also understand why people would say it's not. Because I don't actually think we define therapy well enough in a technological day and age. Because in the past, it was pretty fucking obvious when it was therapy, because you'd like drive or walk over to their office, you'd sit down, and they would talk to you, right? Whereas now, it's like, there's like technology, like is it, okay, well, is it, yeah, it's just so much more complex. And generally it's kind of viewed like, if the contract's made, then it's therapy. But like, obviously psychologists have deep, that is my psychoanalysis.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zur neuen Folge
Oh,
der
es geht
besseren
wieder los.
Zeiten Wagenknechts Wochenschau. Ja, ich habe diese Tage mal wieder im Grundgesetz gelesen. Da steht ja viel Gutes und Interessantes drin. Und unter anderem gibt es einen Artikel 5, der lautet folgendermaßen: Jeder hat das Recht, seine Meinung in Wort, Schrift und Bild frei zu äußern und zu verbreiten und sich aus allgemein zugänglichen Quellen ungehindert zu unterrichten. Die Pressefreiheit und die Freiheit der Berichterstattung durch Rundfunk und Film werden gewährleistet. Eine Zensur findet nicht statt. Ja klar, mögen viele meinen, das ist doch selbstverständlich. Wir leben immerhin in einer freien, liberalen Gesellschaft, in der die Meinungsfreiheit, eine freie und plurale Presse, eine offene, demokratische Diskussionskultur und Respekt vor der Meinung des anderen ein hohes Gut sind. Ausgeschlossen aus dem Meinungskorridor, also aus dem Bereich der zulässigen Meinungen, die man ohne irgendeinen Ärger zu kriegen äußern darf, sind lediglich extremistische Positionen, die genau diese Grundwerte des Grundgesetzes in Frage stellen. Ja, soweit die schöne Theorie. Offenbar haben allerdings immer mehr Menschen Zweifel, ob diese Theorie mit unserer Realität noch allzu viel zu tun hat. Nach einer Umfrage von Allensbach zumindest hat sich der Anteil der Bürgerinnen und Bürger, die das Gefühl haben, man könne in unserem Land frei seine Meinung äußern, in den letzten Jahren stetig verringert. Inzwischen sind es nur noch 45%. Das heißt, weniger als die Hälfte, die davon ausgehen, ja klar kann man öffentlich sagen, was man denkt. Und spiegelbildlich dazu gestiegen ist der Anteil derer, die finden, na, es sei doch besser vorsichtig zu sein. Da man sicherlich ausschließen kann, dass knapp die Hälfte der Bevölkerung extremistische Positionen außerhalb des Verfassungsbogens vertritt, stellt sich die Frage, sind die Leute paranoid? Oder erleben wir seit einigen Jahren und ganz besonders in der Gegenwart tatsächlich eine Einschränkung des zulässigen Sicherheits-
only border they care about is you. Have ripped our border wide open, but the only border they care about is Ukraine, not America's southern border. Under Republicans, not another penny will go to Ukraine. Our country comes first. Have ripped our border wide open, but the only border they care about is Ukraine, not America's southern border. Under Republicans, not another penny will go to Ukraine. Our country comes first.
Настане день, закінчиться війна, там загубив себе, побачив аж до дна. Моя душа складай зброю вниз, невже так і вона так хоче теплих слів?
in the Bronx and Co-op City. I was at a community event in the Bronx and Co-op City. And when I get home, I see a text from my team saying, hey, let me know if you need any help with this Elon stuff. And I was like, what? So I pull up my Twitter app, and it's like gone. Like when you pull up your mentions and stuff like that, it's just like literally like a blank screen, totally gone. And I was like, that's weird. So it turns out we got under a certain little billionaire skin. I was at a community event in the Bronx and Co-op City. And when I get home, I see a text from my team saying, hey, let me know if you need any help with this Elon stuff. And I was like, what? So I pull up my Twitter app, and it's like gone. Like when you pull up your mentions and stuff like that, it's just like literally like a blank screen, totally gone. And I was like, that's weird. So it turns out we got under a certain little billionaire skin. I was at a community event. Sweeping legislation. For example, with the Green New Deal for public housing, we said, okay, here's the big vision. And people said, okay, slow down, you're not gonna be able to do all that at once. But it's really good because we have that big vision. And then, for example, one of the things that we do with the Green New Deal for public housing, we have repeal of something known as the Faircloth Amendment. A lot of people don't know that it has been illegal to construct new public housing in the United States for almost 30 years. And so in the Green New Deal for public housing, one of those things that we had in there was repeal of Faircloth. So we took that, we took our repeal of Faircloth, and we put it in several pieces of legislation. We also put it in the Build Back Better Act, and we got it to pass the House, and we had it poised to pass the Senate. And so we build like little political coalitions in order to make sure that we get this big blueprint passed. And so I think it's important to not, we shouldn't poo-poo the big dreams. And we shouldn't say that anything is too pie in the sky, because communities like ours deserve it all. We deserve it all. And at the end of the day, it's not too much to ask. It's not too much to ask to stay in the place that you've always called home. It's not too much to ask.
What is there to do?
And the issue is, just like the golden child expectations crushed my little soul, I run the risk of crushing my children's soul too, if I don't figure out my expectation shit. Where it's like, people can fuck up and it's fine. This is This is why my favorite quote that I've ever gotten in my entire life is from my good friend Professor Meat, where he says, "You have to see people with a margin of error." Well, I know what happened. I know how me as an individual reacted to that situation, and I also know what my propensity is now as a result. And so I'm actively working to lower my expectations.
In a decade, Wikimedia is spending a soared from 10 million in 2010 to 112 million by 2020. This surprised me, seeing as Wikimedia seems to be functionally the same website it was 10 years ago. Really?
What's the deal with LexX Editor?
I don't know. We're going to chat later. It probably serves way more articles today than it used to, and it probably serves it to way more people.
Where can we find more information about your event in Texas? Are you wanting DG Jerks to show up?
Yeah,
Keep up the great work,
I think it's
buddy.
posted on my subreddit now. The website hosting cost $2.4 million, which is less than it did in 2012. It costs $2.4 million? That seems really expensive. Oh my god. I guess it serves, it's mainly, no, it's not just text, I guess. It's other stuff too, multimedia. But damn, that sounds really expensive still. Okay. This is cringe. You know what? I've been like, my brain is like poisoned. Because technically there's nothing wrong with this, but I know that the people that wrote it have a stupid understanding of all of it. So it's actually horrible. Even though there's nothing really wrong with any of this. The Wikimedia Foundation defines racial equity as shifting away from Eurocentricity. We do live in a very Eurocentric society. This is true in the art world. It's true of almost everything. And there are ways that we can kind of like shift our perspective to be a little bit more, not even just understanding. Fuck understanding. We can incorporate different perspectives of different groups of people around the world to strengthen our own understanding of a more holistic understanding of the world. But the problem is how this is probably going to come off as it's like those math books where it's like black people are too stupid to keep schedules because that's a white man's thing. So like people can show up to class whenever, or like stupid shit like that. White male imperialist patriarchal supremacy. Why would you have male and patriarchal in the same thing? It should just be white imperialist patriarchal. Why, like sticking male in there twice? What is there a is it a fuck? What am I thinking of? Is it a Rick and Morty episode, or is it something else where there's like a person speaking like, you white, male, demon, oppressor, white. What am I thinking of? Does anybody know what I'm thinking about? What am I thinking of? Gazorpa Zorpfield? Oh, wait, it might have been. Oh, yeah, wait. This is what these people sound like sometimes when they're just reaching for like...
Idiot. Come on, Gazorpa Zorpfield, go easy on me, huh?
You dumb, stupid, weak, pathetic, white, guilt, milquetoast piece of human garbage.
Jeez, Gazorpa.
This is what it sounds like sometimes when they're like writing the shit out. It's like it's like you're trying to reach for every fucking negative buzzword that you have in your vocabulary. These modes of privilege mentioned above function as a setting the dominant social, political, legal, policy-oriented, and cultural norms around the world. Racial equity means acknowledging explicit input video. I don't like that she didn't link this video. Let's see.
Perspective, but reading this this feminist work, we really called into question what is objectivity. And I love this quote where Donna Haraway says that objectivity is sort of a conquering gaze from nowhere. And I don't know about you, but that sounds real colonial.
In ways that are okay, but Wikipedia, we're going towards grant money. That would bother me a lot. That would be really not cool. Of progressives, you're fucked. Like no one, either conservatives are going to farm the fuck out of your story, or progressives
What are we doing?
Hi, sorry to bother you. I forgot my wallet at home and I just came in here to get a small drink. Is there any way you could buy me just a small one?
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Just a small one.
You can get a medium if you want.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh. Actually, I'm just going around and rewarding kindness today. So because you're willing to help me out there, I want to give you something.
You don't
It's an
have
orange
to.
gift card.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're willing to buy me a medium drink. Like, that's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Can I ask why you decided to help me?
I just like to make people happy, you know? It's just what I do.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, well, thank you so much. Hi, sorry to bother you. I forgot my...
Randomly pick a fight with your dog.
I'm just playing, I'm just playing.
Randomly pick a fight with your dog.
So there have been some allegations accusing Nice of never hitting Challenger, right? What does Nice do?
To be clear.
So there have been some allegations accusing Nice of never hitting Challenger, right? What does Nice do in response to these allegations? He posts a screenshot of him hitting Challenger. Seems believable, right? Seems believable. Let me show you a screenshot of me hitting Challenger. This is a screenshot of me hitting Challenger, right? Notice something different? Dude, this guy does not even have the foresight to make it the same font as the official one. This is italicized, bro. Okay, and if that's not enough proof for the Nice apologists, some dude named Yasuke, God bless this man, by the way, data mined him, bro. The highest he got was Grandmaster 491. So yeah, Nice is a fraud. Exposed. So there have been some allegations accusing Nice of never hitting Challenger, right? What does Nice do in response to these allegations? He posts a screenshot of him hitting Challenger. Seems believable, right? Seems believable. Let me show you a screenshot of me hitting Challenger. This is a screenshot of me hitting Challenger, right? Notice something different? Dude, this guy does not even have the foresight to make it the same font as the official one. This is italicized, bro. Okay, and if that's not enough proof for the Nice apologists, some dude named Yasuke, God bless this man, by the way, data mined him, bro. The highest he got was Grandmaster 491. So yeah, Nice is a fraud.
To be clear, I give you $500,000. I ask for 20 cents a bar as a royalty. I get no equity.
In perpetuity.
Absolutely. How else am I going to do this deal?
Perpetuity is a very long time.
It's a word I like.
So if you were going to take 20 cents a bar, you would get $360K based on my Amazon sales from last year.
Yeah.
That seems, for lack of a better word, nuts.
Okay.
I like David.
I really like David. What's your counter then?
Well, I'm looking at a nickel.
In perpetuity?
Nope, 10 years.
A nickel for 10 years.
Wait, how many bars did you sell last year?
Last year on Amazon, I did 1.8 million individual packages. With all due respect, I do appreciate that you were the first to give me an offer.
Yes.
But I'm going to have to decline.
I made that offer because of the tie. I like it. To be clear, I give you $500,000. I ask for 20 cents a bar as a royalty. I get no equity.
In perpetuity.
Absolutely. How else am I going to do this deal?
Perpetuity is a very long time.
It's a word I like.
So if you were going to take 20 cents a bar, you would get 360K based on my Amazon sales from last year.
Yeah.
That seems, for lack of a better word, nuts.
Okay.
I like David. I really like David.
What's your counter then?
Well, I'm looking at a nickel.
In perpetuity?
Nope, 10 years.
A nickel for 10 years.
Wait, how many bars did you sell last year?
Last year on Amazon, I did 1.
Wait,
Sorry?
Abba, I
What?
watch your content all the time. You guys, I feel like, fight really well for minorities, and you talk about people like living within the system, right?
Not
Is
sexual
that wrong?
minorities.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel too. Then why are we appealing to the majority that's there to fuck us? Like, I don't get it.
Wait, hold on.
I swear to God, I'm not trying to be racist. Here's the problem. It's this weird intersection right now with human biology and the environment that we built for ourselves that caters to parts of our biology that were never supposed to be rewarded that much. We've become obsessed. We've become so good at utilizing technology that we've adapted too much of our lives around ourselves, and we've come to this like understanding that all forms of friction are bad. No. I'm not putting fault in it. I'm saying that people have access now to infinite dopamine buttons in front of them. That now you have to compete with TikTok.
This is gonna sound so fucked up.
Hold on, just don't make it personal. Just make it general.
No.
It is kind of funny. Wait, how Lav talks about how she's like so against misogyny while being a sex worker. Is that even like a thing?
Ooh, she's got ya. Checking mates.
Wait, how are those positions incongruent? I'll buy it.
Yeah, I'm
She
really
doesn't
confused.
gotcha.
It's kind of basically inviting it.
It's kind of what?
It's inviting it.
How is being a sex worker inviting misogyny?
Her brain's on Groiper. Her brain's on Groiper. She
No, I'm just trying to ask
Whoa,
a
whoa.
question.
No ad homs, please. Let her reply.
I just think it is clearly inviting it. I don't know.
You gotta answer. So this is like. So do you think that like women that do sex work deserve to be misogynied or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got me. You got me there. Never mind. You win.
Damn, that's rough. And it all crumbles.
Yeah. Never mind. Okay. Based. No, not based. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Okay, hold on. How do you square away you wearing like booby tops and stuff on stream? Don't you feel like you're engaging because?
I haven't been doing that. The Groipers won't let me.
Okay, wait. How do you feel about that? How do you feel that you can't wear like the clothing that you want?
Watching Lav, I'm like embarrassed I ever even like tiptoed anywhere near that.
Actually, I've never.
I might make an argument. Brittany, you were putting on clothes because the Groipers paid you to. Is that not also just changing what you wear for men? I mean, you put on a burqa because
And I'm respecting the audience that I'm in front of.
I don't know if that's I don't know is that respecting the audience or or is that just putting clothes on because men told you
You're
to?
in front of like a really Christian audience, and they are obviously
putting a burqa on is respectful.
Holding up
the burqa was a joke. That was a meme.
I'm not gonna lie though. Have you ever seen burqa porn? That shit is.
Okay.
How much burqa porn is there realistically? I don't believe this.
Hijab stuff and burqa stuff is fire because there's the whole taboo element of not seeing what's underneath the thing, and all of a sudden, as soon as you pop it off, they're like, blah, blah. That shit's fire, bro.
You guys are. I don't believe you. That's weird.
So yeah. So
What do you mean you don't believe me? Hold on, you don't believe?
taking
You don't believe that
requests, and
taboo?
my last taking requests.
You don't
right?
believe that taboo topics are really?
I don't know. I never buy into that. That like, oh my God, since I can't see that, it's so taboo. That's weird. I don't know.
Hold up.
Hold on. I'm being judgmental. I shouldn't be.
You don't imagine.
How
that
is
the
it
fantasy,
different, Brittany?
Hold up. You don't imagine that the fantasy of not knowing is incredibly enticing to people.
Not that much, no. But maybe I just like seeing naked people.
Oh, have you never seen somebody in like a silky robe or a long robe and you imagine what their curves are like underneath? Is that?
Yeah, and I'm like, hey, take that shit off. Women hate me, okay? They're like, what kind of lingerie do you want me to wear? I'm like, I don't want you to wear lingerie. I don't think you're fucking naked, okay? Yeah, every woman fucking hates me. That's right. I don't need to see that fancy shit. I can go look at that in Victoria's Secret catalog. I got a naked person in front of me. That's what I want to see, okay?
God damn, this man just said take it off. That was so
Yeah,
impressive.
exactly.
I was referring to women you're not sleeping with consistently. Like just
Whoa, well, I would never imagine sexually any woman that I'm not actively sexual with, so I can't even fathom doing that, Abba. Nice try,
I
though.
appreciate the fact that you respect the ladies so
Thank
much.
you.
I will
do.
say though, to Brittany's point earlier, where she was talking about the whole
hating
sex
women.
work
Oh, sorry.
and the whole sex work and fermenting misogyny. You don't think that in a sex deprived society that's increasingly more sex deprived, people are getting laid less. You don't think that the whole idea of like, because if you think about sex work and like OnlyFans models, I'm not speaking to Lab specifically, I'm just talking about general. A lot of them generate most of their income and most of their money, not necessarily from like the content always, but actually from the interactions and the messages. And so I wonder if.
On that?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Do you have data on that? Like, how do you know? This is like entirely anecdotal.
Absolutely, it is anecdotal. I was just listening to podcasts with some of the largest OnlyFans content creators.
I don't think it's necessarily the messaging. I think it's selling personalized videos. I think that's really common.
Yes, exactly. So they'll like have conversations with these people where it's a little bit like, But it won't even be them specifically. They actually have managers who kind of do this stuff, and so these are for the larger creators I'm talking about. Because with them, they don't do everything personalized on their OnlyFans. They actually have a lot of people work underneath them to help them manage it, support it, and so yeah, they do like personal requests where you get a lot of bonus money, and yeah, that's how you get like the strongest repeat customers oftentimes. Am I saying something abnormal?
No, I've heard this before. I know a couple of large OF people that do it. I've also heard other women say that that's not the case. Like, I think Madame Genevieve says she personally responds to every message, so I don't know. But
right, but how big is Madame Genevieve?
No, I understand you. I've heard some surprising larger ones say, but I don't know what the actual data is. I'd be curious to know. I've heard of some very large ones that do pay other people. I've heard of smaller ones that pay other people, and then I've heard of some very large ones that do it personally, and then others that pay other people.
But you can imagine as it gets larger, you need to streamline a lot of stuff. So you hire more people to make sure that the process gets smooth.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah.
Yeah. So when the difference between dealing with 100 people versus dealing with 100,000 fans is completely different. The amount of labor that's involved is exponential.
Yeah, like when I'm sexting with girls and shit, half the time that's f***ing Ninu or like one of my assistants. Like I don't have time to keep up with all the women that are messaging me. I know what you mean.
Being a giga chat is hard.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and so the point I was trying to make
on the panel.
What was that?
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't
her
want
mic
to
just cut out.
overspeak you.
I said there's at least 2 on the panel right now.
2 big sex workers
No,
that are like
wait.
large scale.
No, 2 women that Steven is.
Stop! Go to the next part. What were you saying, Ebba?
Okay. All right,
Grow the f up.
Yeah, grow up.
So I wonder in this kind of sex deprived world where like there's a tremendous amount of frustration, if this kind of like personalized content where there is no hope for any kind of intimacy between involved, but there's like finances being siphoned out, and there's a bit of that kind of relationship where, you know what I mean? Listen, I'm not saying it's inherently immoral, but it is a bit, you know what I mean, on the edge. I wonder if that doesn't ferment anti-female sentiment, being the fact that like it's extremely transactional on one end, but for the person who's actually paying for it, there's a deepening desire for more.
Based.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's honest to God, a lot of my takes around that are gonna be similar to like takes on gambling. Like when I look at gambling, personally, I don't know if I believe that you can engage with gambling in a responsible manner. It feels like your brain has to be fucked to find any enjoyment in that. But I mean, there's a lot of people that do it. Like, should it be illegal? I don't know. What do you think? How do you feel about gambling?
No. Gambling?
Mm-hmm.
In my ideal society, it'd be illegal.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I also don't feel like all forms of gambling are the same. For whatever reason, I feel like I see sports betting this different, but maybe I don't know if that's cultural bias. But I have to really sit and think on it. But I do think that everything that gambling brings outside of like the economic benefit, I think is just bad. And so I would ban it outright.
Like I think
Pulling out is a gamble.
Good one.
What was that? But
yeah.
I also feel the same about like cigarettes and a lot of different things. Like people might not like the ideas, but if I'm thinking about which is what's best for society, and if I can look at it and just say like overwhelmingly this is really really bad, then I would probably do it.
It's hard to tell if people. It's hard to tell. It's hard to value people's autonomy when it comes to engaging with certain things because it feels to me, and I could be wrong. This would be an interesting one to get Madame Genevieve's take because she participates in this. I feel like it's impossible. No offense to anybody, but I feel like it's impossible to have a healthy like conversational relationship with somebody you're paying for the conversation.
Yep.
Like if you're like paying an OnlyFans girl to talk,
Don't
that feels
therapists
like
do
it's
that?
don't what?
Yeah.
Don't therapists do that?
Different.
That's a help.
That's a way different style of conversation.
You said it's impossible to what?
I feel like it's impossible to have healthy conversations if you're paying like a OnlyFans girl for it. That feels that feels like that interaction to me feels like it's always going to be.
I think it makes them resent.
You think it's always bad?
Yes. I guess it's possible that it's not.
You
but...
think that no one can ever benefit from it and understand that it's an engagement in flirting or some fantasy that they're never going to be able to attain, but they find it's going to be worth it for them in that moment.
I think that it's possible that it could be okay, but it's impossible to know from the outside, right? Because everybody's going to say that it is.
No, you can know, right? There could be an 80-year-old dude who got like one leg, he's bedbound, and he's like at the end of his fucking life, and he'd just rather flirt and throw some cash at some OF
Okay,
girls.
there might be like a terminally ill person
him?
who's like on the death's door. That okay, so you are true. Okay, my bad. Let me.
I am true.
rewind that.
Thank you.
You crushed me on that. There are terminally ill men that could engage in sex work knowing that nothing more will ever come of it because they're literally days away from dying. Okay.
Yeah,
but I
and
think
I'm here to advocate for them.
Okay, well, good job. Consider them advocated
let's
for.
argue for the exception to the rule. Like,
I mean, they don't even need to be terminally ill, right? They could just be horribly disfigured and know that they're never getting laid otherwise.
Yeah, but I know, but like, listen to the, when you start to make arguments like that, this is just what I would kind of like consider, is you're basically arguing that these types of like outlets are literally last resorts for like emotionally devoid freaks that will never find like any sort of compassion or empathy from another like human being. Like this, and now, so if we take that away from like the 1% you're talking about, and we look at the 99% that engage, does that still sound like a healthy transaction?
Right. So are you saying that even though this is the best deal they could get, it's still exploitative?
It's not necessarily, well, in one sense, it could be seen as exploitative, and then in another sense, well, because I can't say 100%. There might be some people that engage with it, right? But it feels like it lends itself hardcore to exploitation, and then it feels like it lends itself towards like an unhealthy engagement that these men are going to have then with women in the future, if like the only
I would say even beyond sex work, I think there's even content creators who, either playing on the fact that, like, I don't think you have to reveal the fact that you're in a relationship or not, but when you play on the fact that you're potentially single, and then kind of like almost hinting at the audience and your availability and your like livelihood and doing all this stuff, I wouldn't be as severe with that. But I do think when it comes to sex work and the way that a lot of I've seen the messages go across, that there is a one-sided dynamic in which one's paying for a service that is inherently leading to them having a bad outcome.
Yeah,
like,
it's a little funny because nobody.
It would be very hard for me to see a world in which these guys who are lonely in this kind of situations aren't coming out of this at some point with a more negative information, when pretty much this girl just kind of took advantage of him in a way.
Yeah, it's funny because nobody brought this up, but like nobody seemed to have a problem that, Amaranth essentially was lying the entire time about being single, but she was like capitalizing on that.
People definitely brought it up.
Okay, I felt like most of the conversation was around like the husband stuff, but like, oh no, actually that is true. People did bring it up. There were, I was invited to actually. You're right. I missed that, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing to consider because here's the weird part. And I'll even go a little step further and I'll say it feels a little rapey because like the question is like, why are you hiding that? And the implication is that if you weren't hiding it, they wouldn't engage with you otherwise, which sounds very weird when we talk about sexual.
What do you mean it feels rapey?
Okay.
As in when you're concealing something in a sexual manner because you feel like if you don't conceal it.
So dramatic.
Did you? Okay.
But go on.
Were you just gonna cut? Hold on, excuse me. Were you just gonna cut me off in the middle of my answer to call me dramatic? Hold on, shut the up. Let me finish my answer. Stop, Jesus, stop.
Yeah. Let him finish.
What I'm saying is that, like, if you're going to do something sexually with somebody and then you conceal something that you know would cause them to change their feelings about it sexually, that feels, in most contexts, it feels a little rapey. I'm not saying it's rape. Or you can find a different word. If that word triggers you, then find a different way to explain it. But it feels a little bit weird. Okay,
false advertising.
Yeah, false advertising or duped in regards to sex. Yeah, it feels a little strange.
Yeah, deceptive. I would say, like women who will lie about their weight, or men who will lie about seeing somebody or something like that.
Maybe catfishing might be a better way to say it.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
It's Brittany Simon. I'm listening to this. I've been in sex works for years. I've known sex workers. I've known full service sex workers. And we're having just completely different life experiences when it comes to this stuff. So hence bubbles, right? So when I hear this, you guys are mixing like ethics and morals and industries and capitalism. And it's like, there's no solution here because no one's getting to the root of it, which I know Dan was trying to say. But I think I'm getting frustrated. I also need a break from work, but I'm getting frustrated listening to everyone because no one here has a healthy relationship with sex work, and you need to hear more from those sex workers because we exist and we're very happy.
Those people might exist, but the reality is probably the vast majority, like 80% or 90% plus of sex workers have an unhealthy relationship with it, and probably 80 to 90% plus of like sex work consumers have an unhealthy relationship with it. So it is true that there probably are some that do well with it, but most probably don't, right?
I want to know, like, and what? Wait,
let her finish. Wait, let Brittany finish. I'm banning. Jesus, fuck you guys.
So one of the issues I have with this is that I think most workers that I speak to feel like they're being taken advantage of in their industries, from streaming to construction to, religious work. So for me, I think the issue is never the thing we're doing, but the way we're doing it. So I'm okay with transforming it, but since we all share different ethics and ideas about the world, we're never going to share the same idea of how to make it the best for everyone, right? So I think that's the issue here ultimately, is that I can't agree with any of you because none of you are expressing what I've experienced, and I want to keep doing what I'm doing, but you guys are making it sound like what we're all doing is like, you know, just negative and manipulation, which some sex workers do
it's not about all of it though. It's about how does the majority engage with it. So like for instance, like I could never do a monogamous relationship. I will exclusively do open relationships. And if Melina requests a change, she's going to be single. I'm signing the papers. That being said, I would never, ever, 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 ever advocate for anybody to do this type of relationship. And if anybody asked my advice, I'd say don't do it. I wouldn't use my positive example or my positive experiences with it to say like, oh, everybody ought to do this. I would say that for the most part, it's going to be a disaster. You're going to run into a lot of problems. Don't do it. I heavily recommend against it.
I only think it's a disaster because people don't have the tools to interact with it in a healthy way, and because everyone's so afraid of people just like learning, adults learning. You know what I mean? Look, I've read all the books on open relationships. Like, I've read all the books on polyamorous relationships. I've done the work, and that's the thing. Most people aren't even doing that, so of course you're fucking up on your relationships. Like,
yeah, but if most people aren't doing it in another world, then it might be
but that's
okay.
on them. That's
yeah, we can. You get no. It's not.
Saying,
it's not just. It's not just on them. It's in the society we live in. Like that's what we have to engage with.
What part of society? Where? Canada, Iraq, here?
As in the vast majority of all the world through time and space.
Especially in first world countries.
Also,
like there is no country where most of the people in this country engage with sex work in a healthy manner, right?
Because we haven't.
Okay, but
well,
sex work isn't. Sex work isn't as like out of the norm as a poly or an open relationship. So like even using that comparison is just like, I don't think it's analogous.
Wait, what?
And I think it probably loads it more on your side than to support women or even men who are really enthusiastic and happy with their sex work experience.
I just don't know how. I think that's probably a really small minority.
Well, that's the problem. Like, it's only a minority because a majority they don't even have access to the idea that they could be poly ethically or, oh my gosh, sex work ethically. I never thought about it before. So that's why advocates try to tell people you can do it another way, right? You don't have to do it this way, but the system might still be against you because the system is anti-sex work. It's not even when they try to help sex workers, they always mess it up. So I'm saying no one's helping here. If we're going to demonize and look, this is your one life on earth. And if you don't think consensual adults can have consensual relationships with one another, as if the clients don't know it's a fantasy, yes, some clients don't know. But most, or at least most know it because they're paying for it. It's a fantasy like video games. If they have a cognitive dissonance with it, that's fair, but that's on them, right?
Okay, so
wait, let me just ask one more thing. Just real quick. Stephen, do you think that when it comes to sex worker experience in a time where people don't really like women's like financial security and independence, don't you feel like at this moment that the negative stories are going to be heavily like put on a pedestal as compared to like positive stories?
Yeah, I'm going completely by anecdote. I could be wrong, but I mean, like, I have an overwhelming amount of, like, admittedly anecdotal experience.
People love to hear the negative aspect that someone feels like victimized, someone feels ruined, destroyed. Like, people love those train wreck stories more than they like to hear about a woman who feels empowered, emboldened, and is really good in her career.
That is absolutely not true.
Lav, it is literally your success story right now.
Yeah, what do you
Lav,
literally, she just defended you by proxy.
No, she didn't. That is not my success story. I built a platform before I ever talked about what the I've been getting more pushback than I ever have in my fucking career talking about this. I've put shit on the line that I did not have to put on the line. People on the fucking left were bolstering me up every single fucking second of the day when I said that I loved sex work, when I said that I loved my job. People started fucking hating me when I started to bring up criticism of sex work.
Okay, so
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's not the conversation we're even talking about here.
Yes, that is the conversation you were just talking about. What?
Okay. We're gonna just take a breather because I don't want this to be another like Lav's a hypocrite.
Sorry. Wait, no one was even bringing that up. Wait.
Oh, the energy was there.
She literally just insinuating that. Don't even do that. So, I think what I was gonna ask before is that I understand what you're saying in regards to a lot of people don't have a good understanding of sex work or don't know how to engage with it ethically or to do it right, and so the problem is in the people engaging with the tool itself. But if there ever came a time where we looked at a study and it said that lonely men are engaging with this in a toxic manner, it's fermenting negative emotions in regards to women, I think there's an argument to be made about how we should run it. Not that it should be banned or that should be outlawed or that it should be demonized, but there is a real argument to be made that the way the system works right now is in one in which it basically takes advantage of dudes who are lonely. And now that's not the way that all sex workers engage with it, but there is a tremendous amount of that online. And I would even argue it's not even just sex work. I feel like that dynamic even exists on Instagram within regards to how some of these women engage with that platform. And so just in content creation in general, I think that I understand why women might use these tools to make money. And I'm not here to say, oh, they're bad people or this, that. What I am saying is I think the impact of these is negative, and I think this traditionally does ferment more anti-female sentiment as a result.
Yeah, I gotta say, based off the bubble that could be happening, I'm just in so many gay, queer bubbles. All of us are sex workers, or all of us are strippers, or all of us are doing porn. So like, and we're all very happy and fine. So it's very, well, I mean, minus our normal mental health issues, right? But like, it's not the porn. It could be the porn, but it's not the porn most of the time. So I think that's the issue I have listening to this, is maybe I'm just too gay for this conversation. Which is weird, because like a lot of people here are queer, so it's a little confusing to me, I guess, that everyone's talking from a very heterosexual perspective. But for every guy that's gonna be taken advantage of, there's a girl out there being taken advantage of. And then for every girl that's having a great time, there's a customer that's having a great time. Also, I just have to say this out loud. So many of my male friends like have sex worker girlfriends and wives that they met through their campsites or met through stripping. So for me, I'm just like, yeah, it makes sense. Sex workers
I
are
feel like
people,
that's
they
like
wanna
an
fall in
even. I
love.
feel like that's an even worse indictment of what you're saying, though. Like
No, because adults get to fall in love. They get to work together. They get to
yeah,
get
but like
clients.
listen, but the message is that what I can if I find like the right girl and I donate enough money to her, like unironically, like that's.
So that's where the mental health comes in. So the issue is you can't go to your therapist and think you're going to marry them. You can't go to your doctor and think you're going to marry them. Who goes to their Walmart?
Yeah, but but that happens, right? That's the issue.
No.
And that's what people are hoping will happen.
No, it's not that, because what you're describing, Brittany, is a bit different. It's not like going to your therapist and think you're going to marry them. When they're talking with these sex workers, there's a lot of flirtation going back and forth. There's an implicit thing of like, ooh, you might get to see more of me. You got to, so that's not the same as going to your therapist and think you're going to fall in love. These women don't just happen to exist and then these dudes fall for them. They're playing into that to make money.
Well, I agree 100%. There are bubbles where this is happening, but I think those people want it. I think the men are
well, but they don't want the game.
No, I disagree. I think they are cognitive adults that are paying money to a woman they've never met and assuming something of her, which is their own projection onto her. It is, and she, yes, Abba, she plays into it because she's making money, which is the game. I know so many full-service sex workers, and their customers would be so upset if those women were honest with them, because it would ruin the fantasy. So for every angry man, there's a client that needs that. So you have to go to the right sex worker as a customer to find what you actually want. Does that make sense?
Everything you're saying makes sense. I just don't think we agree that it's happening as much as you're saying. Like, I understand that there might be some people that feel that way, but I would estimate that this is like, you're talking about like the 2% of like people that engage with it.
Yeah, but hold up. You don't see the Amaranth situation in which she's intentionally doing this in order to maximize profits? Like, it's not that they might be upset and they might unsubscribe if they found out the truth. Well, good, they should be privy of this information, because the way that the relationship works is that she gets to siphon money out of them so long as she engages in deceptive practice. One can argue that yes, these men would get upset if they learned the truth, and the truth should still be told. The issue is not whether or not they want the lie or whatever. The thing is this ethical, because you're using this as a means to make money? Does that make sense?
I feel like it's more than ethical, because I know YouTubers who don't even tell people they have families. They tell people totally different things in public. So
but their income isn't contingent though on the other people knowing.
But it kind of is, because their content is predicated on the person they're presenting, and the audience is falling in love with that person.
Yeah, but generally, but if you were saying okay, so here's an example of that could be bad, but it's so hard to draw an analogy. If I was on stream saying some shit like, man, I don't have kids and I really wish I could like adopt somebody, like I wonder how young my audience is, that's what would make it comparable, right? Because just saying like, oh, you fall in love with this person who doesn't tell you about my family is a lot different than me like sexting with you, being like, oh, it'd be cool if we could be together and blah 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 blah, and you think I'm single. That's a way different thing.
So the girlfriend experience, depending on how you
GFE shit is
customer,
like,
right. If a woman literally like, the man does not understand what's happening, that's for Brittany super unethical. But the problem is like, I know too many of these men. I am a sex worker. They talk to me. They want it. So it's that's why I don't engage in it, because I can't tell what's going on. It's too confusing for me. I don't want them to misunderstand what I'm doing. I don't want to be their girlfriend. But like, that happens. I was on Kyla's dating show, and this guy slid into my DMs via the show, and I said, you cannot use the show to slide into my DMs. But he literally tried, and Kyla's like, stop. It doesn't matter what you do. If the wrong person is in the room, they will misunderstand and they will cross boundaries. So that's why no is so powerful as a sex worker or a client. You have to say no. You have to be smart about what you're paying for. I'm trying to give agency to people. I know I'm talking for a minority. I'm saying I understand the system is broke. The majority is suffering. And I'm saying it's not helping because these solutions are just the same solutions. The anti-sex solution, the religious solution. I'm saying, what if education and reform was better? What if we gave sex workers and their clients options and then accepted that some toxic clients and some toxic sex workers just exist?
I mean, like, the problem is what the natural inclination of like humans are, and if that could be overcome with some level of education. So, like, I would compare this conversation 100% to the conversations that should be having about casual sex. I love casual sex. It'd be sweet if everybody could have it all the fucking time because that's like the most base thing ever. But it seems like people have a really difficult time engaging with it in a healthy manner. And it seems like right now the answer is probably we should way cut the fuck back on it because a lot of people are having a lot of problems with it.
Well, who's we, I guess? Like, yes, but that's so fucked up that we're all doing it and we're like, but you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, no, that's not fucked up. I have no problem. I have no, when a girl tells me some shit like, I've been raped 4 times in a row, I have no problem saying, it's time for you, honey. It's time for you to stop. But that's so many people aren't even comfortable saying because it sounds victim blaming to even be like, maybe it's time to like pump the brakes a little bit, and this isn't like for everybody, because it seems like even suggesting that maybe there's too much casual sex comes off as either being sex negative or victim blaming or whatever.
Maybe that's the part I'm. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold up, Brittany. I don't know if you talk to ladies often about this, but like I feel like most women relate to the fact that they're pretty unhappy with hookup culture, and they feel like a lot of the casual sex that they had wasn't good for them. And so I'm not saying this from an angle of like, oh, we're having it, so we just want to gatekeep. It's nothing to do with that. My experience in talking to most adult women past the age of 27 is that their experience with casual sex has been overwhelmingly bad, irrespective of whether or not they identify as very liberal or conservative. And so if you're seeing that this sexual liberation movement has brought about some discomfort for people, and that most people, in most polls that I've read, reply with a lot of discomfort when it comes, or just negative emotions when it comes to hookup culture itself or all this stuff, I think there's an argument to be made that maybe this behavior isn't good. No?
No, for sure. But I think the issue we're having is that instead of, like, for me, it's all about every person's going to have individual joy. Some people, celibacy is going to work for them. For other people, it's going to be having a slut moment, right? So for me, I meet tons, hundreds, thousands of positive stories from people all the time. I'm very social, who love their orgies and sex work and porn. But I can't anecdotally use that. But I also don't want to make other people suffer and say you have to be a sex like orgy person. Like, no, be celibate, be religious. I think the answer should always be do what makes you happy. Don't do what you think you should do because society tells you to. If the culture is hookup culture and it's not working for you, don't do it. You know what I'm saying? But peer pressure is so a part of the narrative.
Yeah, and I love and appreciate your mind, but I think this is something that took me a long time to realize this. I think you have to recognize that you might be like a bit exceptional, and not everybody. Like there are a lot of people that need societal rails. Like they can't. They actually can't make. Absolutely. Like when you talk about like when you talk about like people can engage with casual sex in healthy ways and blah 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 blah. That is true. People engage with heroin in healthy ways. Believe it or not, there are lots of people that have only done it a couple times, and it's fine. But it's okay. I think it's a general rule to be like, heroin, probably shouldn't even try it because most people can't. Even though it's theoretically possible in the right settings with the right education and the right tools and the right friends, everybody could try heroin once or twice and be chill as long as your life is okay. And you're but like,
Bruh, that's a perfect example. You don't do that with casual sex. When you talk about people's engagement with casual sex and consent and boundaries, you do not all of a sudden think about the harm that they can get into and become really sex negative. You manage to be sex positive and give people good advice that would not put them in situations that they end up.
I agree. I'm just saying, but I think what me and Amber are saying is sometimes the advice.
You don't do that for sex work, I don't think.
Well,
I'm a little bit confused. How is it sex negative to say that some people who maybe feel
it's not
pressured into
it's not sex it's not sex negative to enforce like consent and boundaries. It's sex negative to be like no one should have sex. You are a whore if you ever have sex, and you should wait till marriage. Like that is the anti-sex arc. And he doesn't ever go that direction, so he's
the reality is that I think that if only men that were capable of engaging with sex workers online for OnlyFans, if only the responsible ones did it, I don't think it would be an industry. I think that it only works because there are so many people that engage with it in an irresponsible manner. That's like my feeling.
Absolutely.
I agree 100% with that, but that's how I think the whole world has been built. Like from arms dealers to drugs to fucking automobiles.
Well, no.
Like,
or a second.
you know what I mean? I just don't see a difference.
I totally disagree. I think
punished are people who engage in sex work, even though it's the oldest career in the whole world, and that's the problem. It's the last front for us to make a safety net for it.
Okay, firstly,
for people to do it.
It's not the oldest career. The oldest career is probably like berry picking or something. Okay, number
it's
one.
It's a saying, Destiny.
I know it is, but I'm just saying it's not even true. Okay, but also I disagree.
Gatherer.
I think that we actually super have built society around guardrails. I think arguably people will point to like a lot of religious rules and go like, oh, it's unholy to eat pork. And it's like, was it really? Or was there just like a lot of like disgusting pork meat that was like making people sick? So we just put this in a fucking book, right? It seems like for all of society, the goal, and I agree with you, and I love you and I love your ideas that if everybody could be perfectly educated and engaged with responsible manners, that's what I would like. But it seems like we kind of need a lot of guardrails in society because once these start to fall.
I'm okay with that, but do these guardrails fuck me over?
Yes.
Yeah, they would.
I oppose it. Then I oppose it.
Okay.
You should oppose it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when you're in the interest of the majority, that's how you enact a lot of these things.
Oh, okay. Wait,
sorry?
Abba, I watch your content all the time. You guys, I feel like, fight really well for minorities, and you talk about people like living within the system, right?
Not sexual minorities.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel too. Then why are we appealing to the majority that's there to fuck us? Like, I don't get it.
Wait, hold up. If you're telling me that having a law that allows black people to coexist with white people is somehow an issue, you'd have to point to me how that's actually the case. Or if you want to do the same thing for Arabs and all this stuff, you'd have to really point the case. And then if you want to do that and it was like making it much worse, then we can have that.
Or like, oh my God, here's the, I swear to God, I'm not trying to be racist, but I think this is like the perfect example, okay? I think it's a one-to-one analogy. Would ABBA be okay?
Not trying to be racist, but
would ABBA be okay if there was a group of black men that got incredibly successful doing blackface? If the majority of the audiences were white guys that were just getting a racist laugh, if a lot of the black guys doing it felt kind of shitty, but it made really good money, and it was like, okay, like, would that be something that ABBA would defend?
I mean, that would have to depend on what's the implication. So if you're telling me, are you asking me if I would ban it?
No, would you defend it? Would you say like, oh, I think that, fuck it, as long as they're getting their bag, like, whatever, it's okay? Or would you say like, maybe like these guys doing blackface is probably not a good thing. We shouldn't be okay with that as a society.
Doing blackface, or like there's black people painting their own face in blackness? Like, I wouldn't care personally.
Or doing, I'm sorry, hold on. Or I'm thinking minstrel shows. That's what I should be saying. Sorry.
Okay. So if I see black dudes doing minstrel shows, would I defend their right to do it?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Oh. Wait, then why wouldn't you defend sex workers?
But that's not the same thing. I don't think the implications of
the implication would be that like the minstrel shows are like it's people engaging in like their own self-destruction, and most of the people that are getting a laugh on it are probably like it's detrimental to society. Black people, for sex work, it would be women and the people engaging in the humor. Like.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So you're saying it's basically a net negative for society. Would I defend it?
And for the people like participating, and it's probably a net negative for them too. Like sex work is probably a negative overall for women inside and outside of it. Yeah.
First, I'd go about it like just demonstrably showing that it's negative for society, and then if I did, I'd probably say I probably wouldn't defend it. I'd probably say it should be gone.
Okay, I will say sex work or anything can be negative for society that isn't ready to have that conversation, just like weed was like so demonized, right? But slowly and surely communities learn. But in the process of waiting and everyone learning, people are being jailed and imprisoned. So the issue I'm gonna have is a little bubbly. Okay, I'm gonna go down my 2 bubble. We're dealing with a system now that will imprison women and men and theys for doing sex work, for doing drugs, for doing all these things. And I have to wait while the majority figures it the fuck out. And the problem is like, it's not gonna happen that fast. So my advocacy has to be centered around the minority. So I actually need to take myself out of this conversation. I apparently lose now.
you need to leave?
No. I'm saying that because I'm thinking about the minority.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. The majority. Yeah, but like
which makes sense.
But you're right.
But the way I see society trending, and the fact that loneliness is increasing, and that people who are sexless are increasing, and the people who are reporting feeling lonely or turning to sex work as a result is increasing. There's a concern that I have that's going to be an issue going forward. And so I don't disagree with the idea that if people could engage ethically and better, if they were more educated and all this stuff, if that was a future that was possible, I'm all for it. I just don't believe that is possible. And I don't think the matter at hand is a matter of, I don't think it's necessarily just a matter of education. I think it's also a matter of just a loneliness issue,
totally.
and a lack of intimacy issue. And I don't think you can fix that with education. Unless you're going to mandate some kind of law, like everybody, one woman for one man, like something crazy like that. I don't think you can remedy a lot of the unhealthy relationships that people are building with these platforms.
Okay, so I would say like the fundamental issue here is like the theory of consent and like the philosophy of consent. Because if people understood like you are not owed, like loneliness is such a pandemic, I know it is. But I also know that people have it in their head, and I don't know what part of media gave it to them, that they were somehow owed companionship, friendship, connection, intimacy. And I didn't grow up in that world where I was owed that stuff. That was stuff you earned by being a respectful, wonderful person. And hopefully people would see that and love you, right? But now I'm seeing this world where people can just go around talking mad shit or doing horrible things, and they're like, why doesn't anyone love me? And I'm like, you're not trustworthy, you're not safe, you don't make people feel good. So the issue I'm seeing is that people don't have the tools on all fronts, not to mention neurodivergency, lack of education, a misunderstanding with social cues. Like, there's so many things, but ultimately, I think people just feel entitled to intimacy in a way that I cannot process, because I never thought I was owed it. But then again, you know, I had sex at 22 for the first time. I was a slow learner.
Can I ask you, do you not recognize the ways in which our society has not engineered itself to make intimacy less accessible in a lot of ways, or more difficult? Like, you know, people talk about the past like they worked hard. I don't believe the people in the past worked that hard to get intimacy.
No,
and
it just happened because that's how society was built. Right.
Like you
so
say, the idea that people are not owed it. Like, I agree, they're not owed it, but it's different when things are like engineered to make it much more difficult. I think there's an argument to be made that we have to make adjustments as we create these new technologies.
Yeah, and I don't even think that idea of like people aren't owed it. It's a pretty fundamental part of the human experience. Like, maybe people aren't owed it, but it should be relatively easily accessible if you follow like the normal life human experience. And if it's not, that's probably indicative of huge societal problems.
Are you talking about something? I'm sorry, can I just ask one? Like, are you talking about sexual closeness and intimacy? Are you talking about familiar?
Either. Sexual and romantic. Sexual and romantic.
I have a
sexual
huge
and romantic.
family. I have like
no, sexual and romantic, not incest. Sexual and romantic.
Only okay. Sorry. Okay, then go ahead.
Sorry. You want to say something, Britt?
Oh,
well,
I was.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh,
I was just gonna say
Sushi.
that most people that buy like sex workers and most people that buy porn on the internet are like over the age of 50. And they probably did have intimacy when they were younger and just like grew out of it. And society like throws out a lot of older people, and it's hard for them to get back into those spaces. And so I would say that it's not necessarily the problem of they're not able to get intimacy.
Wait, doesn't that sounds like it is a problem then?
No, but they had intimacy when they were younger. And then
Yeah, they had, but like, so something that people aren't aware of is like.
Did you say that most people who buy?
Shut the fuck up! You're so fucking annoying! Don't fucking talk to me!
Stop! Why are you doing this? Stop!
Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me.
You're literally, you came in the room with her. You can't scream at her to not talk when you're in the room.
I don't want her to address me. I don't want her to address me to my face.
You said something so stupid. You said something.
Okay, stop. Wait, listen to what just happened. Two grown adults are in a room, and you can't have a discussion with another living human being, and you wonder why the world is chaotic. This is on us as a community, on a society level, right? Girl.
Yes.
Like, I don't know what your story is, but like, if you can't have Lav address you, you shouldn't be here. And the fact that you know,
I think the world is too chaotic. I didn't say that.
No, you're creating the chaos right now. Like, you're literally creating it.
Why?
This is amazing. Okay, so anyways, this is my point, right? We're not going to get together, and we're not going to be cohesive. So we have to be smooth within bubbles, and the majority cannot come up with a concept that's going to work for anyone. That's my theory.
I think that I agree with you, and I think that humans oftentimes work against their own self-interest in these ways, and there's a lot of people who are not taking accountability for that. However, I don't always think about responsibility when it comes to larger scale issues. I think about what's the best outcome for society as a whole. And so whilst I agree with you on the individual level, I think that if I had to look at an ideal society in the way it engineered itself, sometimes you got to do that in spite of the fact that people can't do for themselves what they need to.
There's a do you know who is it? Jim Jeffries, Australian comedian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you heard of his skit on like guns or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It got popular.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if you were thinking the same one, but he's got a really funny one where it's like, there's some really great shit that would be fun if all of us could do, but John had to fuck it up and shoot himself in the face, and now we don't get to have guns. Like shit like that. He's got like a whole skit on that with a bunch of things. Yeah. And I think it's kind of like that. There's like a lot of awesome ways that society could work if everybody had my Giga Chad Galaxy head brain, but unfortunately, you know, everybody doesn't. We all have like our different issues. We've all got our different proclivities. We've all got like different things going on with us, and I don't know if it's possible to create a society that can account for all of those things without a lot of life just having to kind of be on rails.
I mean, didn't they try that though? Like, didn't the boomers try it and it didn't work? Didn't the people before that try it and it didn't work? Like, this is the first time we're utilizing social media. So yes, there's going to be problems.
Wait, try
but
what?
But in general, I'm sorry?
Who tried what and it didn't work?
Like, didn't we try to create a society where we're all Christian? Oh, we're all this. We're all Muslim in some countries, but people don't like it.
Well,
like,
arguably, hold on. I think arguably it did work for a long time in a lot of different ways, no?
Wait, I'm sorry. I say that again, Steven.
Arguably it did work. I mean, we got here, right?
Well, right. But like, I'm saying, I don't think this is a deterioration of all of society. I think we're just in another time and space where like, oh, like things are shifting. So it feels like the world's ending. But I mean, things are getting better. Medicine is coming through. Like people are look at our jobs. Like our jobs are amazing.
That's not true.
No, things are improving like on a technological level, but I don't think technology equals good necessarily, right?
Yeah.
If we're improving on a technological level in a whole bunch of different ways, like you just said, like our jobs and like our technology is getting better, that's true. But if our relationships are deteriorating and everything is like falling apart that way, I don't know if that's true.
But our parents had the divorce rate. My mom was in an arranged marriage and then she married for love, and then her daughter, me, gets to marry for love. Like that's an improvement, right? Like,
haven't you seen the stats recently that was like the average woman in America has like an average of like fucking like 2 friends when like 30 years ago they had an average of like 10 friends or something.
But what's wrong with having close, intimate friends? Like, I'm a little confused
No,
here,
because we
right?
have less close, intimate friends and less close, intimate friendships. And
Yeah, I think people's number of friendships have like gone.
But isn't that because people are also like, I talk to people for a living, obviously. Like I form strong relationships, and I'm telling you right now, it's very hard to find people that you're actually meant to spend that much time with. Like,
Yeah, but no. But here's the thing. There's probably not people that you're like. I know it's very romantic to think of it as like there are some people that click really well with you, but the reality is that like if you're forced to be around people, they're gonna eventually click. Like we all have friends in like high school and grade school and college, and it's not because we were like all pure matched like on some like 52 dimensions of personality. We just happen to be
you mean
around.
like casual friends, like friends you just chill with and go bowling with? Because I'm into that. But I mean, there's intimate close friends, like people.
Wait, you didn't have any intimate close friends from high school or college? Sorry, go ahead.
Can I just give an example? So my someone very close to me was feeling lonely for a tremendous amount of time. It was severely affecting them, and just the idea of getting a job and working at a construction site and being around a bunch of dudes and then seeing them has brought his mood levels way up. And he tells me like, I don't know what it is, but just being around these guys, even though they're older than me or whatever it might be, just the constant conversations, the banter back and forth has like raised my moods tremendously. I agree with you that maybe super close friendships and all that stuff isn't going to be happening with everyone, but there's still a tremendous amount of value in other kinds of friendships and proximity and constant conversation that's very rewarding. I have a small Discord server, not the greatest friends with these people, but just being able to talk to them on a semi-regular basis about different things has brought me a tremendous amount of value as well. And so when people report loneliness, it's not just close friends, it's also just access to people in general that's completely diminished.
For sure. I mean, I've read the studies too. Like, I know it's happening. I just think people are having I think people are deceiving themselves with why they're lonely. I do think it's a problem with the individual. I don't believe them because when I work with people long enough, they start to realize like, oh shit, I'm doing it to myself. You don't know it. Like girls who sleep with married men, they're like, why am I single? I'm like, you keep sleeping with married men, but they don't know they're doing it. Like they have no idea.
No, and I agree with you with all of this, but this is the issue, okay? Every single problem, I'm gonna guess, I think me and Ab agree on this, every single problem that any person has with their life, all of them, could be overcome with enough like dedicated like meditation, time and thought. But the reality is that most people aren't going to do it. Kind of like anybody could theoretically become wealthy doing like crypto or whatever, but like realistically, not like anybody could earn a full college education on Wikipedia right now. But most people should probably go to college, right? Yep. So I think that's the issue. Is that like here's the problem. It's this weird intersection right now with human biology and the environment that we built for ourselves that caters to parts of our biology that were never supposed to be rewarded that much, right? Like if I wanted to suck on some nice titties, I probably had to do a lot of work for it, okay, in the olden days, okay? There was a lot of stuff, there was a lot of friction in life in order to achieve some of the things that now, you know, a 13-year-old is seeing more titties than like the grand fucking emperor of China used to see, or like the wealthiest people in the world with absolutely no work. And I think that when we start like removing the roadblocks on every single pleasure in society, we become these like automatons that are just pushing buttons over and over and over and over and over again. And you've got like somebody with a heroin needle inside their arm, like dying on their bed, and you're looking at them and you're like, well, maybe if you educated yourself a little bit better, you'd stop injecting yourself. And they're just like drooling, looking at you like, okay. And I feel like that's kind of where we're at with society right now.
True.
I just can't. Well, the numbers don't even show that, right? Like, is it the majority of people are going through this, or is it?
I think all the numbers show that. What do you mean?
Yeah,
But is it really the majority, guys? Like,
yeah, it is absolutely.
Like
I don't think you realize. I don't think you realize how much.
Americans reported having fewer than 3 close friends.
And it's even worse.
It's down 27%.
It's even worse for men who report having even less friends, and it's impacting them severely. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I polled this chat right now, I think most of the people who are actually watching this right now would say that they have 1 or 0 really close friends. And if you ask them if they feel tremendously lonely, a lot of them would reply yes. Loneliness is an epidemic that has gone unchecked for quite some time and has been exponentially worse as a result of the pandemic and circumstances around it. But it's been growing ever since the introduction of the internet.
Yeah, fuck the pandemic. It was the internet, right? Like, I don't even know if I could necessarily blame the pandemic, because if there was no internet, you'd probably still be like making friends and family to be close to you.
I just think it exacerbated it.
Yeah, it could have, for sure.
Because I know for me personally, I wasn't doing anything online. I was going out doing stuff in person. That was removed from me. I'm doubly fucked. You get what I'm trying to say?
I was going to say, it probably exacerbated it just because the option was there. It became so much easier to become an internet recluse, you know?
Yeah, for sure. It negatively impacted my health and my social relationships, absolutely. And so knowing that people have lived like that pre-pandemic, I was like, ooh, I don't even know how you guys are alive.
Their whole lives.
You guys are the real strong ones, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Brittany, there's definitely an issue right now in terms of people, and that's been growing ever since, and all the studies kind of show that.
Yeah, I guess I'm having a hard time because I just work with such, like, I understand, but I don't know. There's like a dissonance here. There's like something here that doesn't feel right. Like I don't know. It doesn't sound as accurate as it could be, but I understand what you're saying, and I do know what you mean. I'm not disagreeing. I think this is happening. It's happening. Wait, this is what it is. I just don't think it's happening for the reason that's being laid out. Like, I don't think this is a reason.
What's the reason? What's the reason that you think we're alleging?
Okay, wait, sorry, repeat the question.
What's the reason that you think we're alleging that this is happening?
Oh, from my understanding, you guys are saying the internet is causing / the technology boom and all of those things are causing like a split somehow. But I want to know how it's doing it.
Okay, I'm going to explain to you the differences between a real life relationship and an online one, and you're going to understand pretty quickly.
Wait, can I add one thing before you go into that?
Sure.
It's like a more broad thing. I think that also like just media in general has changed the way people view relationships and friendships, like as like in a very, very broad sense.
Yeah. So the difference between relationships before the internet and after is that the relationships that you had before the internet were based off of a community sense, meaning you made friends with people who were in your area, and these people were tied to more people in your area. And so the bonds were not just a matter of convenience, they were also a matter that tied you to a larger ecosystem. And so let's say you had a falling out with one friend, other people knew around, and the reason why you guys would reconcile is because friends between the two of you would help you guys get back together. When you guys were tied, it was much more of a different experience. Whereas today, everything is online. Sometimes you're part of a Discord, you stop being, you hear from the person less, or maybe you guys have a falling out, you just block them and delete them and everything's removed. The relationship and just even how they're conceived and how they're ended has changed tremendously, but also the quality of it. There's a giant difference between a long distance relationship and an in-person relationship. We all understand this, and it's not just because you can't fuck them from a distance. Well, VR maybe you can, but you can't do that, you know? So when you're in front of someone, it's not just them talking, it's being around them, it's having companionship, it's having the proximity to your friends, it's them watching and witnessing the same things as you, it's being able to go to their graduation in person, not just seeing a picture online. The quality and the experience of friendship online is night and day to what you get.
What age group are we talking about?
I'm 32,
Wait, hold
so
on.
I've seen both sides.
Well,
so like, would you say that like what you're talking about here is the fact that there's so many people on the internet that we kind of don't really have to have conflict resolution with each other? I think maybe like even the streamer space is a good example of like a really rare space where people have to have conflict resolution because we all have to work with each other.
I actually super disagree. I think the internet is a good place
Yeah.
where it shows you don't need conflict resolution. So, for instance, like
No, that's what I said, but I said for streamers we have the opposite.
no, I'm saying for
experience
streamers
because
we
have to work
don't.
with
Like,
each
so
other.
for instance, there are a lot of people like. So I call this the Destiny support group thing, right? Like
Ooh.
in real
Yeah,
life, if people had issues with somebody like me, you'd have to kind of hash them out. But on the internet, you don't have to. You can just join a community where everybody hates the same person, and then that's like your new community.
Okay. Yes,
Oh,
that's
and
the
actually,
immature
to add
side,
to- no, to
but
add
for
to his
here,
point,
like Lab
add
and
to his-
I are here. We are doing like the thing
No,
that
no.
you should be doing, which
Sure,
is
yeah, you guys are.
engage with each other.
I want to add to his point. Here's another thing that makes the internet completely different, and actually the streamer relationships even worse, is that it's no longer a disagreement between you and Lav. It's between you, Lav, the community, Twitter, Destiny, a dozen other streamers making commentary, and all of these things are coloring the experience.
yeah.
Right? If I have an argument with my homie, it's one thing. If my homie tells everybody and they're saying some different shit, then I'm extra mad. If people witnessed him being disrespectful to me, then I'm extra mad. So all these things compound the way the relationship dynamic goes. So yeah, I would say online relationships are absolutely not conducive to staying healthy at all. That's why a lot of people who have their whole like romantic relationship online and show every detail rarely lasts, is because they've invited millions of people into their relationship dynamic rather than just being a one-on-one thing. And so the more people you invite into your relationship dynamic, the more odds it has of falling apart, at least when it's with the online world.
Okay, wait. So yes. So this is what I'm confused about. So good to have communities, but we know communities break. Like families fight. People don't talk to each other for years. Then you go to the internet, and the internet's confusing because we don't know how to make real friendships. We're not sure who can we really trust. But then, like, the issue is that it's all of the things at once, right? Because, like, I met my partner through the internet. I've met my friends through the internet. My best friend that, like, is gonna come to my, like, my family events has been to my house. I met him because he used to be a caller. Like, and he's amazing. But he's, you know what I mean? Like,
But every person you've met, you are not still friends with right now.
No,
Well, no,
that
actually,
took-
I wouldn't
wait,
even-
that
Sorry.
took hard work from all of us. So
Mm-hmm.
my friendships, some of them from my old neighborhood when I was 9 years old, that took a lot of work for us to stay friends all these years, right? The
I
people
agree.
that I'm-
Yeah, and
it
also,
takes a
Brittany, I
lot of
think
work.
this is what I'm trying to get through to you, is that I think that you probably do engage with the internet in a healthy way. I think
Yes.
I do. I've made really close friends online. I met Melina online, right? Like, and I've had a lot of cool friends, and I love existing in the online space. It's really, really, really fun for me.
Yup.
But I'm not like socially inhibited. I can go out to real places and talk to real people and have experience in real life, and that's super fun for me. But for a lot of people, the online shit has become a replacement for their life.
Okay, I agree.
yeah.
100% agree. 1000% agree.
And I don't know if like the average person is capable of engaging in this
Okay.
space with
I will also say I agree with you, Brittany. I'm not saying that the internet is all bad for creating relationships. Like I said, I have that Discord where I play D&D with folks and we're really cool, and that's a wonderful experience for me. So this gave me something that I would never had otherwise in person. But I would not for a second think that this is a substitute, nor would it be an adequate substitute, because I think it's an inferior product. And so when people only have that, then they're suffering as a result. I agree, family breaks up, they fight sometimes, but let's be honest, what do you think has more odds of lasting, a family relationship or an online friendship? And I think 9 out of 10 people would probably say a family relationship. Even if they come from a fucked up, they can acknowledge that most other people maintain their familiar bonds far more often than people maintain online relationships.
Because
Can I
online,
be
there's
an
nothing
obnoxious
forcing
rat?
you to resolve.
I'm gonna
like
jump
that
in for like 2 seconds, and then I'm
Hi,
gonna
Kyla.
move some at the gym. Hi, Brittany. I just want to say
Cringe.
the loneliness stuff that that like Abba and Destiny are talking about is actually like pretty prolifically like seen in academics. Like the loneliness crisis is like genuinely taken very seriously. I don't know if the internet is the nascent point, because there's a lot of evidence that shows like even going back like pre like internet culture, this was like an increasing problem. And so like I do think the internet is making it worse, but for some niche populations it's making it a little bit better. But it does seem that in general we have a society that's leaning like more and more and more towards like isolationism, bad friendships. I think people are really bad at being friends as well. Like they don't even know how to do it. And so like I think there's an element of like a bit of a self-making, but it's hard to blame it on just the individual. If all across society we see that everyone's failing at relationships, it means that like our society is failing people.
I think that the issue is that I think that we've become obsessed. We've become so good at utilizing technology that we've adapted too much of our lives around ourselves, and we've come to this like understanding that all forms of friction are bad. And I think think that when you eliminate all forms of friction, you eliminate people's abilities to adapt to the world. So it becomes a thing where it's like, you know, could I go out and meet some friends? Like, you know, I don't want to. I'd rather, the problem is that like right now there are easier options for every single social thing that I, you know, don't have to do. Like, oh, I could go out with friends or I could stay home and watch TV. And when I watch TV, it's, and think about TV today, right? It's not even like, is there anything good on TV or do I have to go out and like hang out with friends? It's like, yeah, it's like I can scroll through an infinite amount of shit, right? Now, like, if I go back like 15 years ago, like my options on a Friday or Saturday night are there's like 3 or 4 people that I know that have parties every weekend that I can go to their house, or I can stay home and play StarCraft. Like, those are my options.
You're
Nowadays,
still pointing the fault on the individual. That's what I'm saying.
No. I'm not putting the fault on it. I'm saying that people have access now to infinite dopamine buttons in front of them. That now you have to compete with TikTok. You have to compete with Reddit now when you want to find something else to do in your life. It's the same thing with the obesity crisis. I don't think the obesity crisis has happened.
Hold on. No,
I don't think so.
Is it because I'm a boomer? Like, I don't understand. Like, you guys know the internet is not real. Like, this is real life.
It existed before the internet.
Hold on, it's not about the internet. It's about convenience, and the internet is the ultimate convenience. But there are other things that have made our life more convenient.
But if we're engaging that loneliness existed before the internet, the trends started before the internet.
Yeah, because I think the trends have been as technology has progressed. The internet is just the next stage of that technology. Cell phones are the next stage of that technology.
So here's an idea. There were sedentary people who were unhealthy before the internet came around. With the advent of the internet and the ability to sit in front of a screen all day and be entertained, sedentary people and unhealthy habits have exponentially risen as a result. One can acknowledge something existed before and also acknowledge the ways in technology and cars and all these things has made people generally unhealthier in their day-to-day habits. You understand?
Like, as like a random personal funny example, like there are times you could sit, like people would sit in front of the TV for a long time when I was a kid, but sometimes you're in front of the TV and your favorite show ended and then there's nothing good on TV. It's like, fuck, well, let's go outside. There's nothing else to see, right? Nowadays, that will never happen. I've got infinite content everywhere.
So that's my issue. Okay, so in my bubbles, like that's what we're all doing in this small town. We all hang out. We have like potlucks. We are making an effort because we know there's an issue with loneliness.
But you're the exception.
Brittany, you just said it. You live in a small town in a completely secluded area. Your experience has nothing to do with a metropolitan experience. It's like you sitting here.
It's like they're much easier.
Exactly.
Right.
Literally, your mere existence is an indication of why you live a different life. Like, if you sit here, you're like, I don't understand inner city gun violence. I wouldn't expect you to. Your population's 10,000. Okay.
Okay. First of all, 6,000.
Okay, but you understand. So you gotta understand.
I only lived here 3 years ago. I lived in Seattle for 5 years. I was in it. I was going to events every fucking night after working, and there was community. There was people, but we went to our niches. We were all lonely, wall-sitting flowers who eventually went to be social. But the issue was that we were putting all of that pressure on our friends. People were burdening their friends with all of their trauma instead of understanding that your friends are also, when you have close intimate friends, you can't just put that on random people you meet at the dungeon, right? Or the bowling alley. Like, you have to think about why you want a friendship. Why are you lonely? What do you want?
I think both of these, I think you guys are agreeing more than you realize. Like, I think both of these are occurring simultaneously. Like, what Destiny and Abba I'm pointing out are basically like the systemic reason why people are in this way, like why they tend to choose lack of friction, why they tend
looking at adults
that like in-group them, and Brittany's outlining the specific individual accountability for it. Sorry.
Okay, if we're looking at adults, because we don't see this problem with kids, we don't see this problem in like high school and stuff like that. People are forced into areas with each other, and they like create friendships. And I think as we grow into our adulthood, we do take different paths, different strays. And I think if you want to be able to socialize with people outside in the real world, you kind of have to have an income. You kind of have to have money to be able to do so. So while we're maybe saying that the internet is exacerbating this problem, for a lot of people, it's the only like other alternative that they fucking have, because not everybody can drop $50 every weekend to be able
no one denies that.
To like Friday.
But we're saying that's the problem.
But we haven't even said that.
I don't think people know what they want from their friendships, because look, people ask me to be friends with them all the time, and I'm like, why? And they're like, oh, so we can hang out. And I'm like, why? And they're like, so we can have someone to talk to. I was like, why? Like, they don't actually know why they want to be friends with me, Brittany. They just want to be friends with someone they can talk to, which is sad and objectifying.
Yeah, but historically, people never had to worry. Like, do you think that, like, 150 years ago, 150 years ago, do you think people are sitting there, like, hyper analyzing, like, well, this is why I have friendships, and this is why I know, like, people didn't think about it. It just happened.
because like in my circles growing up, my parents made sure that my friends were good kids so I could hang out with good kids, you know? And then like if kids had struggles or problems, my mom would be like, come to my house, I'll feed you. Like I grew up in an environment where like, yeah, you vet your friends, you talk to people, you say, do we share the same religion, the same culture? What are you about? What do your parents do? Like, yeah, you're supposed to know who you're hanging out with. Am I crazy?
Yeah, you are. I mean,
you're just exceptional, which is cool, but
you're not crazy. You're just unique.
Yeah.
Like
really, I hate that. Am I truly? Because I feel like such a normie. Come on.
You sound, Brittany, I've listened to you like talk to your family members. You sound like you have like an awesome group of people around you. Like everything about your community, everything about like, but I'm just saying that it's like.
If we were an RPG,
wait, this is
if we were an RPG, everyone here would have chosen the human race,
POC
and you would be the like secluded elven race. Like you're 100% weird.
No, wait, Brittany, your parents are a what?
Assyrian from Iraq.
Yeah, I feel like this is the common POC parent in the suburbs. Like, they need to know who their kid is talking to.
Yeah.
Brittany, are you? So this is like.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can you expand on that?
Like POC suburb moms or suburb dads? Oh, for sure. Like literally, like no sleepovers at other people's houses. They all had to come to our house. Like everything was at our house.
Okay.
Our parents were very like, who are your parents? I have to meet them. Like, who is everybody? Like my parents knew who was who 3 blocks away, 4 blocks away.
I feel like I could be totally wrong here, but I feel like there are two, well, there's probably a lot, but I feel like there are two really distinct kind of like POC or more generally speaking, immigrant experiences in the United States. And that's people who like come over and they bring a lot of their culture with them. And that's other immigrants that come over and they like hardcore say, everything in the past culture, and we're going to be hardcore like American and I don't want to say white, but like the standard American culture. It seems like those are like two different paths that sometimes immigrant households can go on.
Generally, most immigrants try to preserve their culture nearly as much as possible. They try to get rid of anything that might get them.
I know a lot of immigrants that like they don't teach their children like that. Like I know a lot of kids that live in San Francisco and shit that can't speak any Chinese or any of that shit. Like a lot of people, Asian parents that don't learn any of that shit in the household. Sometimes they do, but maybe it just depends on the cultures or whatever.
Part of that is also there used to be. Now we know better, but it used to be that you'd go to schools and teachers would tell your parents like, oh, don't talk to them in any other language, it'll confuse them. And now we found out that that's different. It's not the case anymore. So so that's a lot of the reason why people
I think it comes down to some of the values. I definitely agree like on language and stuff like that, but when it comes to some of the values in regards to like cultural heritage, that they'll try to maintain some of it. But yeah, I definitely think what you said was true, Destiny. So I think once you explained it, that makes sense. All this to say, Brittany, all this to say to come back to the original point. What? I agreed with you.
With who?
What?
Me?
Oh no, I thought you were gonna say f to Brittany. Sorry, I was hyped. My bad.
Abba would never.
No. We show. To come back to the whole sex work discussion, I think considering the environment that we live in, the way that everything is optimized in order to draw people's attention in, to get them looped in, and I think we have a vulnerable population in regards to loneliness and stuff like that. I think there's an argument to be made that the way that sex work operates ferments negative female emotion because it does feel exploited. So that's what
I agree. I want to say it, but this is gonna sound like I'm attacking her, and I don't mean to. This is gonna sound so fucked up.
Oh, don't make it personal. Just make it general.
No. Go.
As a business model.
Yes, there you go.
As a Twitch streamer, when you write things like "I wish you were here," thinking of you before you know what I mean. That is the same shit Amaranth is doing that Melina does on her Twitch streams. What is the difference?
Wait,
I came in here to ask.
Hold on, wait. It's my wife. I can defend. Wait, no, it's my wife. It's literally my wife. Hold on.
It's our wife.
I would say that it's a lot different for Melina because Melina is very clear about having a husband. And when I look at her experiences,
open relationship husband, so she is fuckable.
But hold on. The problem isn't fuckable girls. The problem is people getting obsessed and wanting to marry these girls. If people just wanted to
no
Twitch streamers, neither
it's
me
both.
nor Abba would have any problem. If you want to try to fuck somebody, go for it. The problem is people donating money thinking they're gonna get in love with these people and like have a relationship with them.
They could though. They technically statistically.
Hold on. No. Okay. I can tell. Like if you want, you can spend.
They're not going to statistically.
Wait, no.
They're also not statistically gonna fall into the stream.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. I'm sorry. I have so much experience in
his wife. And
I have so much experience in this area, so it's a topic that's very close to my heart, okay? There are a lot of girls that run their streams in a certain way that you can tell by the quality of their chat and you can tell by the types of DMs that they get that there are people who are obsessed with them and are trying to like get with them, and that's like the goal. And the stream almost feels like a quasi GFE type of thing. Now, if Melina did that, she can go for it. I'd make fun of her like hell for it, but Melina is very open and obviously like married to me. I can show up on her stream and there's no problems. We'll give each other hugs and kisses. on streams. It's very different than Amaranth, who literally hid having a husband for 4 years in
Yeah,
order to
it's
like
different.
engender that
But
type
it's
of
still-
feeling in her community.
it's still a
You can watch the
problem.
chats. It is a
Also,
different type
like,
of thing.
publicly
Yeah.
posted on her other platforms, right?
Everyone, slow down. All right. Brittany wanted to critique our wife, so go ahead, Brittany.
No, I'm good with that. I'm saying it feels like a spectrum to me. So if you have a sex worker who's trying to sell a fantasy, like my friend who's a real life escort, like her customers don't want to know if she has a boyfriend. Like it would ruin the illusion while they're fucking her. So like, why would you know what I'm saying? There's an area which this makes sense, and then there's an area in which people take advantage. So I'm here to take out the toxicity, but I just feel like good people are being lumped in because it looks the same.
That's a fair point. But I believe there's Cherry and then Straight or Raid who wanted to say something. So Cherry, go first.
All I wanted to say was bruh. Thank you.
All right, appreciate that. Straight or Raid, what do you want to say?
And from UT to everyone else who doesn't realize, but just
Stop! Fix your microphone. Holy Christ! Fix your internet and your mic.
I think
Okay,
that a lot of that you guys agreed with each other like the whole time.
Yeah,
It was like-
I do agree that we're all talking about different bubbles that are overlapping. That's what's happening,
Yeah.
right? Because all this shit has to be happening at once.
Lav, you felt strongly about this thing, even though you think you were agreeing with us. What did you want to say on the topic of like it being partially exploitative?
Like everything that's already been said. I'm like very middle ground in which I think that parasociality has the potentiality for like a lot of harm, but I think that there are ways that you can mitigate it. I think that one of the ways, I had, before I started to love Brittany and be a Britcel, I had like that same criticism, and then I talked with her and I realized that it's probably actually super possible for some people to, you know, engage with it the way that she does. It's just scary that, you know, people can potentially engage with it poorly. But also I'm from the feminist position. I know, gag. Where, you know,
Don't gag
we
too
talk
much.
a
That's
lot about-
facial abuse. I'm so sorry.
We talk stop. We talk a lot about how, you know, sex work and stuff like this, like the parasociality can potentially affect men, but we don't often talk about how it can also affect like the woman on like the side, especially getting like so much attention constantly. And I
Yeah.
think that that's like a big part of like why it's so hard for people to quit and why it's so hard for me to quit and why I'm still posting like nudes on the internet. I don't know whether or not to separate my exhibitionism sexuality with it could just be that I started sex work really young and I like am sexually aroused by the idea of people like wanting me. Like I have no idea if that's maladaptive or if that's healthy for me. I'm trying to like figure out what that means, like what that looks like. It's potentially harmful for everyone. And then you also brought up how in social media it's sort of the same thing, like men liking these women and following these women just because they think they're attractive and then comparing real life women to them. And I think it's very similar for women who feel like they have to constantly perform and be an enigma rather than a person.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just on that first point, I think that addictiveness of being sought after online is true both on social media and here, and both true for men and for women. And so I think what you're describing is true for all groups, and it being addictive and being hard to quit, it makes a lot of sense, especially if it's profitable. It's even more difficult. So it makes sense that that you feel that loop to be constantly pulled back in, even if there's like negative aspects to it.
Yeah, and I don't think one is like potentially like even worse than the other. I think that I just come from the feminist standpoint because it means something to me. But I think that there absolutely should be people from the other side like advocating for, you know, against parasociality because of how it harms men. But I'm just taking the feminist route because that's my lane.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it.
I am.
True.
Ugh, guys, thanks for letting me jump on. I really got to get back to editing this podcast.
Thanks for derailing our entire conversation and completely
You're welcome.
shitting up everything.
And Steven, when are you gonna update? When are you gonna look at my OnlyFans again? I've really been updating my game over there. I've been it's peak good.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Okay, as long as it doesn't upset Lav, because I know she's like really against people against that stuff. So.
All right, guys. Talk to you all soon. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Well, now that she's
No,
left.
I think that Brittany engages in sex work in like a really healthy way, and I think that that's because she started when she was like fully knowledgeable of what happened or of what she was getting into. She was older. She came from a good home. Like I think that those are all things that you want, but she's also the exception to the rule, right? Like all my criticisms with sex work are mostly about like the pipeline and the potentiality for harm, which affects the majority of people who go into sex work. Just not one of them, which is fine.
Is it fine? That's impressive, giving only 50 votes in the Senate.
Yeah, I'm glad that
That's
she's
cool.
able to make it work for
He
her. I think
seems
that,
to be.
Are you a jealous
16
bitch about
Republican
it?
senators over on that infrastructure bill, which was impressive. Like a lot of people thought it couldn't be done, but he managed to do that. I think that his.
I don't know if it was that high, but I'm not gonna fact check
Okay,
it. But he
maybe
got
it
it
was
passed.
like 13. Okay, my bad.
I'm not gonna fact check
Okay,
it, but he
maybe
got
it
it
was
passed.
like 13. Okay, my bad. Jamie, pull up the fucking number on Wikipedia. Okay.
Jamie, what is it, Joe Rogan?
Yeah, I don't know if you. If you're gonna fucking fact check me on the exact number of
I'm
senators,
not
do you
just-
want names and addresses next,
Yes.
or like okay,
Lisa Murkowski
my bad.
and,
okay.
Joe Manchin.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
So he did a good job at that. I thought that he navigated the difficult coronavirus stuff as well as possible. I'm a big fan of like a lot of the stimulus and relief that went out. The United States did, I think, more than almost any other country in the world, except I think maybe Japan might have done per capita higher. But yeah, I think his toning down of the rhetoric, not like insulting people or being crazy, that presidential decorum is back, even if he might be a little bit senile. I think
Okay,
it's
by the way, did you vote for Obama?
The first time I voted for Ron Paul. That was back in 2008.
Yeah.
The second time I think I didn't vote because I was like, fuck politics.
Gotcha.
And then after that I voted for
So you were not an Obama guy.
I probably just was a little
Yes,
bit
you
disconnected.
were.
2012, I would have probably been like living in Poland or something. I just didn't care much about politics.
Gotcha.
Playing video games, streaming.
And then in 2016, you voted for Hillary.
Yes.
Okay, and then obviously you're not a Trump guy, and now Biden.
Mhm.
So, but I mean, you have to admit that inflation's kind of out of control. The
Yeah, but fuck,
consumer
what is
price
the
index is
war
out of
in
control.
Ukraine? All that
Gas
shit?
prices are out of control.
What the fuck does Biden do about that?
About what?
How does Biden control inflation and gas prices?
What do you mean? All the money that was printed, all the fucking the regulation that he's putting out there.
Well, when you say money that was printed,
Yeah,
should we have
granted,
just said,
granted,
like,
Trump printed a ton of money too.
Yeah,
I'm
Trump
not
did print a
defending.
ton of money.
This isn't. I'm a pro Biden. I'm
here's one of
anti-Trump.
the here's one of the frustrating things about this. Okay, is that people will get mad at Biden for printing money, but Biden had to print money. Okay, we were in the coronavirus pandemic. If we were going to do lockdowns, now maybe you're post lockdowns, whatever. But if we did do lockdowns, we needed things like the PPP. We needed things like expanded unemployment insurance. That had to happen, or we were going to fucking collapse as a country, and we didn't. The middle class saved more money. The total outlays were so low because so many services closed. Middle class saved an ungodly amount of money and generally made it through unscathed. And people that were collecting unemployment insurance made more money during some of the unemployment shit than they did working, which was generally good. Okay. But the second thing is that Trump, this motherfucker, not only did he have a massive booming economy, during that economy, the Federal Reserve didn't raise interest rates to put the brakes on anything. What the fuck? And he did a huge fucking tax cut bill, which was all done via deficit spending. Why the fuck does he get a pass on that? People are like, oh, Trump, he did tax cuts. Cool. He didn't cut any part of the budget of the government. And the Fed kept interest rates at fucking 0% for how fucking long. And now we're at a place where we need more wiggle room on inflation. And guess what happened under Trump? 20%, 20%, 20% market growth year after year after year, year over year over year. And now that Biden has to spend for the coronavirus pandemic, and now that we've got inflation, it's like, oh, well, what the fuck, Biden? What are you doing? It's like the economy should have been cooling off under Trump. Rates should have risen. But when they talked about it, when Powell talked about it, Trump was literally on Twitter like a fucking crybaby, talking about like, oh, I'm gonna fucking do this, fucking fire this guy, blah blah blah. He was so fucking sad, throwing a temper tantrum because people were talking about raising rates then to slow the economy. And he didn't do it. And then Trump did a massive tax cut, which would pump even more money in the economy. And like now it's Biden's fault. Like,
yeah,
what the fuck?
and believe me, I'm not a Trump apologist.
And this happens. By the way, this happens time after time after time. Obama comes in office off the heels of Bush fucking destroying the world economy with the whole housing crisis. It wasn't Bush's fault, to be fair. But like, yeah, there's this trend of like Democrat comes in office, has to clean up the fucking pieces of the Republican nightmare that was left there, and then somehow Republicans are always called fiscally responsible, despite the fact that they spend like crazy on overseas wars. They spend like crazy on tax cuts that aren't paired with budget cuts. Bush, like doubled the size of the Department of Education with no child left behind. Like, it's fuck Republicans. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
So okay, but Trump doesn't control Powell as far as raising the interest rates. So obviously, you see what's happening right now. They're raising it.
He did make us think about it on Twitter, but yeah.
Well, they made us think about everything on Twitter, bro.
He did.
That's not anything new for this part for the course.
That's not pro.
All right, so midterms are coming up right now.
True.
What do you think is going to happen in the midterms?
I don't know, man. I've
You
been
don't think
playing
it's
a
gonna
lot
be
of
a
video
bloodbath?
games, and I've been talking about fucking red pill shit.
You can't just fucking go down a fucking speech right there about politics. And when I ask you,
I haven't
hey,
followed the.
What are your importance?
Listen,
what are your opinion of what's happening right now
Nothing is
next
more
week?
boring to me than like, did you see what the poll said yesterday? Do you see what the poll said today? Do you see what the poll said tomorrow? like, dude, I don't give a fuck. I'm not like, I'll probably a week before I'll start going over candidates, looking at shit or whatever. But like, I don't need the fucking play-by-play every 2 fucking seconds, 5:38 updates, their fucking political forecast for the Senate. Okay, because every feeling you have 1 week later is going to be completely different. I don't need to be changing my opinions or my feelings. Like that's like some obsessive I'm treating like politics as a fucking hobby, and I've got like my fantasy sports team, and I'm stressing out every fucking week about it. Like, yeah,
I actually agree with you. The only what I want to know is, Melina, when Destiny was doing that little gyration thing, was that a turn on or no? It was not.
No.
It was not. Why? It's your man.
Somebody looks like.
You know why she doesn't like that? It's because the only time I make that face her is when I'm fucking her mom.
Shut up.
What? What the fuck? He takes one shot. He's jerking all over his mom, which is happening.
I make a lot of your mom jokes. That's what I'm saying.
About her mom.
A lot.
Yeah. Well, no,
And
hold on. Wait.
And
Wait.
my sisters.
Not her mom.
Yeah.
Our mom. Because we're married. That's my mother-in-law.
What does her mom think of these types of jokes?
Hopefully she doesn't watch any of them.
If she watches them, I don't know. You're gonna have to.
Oh no! If she saw any of them, she would have been in my DMs right now.
You're gonna have a Swedish mother.
For sure.
I mean, I hope that she watches my streams either. So.
Thank God. Thank God for you. All right. Last couple of things.
Oh God.
So you're giving Biden an A-.
You agreed on everything I just said, right? Fuck.
No, I'm just not going to fight you on this.
Okay,
but
that's
it's just, it's more about your opinion.
Okay.
Because you're.
Well,
I don't want to get. I don't want you to.
Facts, but yeah.
I don't want you to fucking jerk off all over me next thing. You know.
Okay.
I don't need all that.
Okay.
But you must agree. I'm going to give you a little bit of pushback.
Good.
You're talking to somebody that did not vote for Trump. Wink, wink. If you know what I'm saying.
You voted. Okay.
Okay. But he's not an A- president, bro. Are you trolling people by that? Maybe you want to give him a B. Maybe.
I'll give
him
a
B+.
if
Nonsensical
it helps
at best.
Okay, people are
D.
pointing to his speeches. Okay, I'm
That's
wondering
a
like,
D.
what is he getting done?
And he's only getting a
That's what I
D
care
because
about.
all the
You're
other
obsessed with
institutions
stuff.
cleaned
I'm
up his
obsessed
shit.
with the progress. Okay, that's what I'm looking at. Okay, if you wanted me to fucking rate him on his speech, okay,
Yes.
I'll give him a D. All right. Speaking abilities are not that great. Okay.
Thank you for being honest.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. But
Okay.
I will say that's a bigger hit to Trump than Biden, because if Biden is stumbling around as this senile, like mentally deficient old man, he's still accomplishing a million things more than Trump managed to get done, which was very little, if anything, during his 4 years. So.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to defend Trump here, but he did.
Yeah, no
do
Trump
some
defenders
stuff.
ever seem to want to defend Trump when I'm on their fucking show.
I didn't
That's
vote
really,
for Trump. I'm not
okay.
a Trump guy.
Okay,
That's
all
like
right.
that. I'm just being clear here.
Okay, yeah, you. all right.
But as someone that at least initially voted for Biden or supported Biden, or just because I wasn't a Trump guy, I'm not going to give that guy an A-, bro.
What are your inflation? I don't know what the fuck Biden's supposed to do about that. What has he done wrong? What could he do better? How
I'm
about
just
this?
comparing him to previous presidents.
Like
And
Trump?
Trump, but like, I think they're both fucking disasters. To be
Okay,
honest
what
with
could
you.
Biden have done better?
I just think the way that he's just not a leader. It's just it's
He
very
doesn't
clear
tweet enough for you, or what?
No, I'm glad he's not tweeting. It's very clear that that's not he. Like he came in as this like bipartisan guy. I'm old Joe. I'm gonna get shit done. I'm gonna work with them across
And
the aisle.
he has got
I feel
shit
like he's
done.
bending to the woke crowd, and he's gone sprinted left.
How is he bending to the woke crowd? What did he sprint to the left on?
Dude, there's so many things to talk
Okay,
about.
well, name one of them.
Well, okay, so like Karine Saint-Pierre, Jean-Pierre, like even Kamala, he's just nominating people because they check a box.
He nominated Kamala because
Not because Kamala's horrible, by the way. Not because she's smart, because she's intelligent, because she's brilliant. It's because she was a black female and she checked a box.
Sure,
he's playing that
That's
game.
how your VP nominations work. You check a box. You're from like a state that I need to win. You're somebody that covers a lot of the demographic that I miss.
You need
So,
to
for
win
instance,
California. You're going to win
Pence-
fucking California easily.
No,
Runaway.
he covered,
That's layup.
Well, part of the worry probably of the Biden administration is that like it's another really old white guy who's maybe not far left enough. And Kamala Harris covers a lot of ground there. She's young. She's black or Jamaican or whatever the fuck she is. She
think
was
of Indian
Sure,
descent.
she's like very progressive. Like
Yeah.
that's good, right? Kind of like Trump nominating Pence, who's like the exact opposite of Trump in every single way. He's a man who has a lot of moral integrity and good character, right? All the things
he
that Trump
needed
didn't
the
come-
Christian evangelical
Sure,
vote,
yeah,
where
or
Trump
anybody
lacks.
that had any moral
I'm
backbone
not gonna
whatsoever.
defend Trump on that.
That's
for
good.
sure.
I know you're not.
All right, last thing with this. So you've said in that same situation with Trump, with Biden, you seem to be a fan of the IRS. So you love the increase of the agents of the IRS. I think they brought like 80,000 new IRS agents in. You said it's awesome. How could you be against the IRS? It makes the government money. We need more IRS agents. That's how governments work. These are your words. It taxes citizens, and that's how we make money for them. All right, that's how you have to tax citizens to pay for the government. Cool. So with that being said, like, how much do you pay in taxes? Would you say?
Way too fucking much.
Way too much. So are you okay with paying more in taxes?
Here's my feelings. If you don't like the tax code, then we need to change the tax code, not the enforcement mechanism. If there's a law that you don't like, the solution isn't to get rid of police officers. The solution is to change the law. There's a lot of motherfuckers out there that cheat like motherfuckers on their taxes, and the IRS can't go after them. If you cheat on your taxes, fuck you, okay? I'm a public figure, and I get reported on every fucking thing that I do. Our immigration shit has to be above board. All of my business structure, my taxes have to be above board. So you have to have your shit above board too. So if you're doing some weird fucking shit, if you're 1099 people that you should W-2, if you've got like weird businesses that you're doing bad loans out of, that you know, the IRS should be able to cover you on that, and you should be called the fuck out if you're abusing the tax code. If you want the tax code to change it, but don't underfund the IRS to get rid of the enforcement mechanism. Change what's being enforced.
So I can appreciate what you're saying, especially if you're going after bad actors. Of course, if you're cheating on your taxes.
Are you about to talk to me about the Cash App and Venmo people? Is that where we're going with this?
No, I don't know. Is that what's that whole thing?
That they're going to be cracking down on people making $300 on Cash App was like the.
I don't know. That's minimal stuff. But
true.
Like you're making a lot of money now, right?
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, good for you. But part of the agenda, especially on the more progressive side, is higher taxation, right? Higher capital gains tax. Tax the rich. You're a rich guy now. At what point do you be like, well, I don't want to, like you said, you pay a lot of taxes. So how much is too much? Maybe you're paying,
I just came from fucking
37%.
California, and I'm pretty sure my effective tax was like 43 fucking % by the time I was done with my shit.
And that's why you left California, bro.
One of the reasons, okay?
Of
Here's
course.
the issue that I have, okay? I don't mind tax increases, but we need to pair it with like good spending, okay? I hate to say this, and I hate to say it even more in front of my fucking wife, okay? But European cities are so much better than American cities, and it's fucking embarrassing, okay? That even I remember I moved to Poland for 3 months in like 2012, okay? And I'm like an American, and Poland is what, like a third world country, horrible place, blah, blah, blah. Bro, I lived in Warsaw for 3 months, and I never felt like I needed a car ever. Public transit, running around the city.
I noticed that when we talked about the drinking stuff, I saw people in chat like, Melina doesn't drive. I'm like, no, I don't have to fucking drive. I'm from Europe.
You could you got all these places that are like, bro, I live in Miami in Little Havana. You know where I live, I guess.
Yes.
I can't walk to, or I can, but it's like a 20-minute walk to get anywhere.
I don't know why you moved there.
But I'm saying that I could live in any
You moved in the worst area of Miami.
You say that, but there are no worse areas.
You should have moved to downtown. You should have moved to South Beach.
Sure,
Everything's out your block.
And maybe will. But you shouldn't need to move to those areas to have like a fucking bus that picks you up.
Something.
That more than once every hour or whatever.
Listen,
okay?
You chose a bad place in Miami to live. If you chose any other, like for instance, I spent a lot of time in London. Okay? If I lived in the center of London, I would have all the access. But I lived in fucking outside of London, in the outskirts of Birmingham, I probably wouldn't have that.
Did you ever take the tube in London? You can get anywhere in London.
Yeah, you can just get anywhere super fast. What do you mean?
It's so easy. There's
the
whole subway.
American
There's
brain.
buses.
You weren't using the subway.
Well, I'm just saying, I was with my girlfriend at the time. She's British, so I don't know. I don't do anything.
Wait, did you not use the? Did you ever go on the subway?
Of course, the tube.
Yeah, you can go anywhere.
Yes.
How cool is that?
It's great.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Well,
but
you
America is not doing that at all.
To put it in a video game now, it's like fast travel points, except in your cities.
You could also do that in New York, though. You can also do
that in like New York and Boston.
New York City is the only place. Why the fuck
you can't do that in
Because in America we drive cars, in America we drive trucks, and we got nuts hanging from the back of the truck. Destiny, get some fucking nuts in the back of your truck, buddy.
Sucks. It pisses me off. So my issue is that like if I lived in a place like fucking Amsterdam or Stockholm or Paris or London or whatever, and I paid 45% taxes, then fuck it, I'll do it.
50% taxes. So how about this? Crazy idea.
Wait.
Crazy idea.
I live in California. I live in California.
Move to fucking Sweden with her then. Why are you in America?
Because then I'd be surrounded by fucking Europeans.
Exactly, bro.
Holy shit.
Exactly.
Okay?
So you're talking out of both sides of your fucking mouth.
You're not. Hold on. You're an American now because we're married. My lovely wife.
No,
okay?
you're Swedish now. Okay?
No,
you're married
absolutely fucking not.
My plan
okay?
is that we're gonna go to Sweden and we're gonna have a kid
she's got
over
a plan for you, buddy.
That's what we're gonna do.
Let me put it this way: if World War III happens, I'm fighting in the American team, not the fucking Swedish team. Okay? And if you fight on the Swedish team, you're gone. I'm signing the papers. Okay? You're out of here. Okay? You're out of here.
Relationship.
Okay? But yeah, no. I mean, like the problem in California that I have is that like I pay so much in taxes, and LA sucks. It's embarrassing.
Yes.
Like, and I don't mean this as anything. Like, God, we need to help homeless people. We need to do shit. How are there so many underpass homeless cities? It's unbelievable. Why are all the streets? I talk about driving my Focus RS. I kind of sound like, oh, I like my Focus RS. You want to know the real reason why I didn't buy a nicer car? Is because every time you come out of a fucking gas station, you're going into like fucking Death Valley. Like, it's horrible. The streets are fucked. The sidewalks are fucked. There are homeless people everywhere.
Yeah, but that's like because of super liberal progressive policies and high taxation, don't you think?
But why is it that in European cities with high taxation
and
and
not just
policies,
that, we don't have to. We get paid to go to school, and we don't have to pay like a fucking.
Why do they do it so well?
Listen,
we don't
I'm
have
not here to defend the shit on Europe, okay?
How come we don't have to like pay a shit ton if we get hurt or if we get sick or anything like that? If I get sick, I'm fucked.
Because you have socialized medicine there, of course.
We
You're paying 50%
don't have to pay
taxes.
for shit. Yeah, exactly. But we get something out of the taxes.
What do
That's
we
the
get for
difference.
our money in the United States?
What
Because we
is
pay
it
a
in
lot in
California?
healthcare.
California
Bro,
has the
you've
same
got
fucking
articles
shit.
written like, yo, if you get injured, as long as you're not going to bleed out within an hour, you're probably better off taking an Uber than an ambulance. That's fucking wild.
No doubt that
That's the most
our
fucked shit.
healthcare situation is a fucking disaster.
And the public
here.
transport.
But do you think
and
the
just
government's
everything.
going to help solve that here in America?
It has in every other. Okay, what's your entrepreneur background? What do you do? Wait,
I work in
you-
finance, insurance, actually.
Okay,
Yes.
I don't know if it's the same insurance. I bet it is, okay? But in the tech world, if you've got a problem that you need to solve, okay, the really good people innovate, but the best people copy, okay? If something works for somebody else, then you copy it, and then maybe you iterate on that. But you don't ever try to reinvent the wheel with every fucking thing you do, right? So when we as the United States look at every other fucking country of the world, and we see how they do education, we see how they do healthcare, we see how they do transportation, why do we have to be the odd one out on every single one of these issues? And they all suck in the United States.
So this sounds like you would support the Bernie Sanders plan.
I don't know what Bernie Sanders' plan is. Which one?
What are you talking about? He wants to socialize all the medicine here.
No,
and
we don't have to. It doesn't have to be socialized, but at the very least, there should be a public option.
Like it's kind of how like there's Medicare for all, but then there's like med
Yeah,
sup
like
plans.
in France and shit, they've got like multi-payer systems where if you want to pay a little bit more because you want the nurse that jerks you off or whatever, that's fine. Who
doesn't
but
want
for
that,
everybody
Destiny?
else, well, people in committed monogamous relationships aren't wanted open, okay? Like you should have the option of like going to the hospital and not having to like ruin your fucking life over it.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Last question because we do need to wrap up.
Okay.
You know, I think part of I'm enjoying this discussion, and there's a lot of things we agree with, a lot of things we disagree with, and I think that's sort of symbolic for most America. I think most Americans agree on 90% of things.
I agree. Most humans, I think, agree on like 90% of things. Yeah.
And I think the problem here in America, whether it's the media, whether it's politicians, that they drive divisiveness, they drive basically sensationalize any issue. Obviously, tribalism is a real thing. You know, speaking in echo chambers, depending on where you're getting your media. But 90% of the time, people agree. And there's this 10% that they drive a wedge between us and they focus on that. Like one of the things I always say is, you know, when I wear a fucking American flag or I wear red, white, and blue, I'm not on team red or team blue, all right, despite being a green pill guy. But I think, you know, conversations like this and discourse like this needs to be more like this needs to be more of a thing. I think it's not, there's not echo chambers. Like we don't agree on everything, but we're finding common ground. At the end of the day, we're going to take a shot and keep it moving. If she lets you take a shot again. So where I'm going with this is like, if you don't agree with somebody, you can't silence them. So we've seen that Trump's been silenced. We've seen Tate's been silenced. We've seen Kanye getting silenced. You've seen your boy Sneeko getting silenced. I think you've been banned from Twitch and even Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay. And these are big tech, leftist, global digital governments that are doing that to you. So like, how are you grappling with your progressive values, with freedom of speech? Like, you know, in my opinion, the left is screaming democracy, democracy. Like January 6th, they're trying to come for our democracy, and the right is kind of screaming freedom, freedom. Like you're taking away our freedoms, our freedom to say what we want to say, or whether we not need to have a vaccine or something like that.
Have you ever seen?
So
have you ever seen like
coming together with
TikTok
all
or
this?
like Reddit videos of people trying to take a picture of like 8 puppies? You ever seen any videos like this? It'll be like a time lapse thing of like they've got like one puppy here, they get another one, but every time they put another puppy, they're like running off or whatever, right?
Herding cats, I believe, is the term.
Democracy is like that, where we have to constantly put our puppies back and we can't let them run off, because when that happens, things get fucking insane. I am a progressive through and through. I believe in a lot of progressive ideals. I believe in things like racial equity, not just equality. I believe in things like remedying the issues between men and women, not just paying some more or not just seeing like 50-50 graduation rates or whatever, right? I think there are a lot of good conversations you can have there. But the problem is that when you start to axe off all of the disagreement, it's like I said earlier with my video game example. One of the most important lessons that I learned managing like a video game corporation when we're trying to decide which spaceships to build is anytime we want to build something, I just have to appoint one person on the other end saying, don't do it, and then tell me why. Chances are we're still going to do it, but it's so good to know the drawbacks of what you're doing and to stay reined in at least a little bit for what's actually fucking happening. And as progressives and conservatives, or MAGA Republicans especially, have gotten like driven off into their own corners, they are accelerating, okay? It's like the red shift of the universe. They are accelerating away from each other faster and faster to where like if you talk about a 15 an hour minimum wage, progressives will call that a slave wage. It's got to be 25 an hour. That's the floor. Or for MAGA Republicans, like you're not a true patriot if you don't acknowledge that the election was fucking stolen. And I think that a lot of these problems are coming from the fact that these people just don't even
even communicate with each other. We have like two separate
Yep.
realities in the United States that are being driven further
Not
and further
just in
apart
the United
because people
States.
refuse to talk to each other. Because people, like you said, they have this fundamental misunderstanding that Republicans think that Democrats want to destroy the country. Democrats think Republicans want to destroy the country. That's not true. Everybody wants to like be able to work a decent job, be able to like spend some time with their family and spend some time with their friends. And yeah, like
Well,
that's like more or less like what everybody wants. And we have to recognize
the reason is you think the other side is the enemy, and that's just not the case.
Yeah, they just
You might have
disagree with how they want to get
disagreements,
things done.
of course.
Even the people, believe it or not, even the people with the 4-year-old babies that they say are trans, they just want what's best for their kids. They're really fucking crazy. I acknowledge it,
Yeah.
but they're coming from a good place. And even on the right, the people that are Blue Lives Matter and black people need to work harder to build their careers,
Yeah.
even those people, or the people that are like, fuck social health care, they're saying it from a place of like, well, I think it'd be better if the government didn't control everything and we work on our own communities, right? Everybody's coming from a place of compassion, generally. Maybe not some of the media leaders, but the people are. And the sooner people recognize that, the sooner we can kind of like come back together and talk to each other and like,
get
even if we
stuff
don't agree,
through.
at least we can fucking work together, because that's
Yeah.
kind of the only way our system works.
I say this all the time. I would love for whoever the next president is, I would love for them to be the type of person who can get a 60% approval rating. Very hard to do in America today, but
I'm sure Biden will be there by the end of his
Buddy,
term.
you got
Absolutely.
nothing.
God, he's going to be there. I feel it.
I don't know
he
if
is.
you genuinely believe
I
that, or if
believe
you're
it.
trolling people.
He's there. He'll
but
get there. He'll get there.
You are
He's
fucking
doing as
out
well
of
as he
control,
can.
brother.
God. Biden's
But,
out
hey,
of control.
I
It's just
wish
so
you
good.
luck.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I hope we get there. Whoever it is. This has been fun. Read a couple final super chats. Let's wrap this thing up, and then we'll give our final message. Go ahead.
All right, I'm just gonna read this last one.
Go,
because
Nat,
He
go.
gave $100. Thanks,
Damn.
Lohan. We appreciate you. I
Appreciate.
think he actually commented yesterday as well, so shout out to you. But he said, "I'm 60, fit, wealthy, and I bone more in my 50s than all the other decades combined: DR, Colombia, and Brazil." Thanks, Lohan.
Shout out to the guys in Colombia.
Yeah. And that was the last chat for today.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yes.
So, this is what I call the happy ending part of the show, right? Where we have the opportunity to kind of say what you stand for and what you agree, what you disagree. You have a camera, you've got a bunch of people watching. Aspirational, all right? So speaking of the term aspirational, like I'm all about aspiring men to be better. Improve your status. When you improve your status, improve your network, improve your life, improve your wealth, improve your women, everything kind of happens from there. So I think Tate kind of has that perspective. I think Fresh and Fit have the perspective. I think Sneeko kind of has the perspective. I think the people you speak with have that perspective. What's your aspirational message? Like, what do you want people to take away from you? What do you want to be known for?
I think that where I'm at right now with my political messaging is just to acknowledge that like most people are coming from a good place. And when you talk to somebody, you can't start from the assumption that the other person is your enemy or they want what's worse for the country. Like you have to start from the idea that like everybody generally wants people to be happy. They're just coming at it from a different angle. And when you see people not as adversaries, but as like companions with far different beliefs than you, your ability to work with them and to build a better country for everybody will be dramatically improved.
I can appreciate that. I sat down with, you know who Daryl Davis is?
Yes.
You do know who he is?
Yeah.
Okay. So I did a fucking, this is the only interview I've probably done that's not as long as Daryl Davis, meaning like, I don't know, we're going 2.5 hours here, whatever we are. Daryl Davis was a 3-hour marathon, but it was so amazing. If you know, familiar who he is? He's a black man, black musician that sits down with KKK members and gets them to, he's the spark in their brain that gets them to basically disavow the KKK. And it's an amazing thing. But he basically said what you said, is that everybody has their opinions, everybody has their beliefs, how they got it, how they were indoctrinated. You know, that's not for you to judge, but that's the reality. But if you treat them with respect and you humanize them and not dehumanize them, and oh, you don't know shit, you're an idiot, name calling, you treat them with respect, you become the spark that basically it takes for them to kind of sort of realize what they need to do or realize what's wrong. So I fully agree with you is that if you treat people with respect, no matter how much you disagree, you can find common ground. And kind of what we said, that I think most people in the world agree on 90% of the things, but it's a 10% that you want to use to basically villainize and demonize and make the other person your enemy. So I appreciate what you're saying on that. Beyond politics, what do you want to be known for?
Beyond politics.
Yeah.
I lied earlier. I am going to go back to League of Legends, and I am going to play that game fucking 12 hours a day. And I am going to be good at it.
When you get home and you drive home with your beautiful 24-year-old Swedish wife, walk me through what's going to happen. Is there more likely that you guys are going to go upstairs to the bedroom and do your thing, or are you going to go play video games?
I've got a talk with an Australian philosophy professor scheduled at 8 o'clock.
So you have an hour to play video games or bang your hot wife.
Well, it's 7 o'clock right now. So
what do you pick, Destiny?
Oh, for
bang your wife or go bang out some video games?
Today?
Yes.
It'd be bang my wife. But if we've been fighting, it'll be playing video games.
Hey, you play your cards right, girl. You're gonna get banged out.
Listen, okay?
Melina.
Video games don't fight with you. They don't judge you. They're always there
That's
for
true.
you, okay? They
Melina,
don't
I'll
give
allow
shit
you.
about-
I'll allow you to do the same thing that we gave to Destiny. This is the happy ending. You have some final words. You got a very interesting relationship, but I appreciate you sitting down and being real.
been
And
fun.
you've got to deal with a handful over here,
She
but
does.
it seems like it's well worth it. What's your take on all this, Melina?
Take on the entire
Everything. What do you want people to take away
From
about
me,
you and your
um,
relationship with our guy Destiny here?
I don't know. I feel like I didn't really talk about anything that is like super important to me to talk about.
Melina, you called
like, I
him.
never really got the questions, but I mean, we talked about the relationship. I think people should try to find what is meaningful, what makes them feel happy. So not just like go do the thing that seems cool because this other person did it, or my parents tells me to date this person, or Andrew Tate is telling me to date this person and treat this person this way. I think you should try to like go like into yourself, try to get to know yourself, and try to find someone that you can share moments or small little things in life with. I think that's really important.
There you go. So with her, sometimes you
there
got to
you
pull
go.
it out.
Yeah.
You got to pull it out, but it's great. It's meaningful.
Yeah.
That's you're a gentleman, sir. Nat, you want to give us your final thoughts before we wrap up?
Final thoughts. I would have to say, kind of similar to actually Melina. I think finding more of a deeper meaning of what you are doing in life and in your choices, and even with what Destiny said about how he found some of his business advice through video games. Not always things may look the way it seems. So I think have conversations from a neutral perspective and understanding, and give a fair platform like we do here at Saucecast, a valuetainment for conversation, just to kind of stimulate your mind and kind of help you get clarity of what you want and know what's out there. So that's
I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to. I'm genuinely coming from a place of curiosity.
Right.
You're a weird dude, bro, but weird in a good way. You're smart. You're talented. You're opinionated. You're also a video gamer. You're also into chicks. You're also into guys. You're also politics. Somehow you think Biden's doing a fucking A+ job, A- job, A-. But I'm coming from a place of genuine curiosity because I think if you do that, you'll begin to understand. Like, for instance, the video game thing. I was pretty harsh on you with how I feel about video games, but you made me see that there actually are some advantages to video games. I mean, I'm not going to start playing video games anytime soon, but at least I understand some of the benefits of it rather than, they're all losers and they just nothing come of it. But I think that's what most people need to take from this, is that whoever you're sitting down with, whoever,
role,
whether
right?
they're
Like,
left, right, purple, green, whatever, come from a place of trying to understand, trying to empathize, put yourself in their shoes rather than judge, rather than, Destiny's on, I'm going to shit talk this guy today, get out of the show. I want to understand what's going on here. I want to understand what's going on here. And I think the audience actually won from just sitting here and listening to what happened today. With that being said, I think we're about to hit 100,000 subscribers.
94,000.
Would you fucking subscribe and show some love to what we're doing here? If you like what we got going on here, we appreciate you. We appreciate Destiny and Melina. I hope you go home and have a little fun. Don't play video games, bro. It's the weekend. Treat your girl right. I wish everybody a great weekend. It's Friday here in Miami, South Beach. We're going out tonight. If I see you out in the streets, come say hi.
Don't say hi.
Don't say hi. Till next time. We do this every Thursday, Friday on the Saucecast. We'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Save that money.
Bye.
Be honest.
I think to some degree I am really sad that sometimes I look at my life and I'm a little sad that I fell into what I fell into, and that's what I'm trying to avoid other young women falling into.
Honestly though, like, the unethical shit is just way more profitable. So if you're just talking about money, I would just do that shit.
Hey,
yeah, like the capitalist in me, because like Destiny and Dan have really inspired me in that regard. I would just tell you, man, little man, you know what I mean? If he can't figure his shit out, use him as much as you can. You know what I mean? Do nerd bait videos, nerd bait pictures, get your money, and
boyfriend me while I play Command and Conquer 4.
Yeah, or nerd me while my boyfriend watches. That shit will make cakes.
Oh, I've
Like,
seen some
white-
Pornhub fans will be like, "F***ing my biggest like donor or whatever, f***ing fans like episode 7 or whatever."
Facts, or like recent Muslim convert stills a whore or whatever. Like those are all really great titles.
No, I think to some degree like that's cool, right? Because that's the disconnect that we were talking about with like financial freedom versus like women's liberation. It's more important to me that women are not seen as sexual objects than it is for me to just be seen as like fuckable for everyone at the expense of my like autonomy and my personhood. Like it means way more to me that women are seen as like complex human beings than being able to like make a ton of money wearing like schoolgirl outfits.
Well, maybe you can make yourself complex in other medias and platforms, and then once you do the sex work stuff, just be completely one-dimensional and like a capitalistic whore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think that'll be my gig. But...
I'm not even. Hold on, I'm not even like trolling. I really don't like. If you just own that shit, you do it. Like, I'm even mad at you with millions on the line. I'll tell you to go do it.
I'd be mad at
you guys think that there's a difference between the type of sex work where you can do it on OnlyFans and generally do it in the comfort of your own home versus somebody who has to like walk the streets and kind of like
Wait, sorry, do I think there's a difference? Is that what you asked?
The only problem is that one enforces the other. So if you're making it societally appropriate for consent to be bought, that's like a social moray. Like that becomes like ingrained in our heads the same way that porn has become ingrained in our heads.
Wait. Why is that a bad thing? Because we buy consent all the time in regards to like most services that we get.
We don't buy sexual consent.
But I'm asking you why sexual consent.
There's a paper that all of this.
Name another job where you buy consent to the inside of your body, that could potentially create, a baby, an STD, potentially harm you, or a position where you're
but like
maybe
hold on,
to get raped or have violence committed against you. That's just like
we pay people. We pay people to take crazy risks all the time. I don't see why this one would be so drastically different.
Well, it's not drastically different in the sense where I'm like moralizing it because it's sex, but it just what it exists in the way that most prostitutes are raped and abused is unlike any other job. Like there's no other job that's even comparable. Like
there's sex work that happens in person that's not just prostitution. There's also stripping and dancing and all of that.
Sure, yeah, but I think even if you look globally at sex work that's done in person, like I believe the statistics show that most people are either coerced or forced into it, and a lot of people actually enter it from when they're underage. So I do think that there's like while I understand that there's like these unique problems with doing OnlyFans and things like that. I think also if we were to look at, I would say that the people who would voluntarily engage in OnlyFans in a healthy ways is going to be a small population. I'd say the people who can voluntarily and do it in a healthy way with like in-person sex work is going to be even smaller.
Yeah. And you guys think do you feel like the industry should disappear because there's a lot of exploitation?
It's hard to say because I've immersing myself in like, feminist theory and like sex work theory and like
it's my favorite word.
Like a year, and it's like nobody really knows. I mean, there's a lot of infighting in this where like there's the Nordic model where you want to like criminalize people buying it but make it sell it, and then there's other models where you just completely decriminalize it. Which I mean, and there's studies that you can pull from each thing where it like in each place it works differently. Sometimes abuse goes up, violence goes up, sometimes it goes down. It's impossible to know how that would even work in America.
That's so crazy. This one blew my mind. I was actually shocked when I read this. When they legalized sex work, I believe it was like in Amsterdam or some shit, what they found is like human trafficking spiked through the roof.
Yeah,
and so there's this idea.
Yeah.
So this idea that like if you legalize it makes it safe. But in reality, a lot of the models that have adopted a safer route have realized that other problems sprung from it, and like criminal organizations have still found a way to like inject themselves into it a lot.
Well, and to be clear, for the people that do that sex work, it does make it safer for them. Like when Backpages was deleted, a ton of women complained about that, like being
True.
Then there's also the factor of women who are coming from other areas who were doing it illegally, who now come into the areas where they can do it legally. And I think that can also count towards that number of like trafficking as well. But I would say that I mean right now from everything that I've read, it looks like while I am like I personally am like against the industry just because porn we know is like super exploitative and people have horrible things done to them on the spot in porn, and then even in-person sex work, we know that most of it's coerced or forced. I can be against the industry for those reasons, but still support the legalization and the regulation of it, because I think in an ideal world where everybody involved in sex work was consenting and was engaged in a healthy way, I think it would just be a really, really small amount of people.
Okay, hypothetical. Sorry, does anyone want to reply?
I feel like everybody is downplaying the fact that OnlyFans can be, yes, it can be safer than in-person sex work, but I think it's kind of toxic to be able to have access to your workplace like 24/7. I think there's benefits to like in-person sex work.
I mean, I don't think that's different.
You go there, you do it for a set amount of time, and then you go home.
There's benefits to both, because you're also, if you're in-person sex work, you're also like way more at risk to get killed and raped.
If you're in in-person sex work too.
Yeah, so it's like it's sort of one of those. What I think should happen, and this is in like the shorter scale, is I think that there should be a sex workers union. I think that you should be 21 to be able to do sex work. I think that you should get a license to be able to perform, sex work.
Wait, why 21
Yes,
specifically?
they have this in a lot of states where you have to have a dancer's license before you can even step on the stage in the club.
Wait,
would we change
why
the military
21
age?
Why 21? Why 21 versus 18?
Because they want the dancers drinking. That's like that's where they make
No.
the money.
I'm asking Lav. You said the union only 21-year-olds. Why can't we have the juicy 18-year-olds?
Jesus.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't think that at 18, fresh out of high school, you're able to make the decision with informed consent about what your life looks like after you are a sex worker.
I understand that, but I just think if you have the right to vote, I think you should be able to choose that decision. But if you feel like it's not the right age of consent, that's a different discussion. I feel like if you have the right to be an adult and you pay taxes. Okay, cool. So carry on then. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm not super like that's the age, right? Like I'm movable on the age. I just think that it shouldn't be 18.
Okay, got you. So carry on. You want to start a union before I cut you off? My bad.
Yeah, like I think that sex workers should unionize to keep themselves safe. But then other problems persist in that also, because then the government meddles in what you do with your body, and then the government becomes your pimp. But in the same way that like every other job, you have a pimp, right? Everyone has a boss. So they wouldn't be independent contractors anymore, which sucks.
Destiny is my boss.
Shut up.
True. Which sucks, but also if you're in a job that extremely dangerous, you cannot afford to not unionize and have access to healthcare and safety and things like that. It's just a really hard thing. It's a really hard thing. I mean, this is the oldest profession. Like, how do you get rid of it? Like, you can't.
Right.
And then also in a culture where it's so normalized to dehumanize women and see them as sexual objects, it's like, okay, how do we unlearn that? Like, it's hard. It's hard prescriptions to make.
As a higher income earner, I really appreciate sex work and their discretion, so I would not want it to go away either.
I don't think it's going anywhere. If anything, there's only been more avenues that it's
Hold
been
up, Destiny, did
commodified
you
to.
ask why?
I said Jesus Christ, but sure, why? Wait, why?
You know why. Why do you think high earners would want sex workers?
So they don't get baby trapped?
Or so they don't have to deal with the bullshit that you gotta deal with.
That's half the fun, though.
yeah. It's fun.
You're missing out on the experience, then.
Hey, it's fun till it's not. You feel me? So everything's fun till it's not. Until it's like some fucking actual media nonsense. So no, thank you.
Yeah. Honestly, true. Steven actually convinced me to close my relationship. So
cringe.
Very inspiring.
Don't worry, guys. If you're sad that Lav is off the market, she'll be back on in like 1 week. Don't worry, guys.
No.
Lav, what was the argument that convinced you to close it?
I won't. I don't. I think just seeing.
Oh, you're just gonna bring it up and you're not gonna say it.
Sounds like there's probably something personal that happened, but that's okay. We all have our.
Yeah,
things in life.
I think that the way that I've seen most people engage in open relationships is just like super toxic, and then I was realizing that I was overlooking a lot of toxicity in what my relationship had become, and I like really missed the like sanctity of monogamy and how beautiful and like how beautiful
Oh my
and how
God,
cool it
cringe.
felt to be with my partner who I love.
Yeah, and nobody's ever had a toxic monogamous relationship. True.
No.
Also, wait, how can you talk about like the sanctity of blah blah blah, and you're like fucking posting full-on nips online?
Because it's not the same thing. There's a
Oh
difference
my
between-
God,
Let me defend
cringe.
Lab, okay? Yeah, it's not the same. There's a
Cringe.
difference between Intimacy
No, and also-
making love to your
here's the thing,
partner,
here's-
and then also sharing emotional connections with people,
Yes.
and then
I'll
doing
put you on
OnlyFans.
blast.
Yes.
I'll put you on blast. I think that I
Who on
never-
blast? Me?
No, Steven.
Whoa, careful! I haven't even loaded my cannons yet, so careful with what you're saying. But go ahead.
The way,
watch yourself.
the way that you engage in an open relationship where you actively look for sexual partners feels so wrong to me. Like I like the idea of like, you know, meeting someone and you guys connect and you kind of like explore it was very like delicious to me. I was like, okay, this is like.
Did you
this
say
can be
delicious?
good. Yes.
That is crazy. Carry on.
You just called 18-year-olds delicious like 2 seconds ago.
No, I said they were juicy. Very different.
Oh, okay, that's so much better.
No,
Yeah.
And that's true, because if you think about life, they have more juice in them. Because they're literally younger.
Right.
Ah!
Anyway, that was very appealing to me, and then until it wasn't, which whatever, you know, you live, you learn.
That makes sense. It makes sense though why you would stop that if that was the way you engaged
But
before. This is
I-
like an incredibly toxic way to engage with relationships. That sounds like you're looking for trouble.
Well, I know, but I also think that, you know, all the attention that you don't spend with your partner, or you're not spending with your partner, right? So, like, when I'm trying to build like a life with, you know, my partner who eventually I want to have like a ton of kids with, and I want to, like, you know, be a stay-at-home mom, and I want to support him in his job and do all these things. I can't be doing all those things, doing what I feel is like my divine feminine purpose, while I'm fucking other men or thinking about fucking other men. Like, especially as a woman who gets like very deeply emotionally connected, I cannot worry about other men's mentals and fixing their lives the way I support my man. So it just seemed like it was like very confusing for me, and ultimately I just like couldn't. I
think that's
couldn't
super
get
fair.
Yes, Lav, tell them.
Well,
this
hold
is
on.
a common
None of that is
issue
congruent
that
with
women-
posting nudes online. But I mean, like, if that's your thought process, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know what
It
you're
has
talking about.
nothing to do with posting nudes.
But for a lot of women who do have aspirations of like becoming a mother, having children, having a family, there is something that is like really unresolved with having multiple partners and like fitting into society in that way, because it's absolutely not the norm. And I think
Which everything you just said applies to posting nudes as well. I don't know if you realize.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
No.
does.
Well,
It absolutely does.
No, Steven, you are probably correct, but I would like to just engage with the. I just want to
okay.
engage.
We were
with
engaging
the
with the
parent
cope right now. Okay.
No,
That's okay. That's
I
cool.
actually want to engage with Steven's
much
cope.
time-
I want to engage with, as somebody who buys and
other-
purchases a lot of nudes. Let me say, Steven, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. The difference
Yeah.
in terms of emotional labor, in terms of time labor, and what kind of investments you put into romantic relationships, trying to sleep with multiple people, is incomparable than something like posting nudes online.
True.
Where you're not only siphoning money back to the relationship, which can financially benefit the both of you, but also doesn't require the same amount of time investment.
It depends on how you engage with the extrasexual. It depends on how you engage with the extrasexual relationships. If you're just hooking up, with people, there is no emotional investment. There's none of that there. There could be more emotional investment in trying to DM people on your fucking OnlyFans or in like figuring out which pictures you want to post online than there could be with hooking up with somebody. It just depends on how you engage with it. But neither of these things are intrinsically like that much different than one another. And all the arguments about like sanctity of one partner and blah 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 blah, like any like normal conservative person would just say, oh yeah, the sanctity of saving your body for one person, of only showing your body to one person as well. It's the exact same arguments.
Hold on, Steven. It's the best friend argument. It's the best friend argument. You don't remember the best friend argument? Where it's like, yes, I could have a bunch of small friends, but having best friends require more time and commitment and more effort. And so if you're saying, I'm going to invest most of my time and effort and energy into one relationship, of course you're going to foster a much stronger bond than if you were to try to spend that time and energy with multiple people.
And
so it is
you're
completely different.
absolutely
And I will say that for most people, engaging in hookups or all these things is an emotional investment, especially.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with any of the things that you're saying, but it's retarded to say like I can't do open relationships because having to engage on this emotional level and blah blah blah. That's not an open relationship. You're talking about like some polyamorous shit at that point, right? You can hook up with people without all the emotional labor, any of that stuff.
No,
but if you're not able to do that, then it makes sense why you wouldn't do an open relationship. Of course, you never should have been doing it in the first place, right?
No,
Okay.
yeah,
And
sure.
I want to
Maybe, but
kind
I
of double
also-
down on Destiny's point here. I think that a lot of people look at sharing their body as like something as incredibly personal. And in a similar way that you're talking about sharing emotions and caring about other people's like mental states and stuff like that.
True.
Sure. Yeah, that's also true, but I also think that even like the time that goes into like courting someone to even fuck them is like
True.
time that I could.
You're
be
everything you're
spending-
saying is making everything you're saying is making stuff up. I don't know why you're talking.
What do you
mean?
There's listen, Lav, you don't have to court anybody. You can go on Tinder right now and you can be fucking somebody in 60 minutes. I don't know why I don't know what you're talking about right now.
But
You're
that's
like
not rewarding.
that's fine if it's not fine if
No,
it's not
because
rewarding.
I actually have something to say about this also because I think that the way that you engage with casual sex is very unhealthy for the average person.
That's great, but one, I'm not the average
He
person.
doesn't
Two,
prescribe it
I
to
don't.
the
Yeah,
average
two, I don't prescribe it to everybody. Three, I'm only calling you out because you're just making a bunch of retarded arguments and you attack my lifestyle. So if you're gonna attack my lifestyle, I'm gonna tell you that everything you're saying is fucking retarded because it obviously is.
Okay, great.
Okay.
She's not attacking your lifestyle. Go ahead, Lav.
I'm not.
She literally started off by saying like, I would show you shade, blah blah blah.
Steven, what works for you works for you. But when we're
Wait,
talking
why are you repeating that? No
generally,
shit, of course I know
talk
that.
about the majority, right? So when
Mhm.
you're going this hard for you, that's great. But we also have thousands of people watching us.
Wait, but you acknowledge
So
the majority
probably
can't
fall
work.
in
The
line-
majority can't work with your lifestyle either. You acknowledge that, right?
On some fronts.
No. On every front. The majority of people probably can't deal with like open relationships. That's fine. But the majority of people probably can't post their nudes on Twitter either.
I would agree with that.
You're also coping.
Wait, hold on. You can't even admit that. That's such an obvious gimme. That's such an obvious true statement.
Guys, okay,
She's already admitted that she herself struggles with
I want her
it.
to reply. I want her to reply. Lav, he made the idea that you accused him of having a lifestyle that most people can't live with, and then he counter-accused you of having a lifestyle that most people can't agree with in regards to posting your nudes online. What do you say to that?
I think that you're right, and I think that
Good.
Well, then we have no disagreements.
I think that fewer people, even fewer people, can handle your lifestyle than mine.
Yeah, that's probably true. But both our lifestyles are in the minority. But yeah, that's probably true.
We're in an insane niche. I think that most
Your niche is insane as well. We're both like 0.001.
No, I have dated so many men who have never given a fuck about me posting nudes. Have never given a fuck.
That doesn't make it.
Laugh. Let's hold on. Woo, woo. Oh, that's the reality check bell. What percentage of women do you think are posting their nudes on public platforms like Twitter?
Wait, Destiny, what do you think is stopping those women from doing it?
The answer is probably less than 1%, but I'll let you guess. What do you think is the percentage of women that post nudes on Twitter? My next question is gonna be, what do you think are the percentage of men that are okay with their women posting nudes on Twitter? Another hint, probably less than 1%.
Sure.
Don't wait, no. Don't say
not
sure.
in a
I need a
bikini,
yes
we're
or
talking
no.
about
Don't
pussy
say
out.
sure. I need a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, Lav. So you got to concede on the stuff that he's saying that's true to be seen as reasonable. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm serious.
Dan
You guys
Jr.
are doing a great job. This is really, really fruitful. I want to ask, so just to come back to the original point, I think Lav was trying to make the idea that for her, these kinds of things don't work because she thinks it's an unsustainable lifestyle for most people. You don't disagree with that idea, do you, Steve?
No, not at all.
Okay, so I think most of our arguments are pretty fine. I think Steven acknowledges that.
Well, I
this
only
is
had a
not-
problem because she started off with this, like, I think that you're crazy, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay, well.
Lav, do you think he's crazy?
No, but I think that he is. I find it very, and this is just my opinion, and I'm not a professional.
Here we
But
go.
I think that it is really hard for me to understand wanting to. This is also very personal. Fucking other people other than a partner feels extremely egoic to me.
That's fine.
These were things that you were supposed to think about
Wait, hold
before
on.
you opened your relationship.
Let her flesh it out. Let her flesh it out.
And when you're functioning like completely egoically, I find it very hard to make genuine connections with anyone around you because you're so self-focused. And that's just like not one of my values. And I don't think that that's a good value for like really anyone to have because I want to live in a society where people like care about each other and care about, and put self-sacrifice, in their value system, like stuff like that. So I don't know. I think
I want Destiny
Wait,
to
are we
respond
gonna
to that.
skip over the fact that a new word just dropped? What does egoically mean, Lav?
She means egotistical, but she's trying to find out a
Let's
smarter way to say it.
let it slide, okay?
Just making
Let it
sure.
slide,
No. No, egoic it's spiritual. Egoic is I got that from The Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah, egoic is on Google it says relating to the ego. So unless it means something else.
Well, in the book it means something different. There's a book, okay.
But okay.
Egotistical.
Yes.
So,
Let's not get caught up. What are you trying to say when you use the word?
Really quick. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to ask. That's it.
So egotistical has a very negative connotation in a way where, like, when you think of someone.
Yes.
Selfishness we don't care. Just explain what you were trying to say when you use the word. Just please explain it.
That's what I was
She
trying
is. She's trying to. Go for it.
Yeah. So when you use the word egotistical, it frames it in a way that like makes you look selfish. Whereas like when you use it like egoic, it's something that like feels more like a block than like a negative attribution that you have. It's very neutral. So like
So it's the same thing, but you're saying it just sounds better.
Yes.
No, it's
let's not hold on. We're getting caught up in the retardation. So basically, you're just trying to say that Destiny's engaging in relationships and sex selfishly and for self, and it blocks his ability to form relationships. Something like that. Am I summarizing it properly or no?
To form
Yeah, really weird when you do things that you want to do.
To form the deep human bond that I think that everyone should have.
Okay. God bless you. Okay, so Destiny, I want you to respond to that.
It's okay. If she has an opinion, that's fine. She can have her opinions about things. That's all good.
And I think that to some degree you'd agree with that, and I don't think that.
No, I wouldn't at all. I would say that your way of living is gross and codependent and makes me cringe like a motherfucker. But
Yeah, exactly.
I'm okay. But everybody can have their own ways of living. That's
Hold up, Destiny. You don't feel like the way that you engage in your sexual relationships is to some degree selfish?
Nope. But as long as nobody's gonna attack me and say that, I have no need to defend that. So I'm totally
Don't you
fine.
think that monogamy is way more selfish? You're literally asking another person to be completely devoted to you sexually and emotionally.
No, you're not asking them to. You're just it's self-sacrificial. It's not you sacrificing yourself like.
When I say asking, I mean like you're
Both people
mutually
are
agreeing.
asking. It's an agreement. To put it that way
I think
sounds
that-
one-sided.
I think that possession, I think that in the way that at least I engage with monogamy, especially now after having an open relationship, it's less that me and my fiance are like asking each other to be monogamous, but more so that we've made the choice, even with like any option that we have, rather than be possessive of each other, to just choose each other. Like it's not possession, it's just choice. And if I wanted, and if he wanted
Choice where if you made the other choice, the relationship would end immediately.
You were saying earlier that you're like actively
if he
deciding
wanted-
that you're not going
if
to
he
involve
wanted-
other people for the benefit of the relationship, even though you and your partner both have these impulses to have like additional relationships on the side.
I think that we had the impulses, but the reasons that we had the impulses were very like egoic. Like I wanted to feel like desired.
Egoic?
Like I like to feel desired, but feeling desired to me doesn't come over like emotionally connecting with my partner. So it seemed very frivolous.
Lav, can I ask what inspired you to try opening if you haven't like if you're just now like realizing why you don't like it? Do you explore first like physically before you do I guess thinking about it?
Well, I thought about it. We were thinking about it for years before we did it because he had been in open relationships before and I had never. But then I think the thing that ultimately made us open, and we only opened for like a few months completely. We were like monogamish and then we were open. But so we like made little steps. But I think what ultimately put me over was the fact that I had been doing sex work since I was 17. And so I lost my virginity at 17. So I had built my sexuality around it being bought, and I never got to be in the dating pool where it was like my own sexuality with my own autonomy. And it felt really important to me to experience that for the amount of time that I did.
Okay.
So you wanted to open because you felt like you were lacking a lived experience.
She wanted to try some new dick.
No, I didn't want to try some new dick. I wanted to know what it felt like to have.
To try some.
Did the fact that you were
Laugh. Oh my God. Stop.
Did the fact that you were engaged and getting married soon make you feel?
That was the most loud
urged
answer I've ever heard in my
to
life.
have this experience.
I'm sorry. I'm done.
What did you say?
Did the fact that you were engaged when you guys opened, maybe coming to get married soon, did that realization make you feel like, oh fuck, there's things I haven't experienced? Like, Like
Not
cold feet kind of?
Not oh fuck, because like I said, like my fiance was always really open about trying this, so it wasn't like oh fuck. It was just sort of like, yeah, I think I met someone and I was like, I think I would like to explore this actually, so maybe we should try it. And
it wasn't like
just
oh fuck, it was like oh shit.
Wait, did
No. It was literally like, oh fuck. Like they were.
No. I didn't mean to load it with that phrase, but so because you met an individual, you wanted to explore it. Not that you wanted to explore it and then sought out an individual.
Well, I'd realized that I got well, also I think that it was sort of maladaptive behavior in nature for me also, because I think that I have a partner who's like perfect. Like my
no
fiance
such thing.
is like, no.
He's
you
perfect
got
in his.
I'm hearing that codependence. It's coming out.
No,
He's perfect
never-
in his imperfections. I don't think you understand.
No, yeah.
On
true.
God,
No,
one ball is hanging lower than the other. There's something fucking wrong, okay?
No, sure. I mean, we've had our whatever, but he is so perfect for me, and so incredible. And I think that I came from a very chaotic home, so I'm very attracted to chaos. And so I think I start to vibrate when something is like too good.
Lab, would you say you have an addictive personality
No,
also?
I know what this
I'm
is.
sorry. She says she starts to vibrate when it feels really good.
Oh my god.
You almost have like a chaos brain.
I think what
do
I
you
have is
feel like you miss a toxic outcome in fights?
yes. And I love my partner too much to start like to unload that on him. So I've been like I have like a very like I guess narcissistic side to me, and that I don't want to display around my partner.
Right.
And then a side of me that I do like, I'm very nurturing, I'm very motherly, and I think I'm a great partner to Connor in a lot of ways. So
can I just ask, is it not normal for people once they go through a relationship, they go through the honeymoon phase and they fall in love, they start to settle into it, after a couple of years you start to maybe have some second doubts every now and then, just because of the fact that like as you settle into the normalcy of it, the excitement that you initially feel kind of fades off. So it's kind of natural for people around the 2 to 3 year mark to start considering open relationship briefly, and so it's very likely that's what she went through. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's
after a while, you
3
like,
to
if I'm gonna
5
be
and
with
the
her for
7
the
years.
rest of my life, can I just get a little bit pussy before we close down the doors? So it makes sense.
Yeah, I think this
But
happens
do you
3,
honestly
5,
think that
and
people
7.
are doing this?
I don't
But,
think. I think people think about it very, very often. I don't think people do it nearly as often.
Yeah, but they
I
keep
think
it to
there's
themselves, and
something
I
else
certainly
that
don't
goes
tell their
on here.
partner.
No, because like if every dude just came up to you and just been like, "Listen, man, I love you and shit, but like, I don't know, I want some side pussy just to find out, make sure, That's why oftentimes people, they get some strange and they never tell their partner,
But you sound like you're saying that like, oh, ladies in a relationship never have these.
Oh, no.
You just said like, oh, sometimes men
My
want
apologies.
stuff on the side.
My apologies. I think ladies also get these emotions.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
so I think, and this was going to be our original conversation, Lav, because I am super interested in people who decide to open. And from what you're telling me, I would be curious, for you, when you do fight with your partner, and maybe it doesn't feel as satisfying because it doesn't have that sort of toxicity attached to it, do you find that having those toxic exchanges, do you find that that's where maybe some passion is missing for you?
And no. So I think that I've realized that passion. I think that there's things that are like very fickle in life, and I think that like passion is like one of them. I think that passion is just distraction ultimately, and I'd like to live in like my own body and in the now and enjoy like the fruits of my relationship with my partner instead of being in pursuit of this like thing that, because
the hedonistic stuff.
You feel passion when you're like in fear mode. It's like fight or flight. And that's not what love doesn't feel like that. Like I think that
healthy love should not feel like that. But people who have been in toxic relationships, whether it's paternal or romantic, we do form a sort of like chaotic brain that misses it.
I think you
Carrie,
can
healthy love
absolutely
is an
you can
oxymoron.
absolutely form like passionate loving relationships that can still maintain passion. It doesn't always have to be unhealthy.
No, you absolutely can, but you have to learn how to do that.
I don't know. I would say that me and my fiance's relationship is actually very passionate. I don't think
I think that sometimes people,
redefine.
especially people who grow up, people who grow up in like chaotic homes, especially, I think start to conflate conflict and passion and think that they're synonymous. And I don't think that they're. What's very passionate to me is like when I'm having a panic attack and Connor knows exactly what to do. Like,
I mean, that sounds like conflict. Not gonna lie.
Sure, no, but that's like my own internal conflict, and then him coming.
Yeah, but that's still conflict.
Sure.
So that's just someone offering care to their partner.
Sure, but she's feeling internal conflict. Like she finds her internal conflict in him resoluting that like passionate. Someone else might find interpersonal conflict passionate as well, just because there's a heightened sense of emotion. I think both those cases can be made. So yeah.
I mean, I guess it's like turbulent, but I wouldn't say that that's like conflict. I think that's an example of like your partner coming to support you.
True.
I also think it's the opposite of conflict, because he like Connor will like come into the bath while I'm like vibrating. Sorry, I use vibrating.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Oh
while
god.
I'm having a panic attack, and he'll like do breath work with me. Which to me just feels like the ultimate embodiment of love, and that feels like very passionate to me.
Would you say your relationship is delicious?
Yes, I would.
It's juicy.
It's got juicy, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's.
No. She's not at the right age for juicy anymore. Wrap that shit.
Oh
up.
my god.
Yeah, she's an ancient woman. You know, she's 24.
She's not
like,
ancient. She's just not ancient. It's like, listen, it's like when you get the fruit just at the right time, that's when it's got the most amount of juice. A couple days after, it's still edible and good, but it's not as juicy. There's a difference.
Okay, so can I write you down?
Yeah, you're
as a
barely
Yee
edible,
poster,
Ab.
Abba?
What'd you say? What'd you want to say?
Can I write you down as a Yee poster?
A Yee poster? What's that?
It aligns with you. Just trust me.
Yo. I will say, Cherry, you're fascinating to me. You're the only person I know who can come into a call and call somebody like a flip-floppy bitch, and then afterwards do like almost counseling therapy for their relationship. That shit's crazy, bro.
Jesus Christ.
I'm super interested in this stuff. I'm usually not like as combative as I tend to be with Lav, but when we disagree, I get triggered.
I just never seen like go from like you whore, and then it's just like, so tell me about Connor.
Being egoic.
To be fair, I am mentally ill, Abba. I don't know if you've been keeping up.
What does that mean?
She has borderline, like the actual worst type of mental illness.
Yeah.
Shout out to borderline. All right.
So I can get triggered. I can go off, but I can usually be fine within like 30 minutes, an hour.
Not always.
Would you consider your borderline
Not
episodes
always.
like a fit of passion or just like mental health issues?
I don't know. I'm still exploring my mental illness and the cause of it.
Oh, joined. Oh shit! Did the one girl come? Oh, it's Kyla. Fuck.
That's what she said.
The crazy Australian girl.
Good one, Abba.
Nina.
What's up?
Who's straight or right?
She's the girl from the University of Texas. People thought she was smart initially, and then I took her on stream, and I absolutely fucking dismantled the fuck out of her. And now she's trying to regain her orbital status.
Can I just screech? Egoic's a word. Egoic's a word.
I googled it, Kyla.
No, my God!
What's a word? I can't hear anything. Wait, what did you say? Hello?
Hi.
What's a word?
I was egoic.
Egoic.
Very like every time Flav says it, people roll their eyes, and Aaron's been like, egoic. He's just making up words. It's just a real word. It's a good word for what she's describing.
No, I didn't say she was
Wait,
making
what
it
was
up.
the
I said
advantage of
word
using
is
the word
wrong.
egoic over egotistical?
Because they're very different in what they mean. Egotistical does have this negative connotation.
Yeah, but
whereas
she was
egoic is
describing
concerned with
She was
self.
describing egotistical. She literally, if you go back to the clip, she literally goes on to say the negativity of being egoic because it's selfish.
True.
Yeah, she just said, I'm just going to use the word egoic because it sounds nicer. It's the difference between saying torture versus enhanced interrogation mechanisms
part
or whatever.
of it. I think and I was using it in a self-sabotage way, and also
Okay, exactly.
And like a spiritual way.
Sure,
you said.
egotistical can be self-sabotaging. Sure.
I do want to say.
I used the word correctly. You could use them interchangeably, but I used the word completely correctly. Die.
That is the point of the word. If you can use it interchangeably with a word that means something different.
You can't. The point of egoic is that it shouldn't be used interchangeably with egotistical.
Then fuck you, Kyla.
Okay, that's how loud was using it.
Okay, that's fair. The problem is that that's fair. Maybe
The problem,
Lab is
it's
that
not
way.
a problem.
When
We were
first heard her
it was
describing it.
admitted, it was an accurate eye roll.
Kyla, can you turn on your camera and eye roll right
Shut
now?
up. Oh my god, stop. We're not doing
What? No,
misogyny.
I just asked her to eye roll. What's your problem?
I remember pretty distinctly Aaron saying people are just making up words.
She did
I
say that.
think
say that. I said that a new word just dropped, and then I asked Lab to explain the way that she's using it, and then she said that she's using it in place of egotistical because she said egotistical sounds mean. That's it.
Listen, to be fair, the word did not just drop. Erudite has complimented her on the use of this specific word before on stream.
Holy crap.
Nah, you know what? I'm triggered.
Really?
No, I'm triggered.
Yeah.
Destiny, why did you just immediately ascribe to me some desire to want to see her?
Because you did.
I wanted to see her eye roll. Do you not know the difference?
I don't believe you.
What is the difference?
See, this is a problem, Destiny. You're doing that Mr. Girl thing where you're ascribing to me an intentionality that I myself don't have. You actually just did it. Do you not see that?
I know what was going on
Well,
here.
what-
That's the
wait,
difference,
what
though.
is
I
the
actually know what you were thinking.
Here's the thing.
You're a little
I know what you
right
were
now,
thinking.
The reason
Listen
why...
how defensive you're getting. Abba, you're projecting your
No.
frustration with the
I
situation
think this is important.
onto
This is important.
me right now. Do you not realize what you're doing to yourself?
Okay, well, you're trying it. It's not working. I'm actually serious about this portion. I think it's interesting that I made a recommendation to her that you assumed inherently was based off of sex, when in reality, I really wanted her to eye roll because she came here in defense of a word and got mad at other people for eye rolling when actually the eye roll was justified. So me saying do it, you inherently assumed. So I can't even be in this space, right, and do these kinds of things without people inherently assuming it's some form of misogyny or some kind of creepy thing. I was just with Kyla on a live stream for a whole time. Like, who cares? It's not a big thing to me to see her on stream. So I need you to acknowledge that there are times where you may ascribe people misogyny when you're actually incorrect, and that your meter for misogyny is not nearly as good as you think it is.
The point of stopping the misogyny wasn't to stop when we intend to be misogynistic or not. It was to stop things that could be interpreted as misogynistic. And there are a lot of Coomers in my audience that objectify Kyla, and I think it's disgusting. So anytime somebody makes references, like Sneeko saying 50 million times to fucking Lav, turn on your cam, turn on your cam, turn on your cam, I try to stay away from those things, okay?
That's fair, and you can say it could
we
appear
know Abba wasn't
misogynistic.
meaning it that way. Hold on, we know Abba wasn't.
No,
meaning it
he
that way.
really thought I was meaning it that way. But he's
There's
not.
no
No. He's not thinking when he said it.
I
he's
don't
not
know if you
thinking-
mean it that way or not, but I know that chat will interpret
when
it
he
that
said
way.
it, when he said it, I know that he was thinking basically. He wasn't thinking like, oh, this appears inappropriate. He was thinking I was saying it in that sense.
He's saying that he's white knighting right now.
Are you saying no, Stephen? I'm doing exactly
I'm
what
saying-
you just
I am
did to me by
saying-
ascribing to you an intentionality that you.
Yeah,
actually
but the
did.
difference is I actually know what's going on in your mind, okay?
Okay, first of all, if Abba wants to objectify me, he's welcome to. It's fine with me.
Stop! No,
Second
it's
of all,
not welcome.
No, it's not. I would not do
Abba
that
wants
because
to. It is fine. It's not the end of the world. It's not.
It's the end of my world.
Yeah,
This is my world and it's ending.
Hold on. The difference
I
is that when
consent.
Nico was asking Lav about what she looked like, it was misogynistic because he was basically just trying to disrupt her flow of consciousness and her ideas and just be like, "What are you wearing? Put on your camera."
It was
Whereas, like,
way
Abba-
worse than that. It was way worse than that. Could you imagine if Lav had been saying to Sneeko, like, turn on that camera, baby boy, and had been, like, bugging him about it? I think everyone would rightfully see and how freaking creepy that was for him to be doing
absolutely.
Sure, I'm
and
just
that's
saying
what Abba
Abba
just did.
in this moment is totally different.
Hey, his request was narrow and
He was
tailored.
trying to get-
This is why they call him
Admirable.
Laba, okay? L.
Why don't you call me Schnabba afterwards? No, listen. I think Destiny, you thought I was being weird or creepy in some type of way. I don't think you were thinking about the audience, and I thought that was interesting.
Oh, well, you'd be wrong. Now you're doing what Max does. Now you're the one doing it by trying to ascribe my
Okay, but
inner
I
thought
want
when
you-
you
I
didn't
want you-
actually know.
Here's the thing. Here's the
miss
difference.
Matt.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference.
Uh-huh.
I want you to just answer honestly, and if you tell me that you didn't think that, then I'll acknowledge I was wrong and I'll let it go. So.
Well, fuck. Well, but now I'm incentivized. Honest to God?
I know you're
wait,
incentivized,
What
but
up?
I'm operating on
honest,
a-
no, no,
I'm operating
wait,
on
yeah.
trust.
Honest to
I'm operating
God,
on trust.
I didn't think you did. I'm just trying to avoid all mention of that because there have been several times in the stream when I've made comments and then I had to meet. I was like, fuck, I shouldn't have made that joke because even though I don't think I'm thinking misogynist thoughts, there are like times where I'll like gravitate towards like comments or whatever.
Okay, then I will concede to you that I was wrong, and I will trust your word for it that you didn't mean that, and that we're good.
Okay, can you apologize?
So what's an example of, of a
just
joke
kidding.
that you really regretted, Destiny?
I don't know, but there have been a couple that I think I made where it's like, that's probably not a good one. I don't
Oh, if
remember.
there's so many, I think you can think of one right now. Come on, if you have just like so many that you can think of where you were like, oh, that
There
went too
aren't
far.
so many because I'm not that misogynistic. There's probably comments Lab made about doing in like OnlyFans or posting nudes. And I'm like,
Oh,
yeah,
what is
do
that
it, babes.
pivot? We're not talking about Lab, we're talking about you and your, you know.
No, I'm talking about
misogyny.
comments I've made, and I
talk
think
about
Lab probably made a comment earlier about doing sex work or something or posting nudes, and I was like, yeah, base, do it or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I probably shouldn't say that. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't.
The issue is that you brand yourself when you're in a public sphere as being like, this is just what it is. Like,
No,
this is just how I am.
Darius joined my like a friend Discord, and I had said something like inflammatory, like,
Oh, no,
like
nigga,
this is what happened. People are like, people kept coming to me and were like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, dude, I've been on the internet for fucking 6 years. I'm definitely like emotional. Like, I'm not feeling great right now because the world's doing
My
whatever.
brain, dude, I can't. I actually can't.
I'm not by any means. I'm not gonna.
You were in the call. Do you want the actual context of what happened? This motherfucker went to the call right after the call with Destiny and Mr. Bill.
Turn up your game.
Darius.
Turn up your game to fight him.
Jesus Christ!
Pause
I had said
tactic.
something. I had said something like, if you're gonna kill yourself over internet drama, maybe you should, like, as a joke.
Ooh.
Jesus. Okay,
As a
let's.
joke. And this was in private. Obviously, I would not say I would not.
Doesn't matter.
Something like that. Maybe I would actually. I think it's kind of funny.
No. We'll talk about that
definitely-
statement
that's a-
coming from
that's a-
Lav. I don't care if it was in
just
private
real
or
quick.
public or
So what
to
I
the
like-
DNC. That's a big deal.
Well, I mean, the only time it would ever be hypocritical with Lav is if she actually killed herself, in which case it wouldn't really matter
True.
now, would it?
True.
So it's actually the
And
best
then
kind of
I deserved
hypocritical
it at that
statement.
point.
What
I don't know. Me
actually
just seeing
happened?
her cry over the fact that DGG's roasting her every day,
No!
and then she
Oh my
says
God,
that shit,
I'm gonna actually-
she's gonna have to
I'm
hold
gonna-
this
I'm gonna- I'm gonna-
big fat
I did
L.
not. Let me. First of all, I did not cry.
I saw
because people
tears.
were
Your eyes were
mean.
red. Your
I
cheeks were
cried
puffy. I've
at-
studied white people. You
But
were
crying's okay.
Frustration.
Crying's
That's
okay.
racist.
It was a frustration cry, and I
What do
fucking
people
sucked
expect,
those
though?
shits back in. I sucked them back in.
You
Can I
shouldn't
say
need to.
something
I mean,
really
Hey, listen.
quick?
I don't
I
care how
shouldn't even-
proficient
I
you are at
shouldn't cry.
sucking.
Fuck
That
you.
is
I'm gonna
still
cry if I
crying in
want
my
to.
eyes. That was.
Just really quick, I want to say that somebody filled me in on what happened when I was gone. I want to say that despite our differences, I hope Mr. G feels better and decides to re-enter the content creation sphere whenever he feels ready. So,
Wow.
I may never be friends with him again, but I still wish him the best.
Okay.
But he's not stopping making content.
That was a
right?
beautiful eulogy. Anybody
Well,
else?
if he stops, just remember how much of it is your fault, Stardust, for the heinous, disgusting campaign
Yeah.
that you launched against.
Okay, it was pretty heinous and it was pretty gross, to be fair. Okay, let's be real.
There's blood on your hands.
It was a
Started
really,
an hour,
it was a really,
and I
it
was
was dumb.
triggered.
It was a dumb move. It was a really dumb, fucked up move. And
okay.
I didn't intend for it to, but I didn't even think. I honestly, that's the issue, is that I didn't even think
That's
twice
right. A
about
few of
how
us
this
do
would
in this
come off.
space, so you're good. Don't
And
worry.
Stardust, we're all kind of grateful because now none of us are ever going to stretch on stream ever again. And so I think that's a good thing for the streaming experience.
Oh my
You know
God,
what? Actually, I'm gonna make a bold claim here. People say things about Lav and reinforcing misogyny, but I think Stardust, what you did and what Cherry did, I think reinforced more misogyny in this community than Lav's entire.
Okay, why? We're really gonna relitigate this. We're gonna do this.
How about we separate people's actions from their sex or gender? What about that?
Wow, what a radical concept that is.
I don't know. You called me a misogynist based off very little earlier.
Oh, that is true.
No,
I really,
no,
I
it
do
was
wanna
not
say-
based off
it was-
of little. It was not based off of little. You literally posted this in chat like a fucking day ago. You said wants to ban misogyny, brings on Lav the next day. Heck.
Facts. That's
You
base.
are
That's
a fucking
base.
misogynist. It's
No,
not.
that's not
I'm
misogyny.
trying to
That's not misogynistic.
No,
That's
no,
not
no, no.
misogynistic. It's not a
And
misogynistic.
I have
Hold
my
on,
bullet
that's
points.
not.
Hold on.
Lab, that's
I've
not a misogynistic claim.
Wait, that is misogynistic. Hold on,
No,
you can't.
it's not. No,
No.
what Steven said. Hold
No,
on,
Steven,
hold on,
I wanna
hold
present
on,
something.
hold on.
If it's
I'm
targeted
literally,
misogyny, does
I'm
that
not
count as
opening
misogyny?
what Destiny said. What Destiny said about like how you're not a great sample of woman to bring in front of men who already hate women is true and not misogynistic. It's just mean toward you.
Okay, hold up.
What the
First
fuck?
off,
Oh no!
Lav. Let me defend
No, that's-
what I said because I said it, and then afterwards you can rebut.
When you insult people, it's fractally infinitely complex and nuanced. But
grab it
when
and then
somebody
open it up.
insults
Okay.
you,
All
it's
right, I'd
fucking
appreciate it if
simple,
the
guys.
white women
Oh
would
my
stop.
God.
No,
I'm sorry.
No.
All right, here we go. White women
I'll
overshadowing
pay
the
my
black man.
reparations. I'll pay my reparations.
All right,
Abba, I
I'm gonna
give you
use
my
my privilege as a black
No,
person to
wait.
speak now.
Let me. Before I lose my
Look
train
what
of
you
thought.
did, Destiny's
because I
having.
will-
Let her finish. Let her talk. Why would you interrupt just to make a joke? Go, Lav, go. Sorry, go.
No, I actually do want to say something.
I want-
I made
she-
a statement.
You already said something.
Abba, hold on to it for a second. I don't want to lose my train of thought and my vigor. Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Hey,
ahead. Use your vigor.
Kyla, I think I've taken. Sorry.
All right. I'll just go.
I think
just Abba go.
Abba, can you just leave? Yeah, I just need you to leave. It's too much for us.
Kyla, I think I've taken your criticism really well. Are you open for me to maybe give you some criticism? The way that I said it could not be true.
You can't. You keep saying these things like it's obvious to everyone else, and it's like obviously I've taken your criticism so well.
I'll grant her. She's actually taken my criticism really well. I'll fully give it.
Okay, go ahead. Criticize her, please.
Okay, I guess I'll
Erudite,
just
she
ignore
needs criticism.
Abba? Okay.
Criticism.
No. Destiny, I'm not even joking. Okay, so when I said that, Destiny is going on this whole anti-misogyny arc where he's trying to bring on positive reinforcements of women to make coherent arguments and then basically show the audience that they're not all. What I'm trying to say is, the issue with Lav is not that she's a woman, therefore she's hated. She's just a hateable person. So bringing her on as an example to not think poorly of women when you're trying to go through this arc is just the worst example.
Big if true. Big if true.
It's not even that Lav is particularly hateable.
No, she is hateable. She is hateable.
No.
To the audience, she is hateable.
Stop. It's not even true. It's just that she entered a highly discerning space on a soapbox on a bunch of topics that were like not super well thought out because Lav is just learning about them. And this just happens to be the gauntlet on the internet. Like the Destiny space is just the gauntlet when it comes to these topics, social topics, political topics. And she came with 2 barrels fully loaded full of cheese, and everybody knew it was cheese but her. And then when people were bringing up counterexamples to some of her ideas, or I guess counter narratives, or some opposing ideas, or contradictions, perceived contradictions, Lav wanted to sort of default to saying, like, yeah, but nothing I said was really wrong, and these aren't contradictions. And it was just like a silly, sort of foolish way to do that. But she entered the Shark Tank, man. Like,
No, she didn't just stop. Everybody. She didn't just enter the Shark Tank. Okay, we need to stop this weird narrative. She came in with a harpoon. Turned out it was loaded full of cheese, like you said. She fired it. Then she said, "I don't know what the fuck I'm doing." And so people were like, "Okay, fine." And then she's like, "Actually, 95% of what I said was true."
That's what you
said. No. So let's be honest.
It's not even that.
Okay, so let's be honest. No. I want to finish. So let's just be honest. She is absolutely hateable. It has nothing to do with her being a woman. Like I said, she reminds me of Sneeko, but with a wig. And they're both very hateable people, and they're both very hated on the platform. So it's not about misogyny or anything like that. I'm just saying, if Destiny's trying to go through. No, I'm gonna finish because you always tell me to shut the fuck up and don't interrupt you. So I'm gonna tell you shut the fuck up.
Okay.
When Destiny goes through this arc where he says anti-misogyny and he wants to bring on positive reinforcements, Lav is the last person I would bring on to do and reinforce that. That was the point I was making.
I agree
now, if you see that's misogyny, that's your problem.
No, but
I would also say
that's such stupid. That's oh my god, that's so fucking.
And I would also say, as a matter of
that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
The reason you were reinforcing misogyny
being...
is because you were saying that you were preaching feminism and saying that the only reason anybody hates you or criticizes you is because you're a woman, and that's not true. It's because of your ideas and the half-baked nature of it. Because
her ideas are no. This is bullshit. Her ideas are actually pretty strong. Her fucking rhetoric is what's weak.
Same thing.
Yeah.
No, that's what he's referring to.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. First of all, I have not been debating for very fucking long. My ideas are very apt. I just don't have the fucking language or vocabulary.
That's not what you're working your way through.
Yeah. So out of the Steel Man that I read, what's your objection?
No, this is another Supreme. I haven't moved that much. I don't understand this narrative that I've moved much. I think that when I restarted,
because you're deferential in the second conversation. That's all it is. It's optics. It's rhetoric.
It's not even that. It's just how you handle yourself in public. And the fact of the matter is, you need to be able to not only have a good idea, but be able to explain it effectively and clearly.
Well, no. That's not the problem. The problem is a lack of a little bit of humility when discussing these topics, like for the very first time.
Right? Like that's literally the obligation of the the presenter is to explain it in a way that connects with the audience.
I think
that's on you.
What? I think I hadn't earned my smugness yet, but I will.
Okay.
Exactly.
And one of the things that Darius said, one of the things that Darius said was basically like, oh, it's a fucking revelation that you should treat other people the way that you should be treated. And basically, I think that's like one of the main things that's probably missing from the rhetoric is reciprocity. If somebody takes a massive shit on you, you go after them. But until they do that, you basically have to approach them with a level of good faith. Otherwise, the audience is going to fucking cannibalize.
Yes, I agree.
I'm referring to Madame Genevieve in this situation.
So just in a more productive light, Destiny, if you had to give advice to anybody who's about to join the space and engage in spicy political takes, what would be some advice you would give to them to not be instantly hated in this community, man or woman or other?
I think the most important thing is to know what you know and to know what you don't know. If you feign confidence over a topic, the audiences are big enough that you're always going to get sniffed out, and then it's going to be a fucking catastrophe. And then have some level of humility. But I mean, like, you don't have to do that. You just have to be willing to accept the consequences otherwise. So something that Lav says a lot is like, well, this is just the way that I am. And I think that's fine. I think it's funny. I like it. I like screaming at Lav. I like calling her a dumb bitch. And I like getting into fucking fights with her. That's fun for me. And I think to some extent, I think she enjoys going back and forth with some people. But the only issue is that if you're going to go back and forth in that way, you have to be ready for people to really hate you. Like, I'll do that, and I'll do that with people. But I know that if I do that, especially if I'm in another community, I know that people are going to be going fucking wild, hating on me. And that's just part of the deal. So just, if you want to act in a certain way, you can do it. Just be ready for the blowback. That's all I'm saying.
I also would say, just to speak to like Lavs, like genuinely being in this space, especially as a woman in like a very political debate sphere, like there is less wiggle room in, like, when women fuck up, I think it's a bigger failure. People get more angry. And so this isn't to say that Lav hasn't fucked up by any means, but there is kind of this like difficulty that women have navigating in the space that is like very real.
That's true, but I wouldn't even consider that anymore, because I think that
I don't know how true that is.
No, I think there's some truth to it, but as soon as you start considering it, you lose the ability to.
Come on.
What?
I think you just kind of have to accept it as part of like the deal, and also just kind of accept that you're going to get. I think you should accept that you're going to get a certain amount of hate, and I don't think you should even try to avoid it at a certain point.
Wait, I'm actually curious. So Supreme, I feel like you're going to disagree with the idea that women get hate on the basis of them being women. Why is that? And then ladies respond. In this community specifically. Okay, ladies, do you guys feel that way? Do you feel like DGG just hates you guys unfairly because you're women?
No, I think it's a little bit more difficult to analyze, because what's really going on is that like there's kind of this box that it seems like women can occupy within like the at least, I don't want to say the DGG space, because then it sounds like I'm blaming Destiny's community for this.
I've been brought back to like 30 times. I've been in a coma.
What's up, gentlemen?
Can I ask what you film for?
Yeah, so I do a bunch of different stuff. So I do like YouTube, Twitch, and I just post it. Yeah. I post stuff. That's how I make my money. Like, I just random stuff.
That's
I
cool.
like.
So what are you gonna do here?
So I'm gonna sit here. Whatever happens type.
Okay.
Just conversation. Like I'm not even.
People just watch. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I always just post. I mean, I don't have a following like you, but I have a little bit of a following.
Okay.
I just post stupid shit like that too. Like I just went out on the weekend and I did like a build an outfit with me.
Okay.
And I ended up getting roofied that night. So I was like, at the end of the video, I was like, actually, I got roofied, so this is the end of the video.
See, that's the shit that they want to hear about. You got roofied while going out.
Yeah.
Being a girl is different.
It really is. It really is.
Well, shit, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, it's me too. I have followers, I want to be honest.
You have come say hi then. Couple million on TikTok and a couple 100,000 on the other stuff. So I'm just like, I literally live stream. There's 400 people watching right now, and they're just chilling, chat. I come in here and do this every now and then. Actually, the second time I've done this. What's your name?
I'm Taylor.
Taylor. Okay.
Hey, this is a family-oriented restaurant. Shot of tequila. Shot of tequila.
I'll do a shot of tequila.
All right. Now, or do you want to wait?
No, I'll do it right now.
Shot of tequila.
That's a big fucking shot.
Cheers.
Cheers to, what are we cheersing to?
For a good day.
A good day.
Or to get shitty. Is there any more theirs?
Someone said double the content. Another shot, bro. All right, let's just warm up, get things going a little bit. Kayla said I could come here, bro. And I was like, I'm going to Hooters. She's like, okay. I come here for content, bro. Is Steven a Zinner? Am I a Zinner, bro? I own Zin. Not even a hashtag ad. I own Zins, bro. I own it. How are their personalities, though?
Take another drink?
No, I want to bust a myth, though.
What?
So, these people think Hooters girls don't have a personality.
Yeah. Okay, I have a personality. I've been brought back to like 3 times. I've been in a coma. I was married at 17. I build and race cars for a living.
What?
I have a personality.
You died 3 times?
Yeah, I was brought back to life.
How the fuck did you die? So you build race cars. That's actually really cool.
My last build was a Camaro. I got it at 18 right after I got out of the hospital, 2 months out of the hospital. I'm still walking in a walker because I broke both my legs. So I got it wrapped. I did all the work myself. Powder coated the car and everything myself.
Damn. Love in the chat. Oh, there you go. Okay, there you go. So you build race cars. Okay, now you were married at 17. I'm sure they want to hear about how that went down.
So, I mean, I was married at 17, but I got divorced 2 years ago. I'm 22 now. I was born, how do I say, I was raised Pentecostal, European Pentecostal, and that's like, European Pentecostal, like, girls get married very, very young, like 17, 18, very normal. The guy that I was married to is 10 years older than me.
Wow. So wait, are you from here?
No, I'm from Ukraine.
You're from Ukraine?
Yes,
wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
That is cool. See, she does have a personality. That's actually sweet. How old do you think I am? Oh, actually, you're looking at my freaking ID. Never mind.
I didn't look at how old you were.
Okay.
I was calculating it.
How old do I look?
You look really young, honestly. That's why I asked for the ID, because I was like, ain't no way. Ain't no way he's over 21.
I'm older than you.
You are?
Yeah.
Wow. Wait, so how old are you?
23.
I'm about to be 23.
When?
In November.
Okay. Is it okay if I ask how you got into that coma? Like what happened?
Yeah,
or should we not talk about that?
I mean, yeah.
You don't have to talk about
There's
it.
a whole news story about it. I'm on the news. This is it. The news story. You'll see, that's the car. They cut the whole car apart to get us out.
Like the jaws of life?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What happened was we were going 115 and crashed into this pickup truck, and he was at a dead stop crossing the road. And so it was like hitting a brick wall. I didn't have a seatbelt on. I was supposed to fly out the window, but instead I went under the dashboard. And the impact of the car accident was so bad that the engine moved inside the car and fell on top of me.
God, how are you still alive?
So what happened was the car accident happened. I'm under the car. I passed out because both my legs snapped in half. I broke my femur bone, which is the hardest bone to break in your body. Snapped in half. My wrist snapped in half. A couple of my ribs broke and my lungs collapsed. So they had to resuscitate me, put me on a helicopter, fly me to Sarasota Memorial, and then there they tried to put me into surgery, but as soon as they put me into surgery, my heart stopped. So they had to revive me and put me in a coma because they realized they can't do surgery until I'm healed. So they were just waiting for me to either die or wake up. So they didn't heal my legs or nothing. So I think I deleted the picture of me laying in the coma because I had my ex-husband holding my hand in the picture, and then he left me in the hospital.
Were you guys split up in the hospital?
No, he just left. His parents picked him up and he left. And then when they told him a month later that I woke up from the coma, he didn't come for like a week.
Damn. Can we get an L dude in the chat?
You came on B Squad night, bro. You ain't gonna get no TikToks on B Squad night.
What night is it?
B Squad, bro. It's the second string, bro. Your day's better, homie.
Oh fuck, bro.
There are 3 LCK teams left. There are no LPL teams left. Who is the best region in the world?
지금 상황에서 LCK팀만 3팀이 남았고요. LPL팀은 하나도 남지 않았습니다. 세계 최고 지역이 어디라고 생각하시나요?
저는 네, LCK라고 생각하고 그 중에서도 T1이 최고라고 생각합니다.
So Korea said. I think obviously LCK, and among the 3 teams, it's gotta be T1 being the best.
And frankly, that's the kind of confidence we look forward to ahead of the finals.
We do.
Here's one fun little piece of information. It appears Elon Musk has fired the director of software engineering at Twitter, who, with a team of researchers, found tweets posted by accounts from the political right receive more algorithmic amplification than the political left. What did we find? In 6 out of 7 countries, all but Germany, tweets posted by accounts from the political right receive more algorithmic amplification than the political left when studied as a group. Right-leaning news outlets, as defined by the independent organizations listed above, see greater algorithmic amplification on Twitter, which, by the way, is the exact same for Facebook and YouTube. That is precisely why it is not an accident. Whenever you watch like a Dr. Phil video, 3 videos down the line, you literally end up watching Ben Shapiro and then finally arrive at like some fucking Nazi. Okay? That's how this shit works. And they still cry about it. And this was the same back in like the Gamergate era. But again, they fucking cry about it so much that people think that it is genuinely the opposite of reality. Okay? It's the same exact bullshit. It's the same exact bullshit with like conservatives engaging and weaponizing and cancel culture all the fucking time. And then claiming that libs are the ones doing it. So many fucking so many people, including liberals themselves, have basically believed this lie that cancel culture is exclusively the method of the left. Right-leaning news outlets, as defined by independent organizations listed above, see a greater algorithmic amplification on Twitter compared to left-leaning news outlets. However, as highlighted in the paper, these third-party ratings make their own independent classifications. As such, the results of analysis may vary depending on which source is used. Tweets about political content from elected officials, regardless of party or whether the party is in power, do see algorithmic amplification when compared to political content on the reverse chronological timeline. But yeah, people are getting laid off in this, unceremonious fashion. Elon Musk is fucking complaining about it. Twitter has had a massive drop in revenue. Twitter has had a massive drop in revenue due to activist groups pressuring advertisers, even though nothing has changed with content moderation, and we did everything we could to appease the activists, he says. Which is bullshit. Extremely messed up. They're trying to destroy free speech in America. Even Hank Green is coming after his ass. You tweeted a conspiracy theory from a website less credible than the National Enquirer like 4 days ago. We all need to look inward as well as outward. And he said, and therefore Twitter should die. That's not the post. But of course, that's not what Hank Green was saying. But of course, dude, of course, he literally did the same thing that everyone on Twitter does, which is, you didn't say this thing, but guess what? I'm going to act like you said something you actually didn't say. Classic. America's had a massive dump in the economy due to the radical left pressuring local leaders for higher pay, even though nothing has changed under your favorite president doing everything he can make these radicals happy. Bigly messed up. They're trying to destroy America. Oh, it's not a real tweet from Trump. Fucking owned. Fucking owned. That's a fake tweet. Thank God Twitter is out here doing the most. I've never seen this much fact checking, by the way, surprisingly. I'm not going to lie. There have been so many fact checkings happening on Twitter recently. Also, there's a potential class action lawsuit as well.
Tinder notification
Twitter
prank on my girl.
I'm stupid. Why? Because you probably don't even know what that notification is. Like, you probably never heard it before. Thank you for being loyal.
Oh, I know what it is. It's the Tinder sound.
Oh.
I just knew that many girls wouldn't be swiping right for your ass.
Jesus.
Tinder notification prank on my girl.
Twitter was just sued in a proposed class action for conducting a mass layoff without the required 60-day notice. It looks like employees are getting their notices, and at least some will be paid until January 4th, says the attorney who sued Twitter under the WARN Act. I am pleased that Elon Musk learned something from the lawsuit we brought against him at Tesla. Elon Musk is now making an effort to comply with the law on advance notice for layoffs, the attorney who sued Twitter last night now says. But she says she'll be looking into concerns about how Twitter chose which workers to terminate and retaliation. No, dum-dum, you didn't read the other tweet. It was a comparison of how Elon wrote that tweet and something Trump wrote some time ago. No,
using
that wasn't a real
protection
tweet from
in
Trump.
all scenarios is so important, especially when I'm dealing with these super hairy dogs. This is Mozart the German Shepherd, and guys, when I tell you that I've literally gone home and coughed up a hairball before, it's no joke. And the amount of times where I've barbarically dug into my eyes because there's a hair like in the upper right corner of my eye, I swear it's always the upper right corner. My dog Raikou loves to swim in all the hair, and he just got a bath today. I pat Mozart down with the secret sauce to help loosen his undercoat. I did already use a de-shed shampoo and conditioner in the bathtub, but the whole point of that is so it loosens the hair so then I can use my tools to get it out. Mozart seems to really enjoy that too. But one thing he doesn't enjoy is his ears being cleaned. I feel like so many German Shepherds are just sensitive around their ears, so it's understandable. He is seriously the sweetest shepherd ever though, so I had to introduce him to Raikou. Hugs all around, and he's all done. Bye, Mozart! Using protection in all scenarios.
It got fact-checked. This is not a real Donald Trump tweet.
Is it not?
It's fake.
Oh, you don't say.
Trump never wrote that. He has said things similar to this, but it doesn't matter. He never wrote that as a tweet. I mean, it says parody right here. Chatter is proof that the fact check might be needed. Yeah. The fact checking and adding this level of like context to tweets is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't have an issue with that, especially if it's being applied evenly, because liberals deserve it. Leftists deserve it, and right-wingers definitely need it, okay? Definitely. So I don't have an issue with that. I think that's a decent thing overall. I just don't think that it'll be evenly applied.
Oh boy, Walmart. Such a American place, right? The giant, mega, huge store that seems to be absolutely everywhere. And it has just got its own culture, right? It is a crazy place. A lot of people, at least, well, I can speak for myself. I don't like going there. It's just weird. It's a weird environment. It's a weird place. It's too big, honestly. And from what I've heard, not personally, but from close friends I have known that have worked there, it's not good. Plus, I've heard stories in the news about some sketchy practices and lying to employees there. It's a shaky place, but they're really big. They're really rich. What do I know? Well, this is why Walmart failed in Germany. This is from a channel called Cheddar. It'll be linked in the description, so you can check them out and watch this uninterrupted. And this is a suggestion from email by Thomas. So thank you for that. Let's check it out.
In 1997, Walmart opened its first store in Germany. They had officially entered the largest retail market in Europe.
But
Wow.
9 years later, they sold their stores, packed their bags, and left the country. They had lost $1 billion. So how did the largest private employer in the world fail so badly?
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I bet they were all excited to enter into the biggest market in Europe, which I guess is Germany. And yeah, Walmart's really, really big here. Whether they're good or not, right? That's a matter of opinion. But they are big, I guess, if you look at numbers. But to fail there in 9 years is pretty hysterical, actually. Wow. But it's a totally different place, totally different culture, different market.
Walmart had become the most profitable retailer in the U.S. Their success spurred the company to start looking abroad, at the international market. And the expansion has been largely successful.
Really?
Walmart now has almost 12,000 stores in 27 countries.
Wow, I wasn't
In
aware of
Britain,
that.
They now own the second largest supermarket chain in the country, Asda. They're the largest private employer in Mexico and the third largest in Canada. But that success is not universal.
In 1997, Walmart purchased 2 German retail chains, Wertkauf and Interspar, totaling 95 stores.
It was a huge risk. Germany in the late 90s was a hostile market.
Restrictive shopping hours, regulated zoning, and high unemployment kept other companies away, according to analysts at Kurt Salman Associates Europe. Retail market growth rates averaged just 0.3% per year in the 90s.
Yikes.
It was also entering a market full of successful native discount retailers like Aldi and Lidl, which were stiff competition.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You asked me, hey, you want to go to Aldi today? Because we do have Aldis in the U.S. I'm sure most of you know. Yeah, if I want to go to Aldi or Walmart, I'm going to pick Aldi, man. Aldi's much more chill, much better size. Like I said, Walmarts are too big, man. Like the whole big store thing is really popular in America. And there's very, few times where maybe that's convenient, for getting a lot of things at once. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of that all the time. It's just too damn big. Aldi is a nice size. They have good stuff, and it's really chill, right? Walmart's kind of weird, so yeah.
By German law, these smaller stores could offer lower prices than big box stores like Walmart.
Right.
Soon after arriving in Germany, Walmart faced accusations that it was using short-term predatory pricing to try and put local shopkeepers out of business.
That's basically when, they sell stuff for a loss, right? So everyone's like, ooh, I want to go there. It's dirt cheap at Walmart. And basically outpricing local places that could not do that for long.
Regulators had to order
That's
Walmart
crazy.
to raise the price of basics, like milk, flour, and butter.
After that, their prices were too high in comparison to the competition, like Aldi, which ran small, bare-bones stores.
Yeah.
The discount retail sector was a lot larger in Germany than in other countries. It was about 40% of the supermarket business, which meant that groceries and daily goods tended to cost around 15% less than the European average.
On top of these financial obstacles, Walmart faced a different kind of problem, a cultural problem.
Yeah, I imagine.
The friendly Walmart practices, based on Southern hospitality,
Friendly,
were
yeah.
perceived by many to be fake and at odds with German culture.
Yeah.
German media reported that Walmart required its employees to start their shifts by engaging in synchronized calisthenics and group chants of Walmart, Walmart, Walmart.
What? That's really weird. I don't know if they do that here in the U.S. They probably do, honestly. I have no idea. I've never worked there. I have worked when I was young, of course. As a teenager, I worked at a couple grocery stores, not Walmart, Kroger, and then more of a local chain, only in the Midwest. Yeah, it was what it was, right? There wasn't the totally fake facade like Walmart puts on. There was no greeter, or we weren't forced to ask people all the time what they wanted. If they came up to us and asked where stuff was, that was basically it. And we certainly didn't do any group chants or anything like that. Everyone just clocked in, did their work, and clocked out, which I think that's all right, come on.
This was intended to build loyalty and morale.
Oh,
Walmart
okay.
also required its cashiers to flash smiles at patrons, which
Right.
a lot of customers thought was flirty and creepy.
That's also
Yeah.
how they felt about Walmart greeters. Pretty creepy.
Yes.
People found these things strange.
They
Germans
are.
just don't behave that way.
Well, there it is. I mean, that's probably, unfortunately, it's that kind of thing is more somewhat normal and I guess acceptable here in the United States. Obviously, it's a different culture. But keep in mind, a lot of Americans don't really like that. I don't really prefer that. I'd rather just ask if I need help. I'd rather find an employee and ask where something is or whatever. I would not want to be bombarded by people. And I found that most stores nowadays don't do that. I think it was more of a thing growing up, I guess. But yeah, certain stores like Walmart and maybe a couple others I can think of still kind of do the whole hey, can I help you with something? There's always someone on you and smiley and stuff trying to sell you something. It's just get away, man. Get away. And I know for a fact, I've read enough on the internet to know that Europeans probably really don't like that. So you can't just march into Germany and do that kind of system, right? That's not going to work. Shoppers are going to be really weirded out and pissed off, right?
Hans Martin Poschmann, the secretary of the Verdi Union, which represented 5,000 Walmart employees, told the New York Times.
Walmart also imposed restrictive measures on their employees, which they called an ethics code.
Walmart required its
Wow.
employees to report if coworkers broke any rules. And if they didn't comply, they could be fired. Walmart also
Wow.
prohibited sexual intimacy and flirting between coworkers,
Jeez.
according to the Financial Times Deutschland.
A German court eventually
Wow.
struck down this ethics code in 2005. By German standards, Walmart is also anti-union.
They
Jeez.
didn't understand.
So they got this whole crazy strict ethics code. That's like kind of wild, right? Jeez, Walmart. And plus, they didn't want unions either. Wow.
And that
They're
in
just
Germany,
like,
companies and unions are closely connected.
they're not making a good
They
name for
thought we were
themselves.
communists. Postman told the Times.
Wow.
It sounds like employees, associates, they're listened to. And without going through union.
Postman told the Times.
Wow.
Companies and unions are closely connected.
They're not making a good
They
name for
thought we were
themselves.
communists. Postman told the Times.
Wow.
It sounds like employees, associates, they're listened to. And without going through union politicians. Of course not. All unions work at is taking a cut out of my pay.
Unions strongly opposed the working culture in Walmart.
Walmart and German unions never established comfortable relations. All of these obstacles combined led to declining sales.
No shocker
Walmart's
there.
German stores had a profit margin of 1%
Oof.
compared to their British stores, which had a margin of 6 to 8%. Germany's
Right.
top 10 chains made up 30% of the market, but Walmart made up just 3% of the market.
Yikes.
Full-time staff in Germany.
Well, you take all that bad numbers and bad relationships, bad image. It's no wonder they failed so quick. I mean, they don't sound like they thought this through at all. This went pretty badly, I reckon.
demanded a 19% premium compared to UK workers on average,
Gotcha.
which drove up Walmart's operational costs as their sales declined.
So Walmart withdrew from the country in 2006, offloading 85 of its stores to its local rival, Metro.
Wow.
They had employed
Well, I don't doubt it.
11,000 people and generated $2 billion in 2005. But that represented just 4% of Walmart's international operations.
Wow.
It has become increasingly clear that in Germany's business environment, it would be difficult for us to obtain the scale and results we desire.
That's if that isn't corporate talk, if I've ever heard it. That is totally corporate talk. Like, come on, Walmart. Do better than that.
Michael Duke, vice chairman of Walmart stores, told the Times.
Yeah.
Walmart's dedication to their company culture ended up dooming them in Germany.
Wow.
The lesson? The locals are always right.
Yeah, good point. I mean, yeah, you enter a new market, a new continent, whatever. I mean, you got to do your homework, right? You got to do your research. Maybe you can expand and maybe you can really grow your company worldwide, but it takes some work, it takes some research, it takes some compromise, it takes respecting. It takes some respect. You got to respect where you're going. And you can't just march into, in this case, Germany and bring your big old American store and, hey, we're going to do this really exaggerated American way of doing things, and you're going to be okay with it. Like, no, the locals were not having it, and you know what? They spoke up. So, yeah, in closing, guys, I think these are always interesting. Walmart is just a weird place. I don't barely ever shop there myself. I only go there a couple times a year if like I really need something that, you know, only a couple places have, including them, and maybe they have a decent price on it. And then I go look for one or two things. That's it. And I don't enjoy it. You know, I really don't. You know what? If some people love shopping there, more power to you. It's just too weird.
Shut the fuck up, Brittany, you retard.
Yeah, wait,
It's
whoa!
just 3 people to 3v1 me, talking about some shit that I've been forced to talk about every single time I enter the stream to just have a
Gender dynamics of this whole thing is incredibly problematic. I'd appreciate that because
I don't know if the gender dynamics are problematic. It's just a bunch of motherfuckers fighting right now. I'm okay with that.
Destiny all of a sudden doesn't see gender. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. We're getting to that point. And look, I got a ton of women in here. We got 2v1, 3v1, dogpiling going on.
Oh, are you talking about politically provoked, Brittany?
Yeah, I think she does. She hate both guys.
Hate that
Yeah.
bitch. No.
Yeah, let's see if you actually hate or if you're just like flirty.
Let's see if we have that
get her
same
on.
lab
No,
energy.
get her on
Okay.
now.
Yep, we'll
Get her
see.
on now.
Yeah, right. You're gonna be soft as fuck. You're not gonna scream.
No,
You're not gonna say any name. Be like, well, I just don't want to talk to you. Yada yada.
I swear to God, if she comes on here, I will lay her shit out.
Well, we'll see.
Let's do it. Get her on. I can't fucking wait.
Why do you hate her so much? Actually, I'll
Dude,
hold
have
on.
you seen
Wait.
that shit? Have you seen the shit she's been tweeting at me for weeks now? It's obsessive.
What does she tweet?
Dude, just like a bunch of shit. She like said that I met my husband through OnlyFans.
Hey.
She's like bringing up that I'm like a
Oh,
whore
she didn't
every
answer.
day. And like she said that me putting like up my legs in my own streams was like a manipulative debate tactic.
It is.
Oh, it is.
It
You know-
absolutely
No,
is.
Yeah, 100%. You know what you're doing.
100%.
That
You
is
know what
true,
you're
though.
doing.
Yeah, that
You
is
guys are
true though.
so stupid. You guys are so dumb.
Okay, yeah, sure. Not really though. We know exactly what's happening. I mean,
It's
you
like
can deny it.
It's like the top of my knees. I just fucking sit like that.
Okay.
Relax. I think that men can handle some knees. I'm gonna go out on a limb there. On a limb.
Misspoke again.
On one might say a knee, a leg. I'm gonna kill myself. In a game. But no, Brittany's a fucking horrible bitch. Steven, didn't you have sex with Brittany?
Why?
Whoa!
Really? You know what? Here's what we need to know.
That is an unverified rumor. Whoa!
He did. You did.
Stop.
The fact that Lab has
We're not
said
talking
that
about
means
this. Stop. Nope, that's not how this works. That is not how this works.
Oh my god. Well, I believe it.
Nope.
Here we go, Brittany. So we were just talking with Lab, and she said that you're a fucking cunt. So what's going on?
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey,
Brittany.
Hey, Brittany. I'll start again. So we were just having a conversation with Lavloon here, who said that you'd been obsessively shit-talking her on Twitter for the last few months, and that you're being a and she wished that you would just fuck off, but can't take a hint.
True.
So I'll leave it there for you guys to continue the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. This girl is like off her rocker though. What is all this like?
I
shit?
am.
Like, how come you like are sitting there talking about? Oh, sex work is just so bad, so bad. By the way, this is how my vagina looks. This is how you clean it. It's so exploitive. By the way, hey daddy, Destiny. Like, what is wrong with you, dude? Like, what?
Oh, I love that you've been watching me. I really appreciate about you is how well you keep up with me. I know that your brain is very smooth. I know that your brain is very smooth, and you can't understand or separate women's sexuality from what's being bought and sold. But if you ever understood my actual points and criticisms about sex work, you would understand that none of them were about sexuality.
Tell me what they are.
I don't like the pipeline in which women are like almost forced into sex work because they think it's a viable option. I don't like how abusive it is. I don't like the referral program. No, go ahead, talk.
Yeah, I'm just asking you questions. Who's forcing anybody into it?
So, to some degree, like capitalism, to some degree, the homes being broken, right? The crumbling of the nuclear family, hookup culture to some extent, pornography and its impact on culture. Yeah, all of those things, and also
problems with this industry, but you're going to be in it anyways.
Yeah. So, do you not understand? Okay, think with your smooth brain for a second. I know that this is like a really hard topic for you to understand. I know that you're aging.
Really
I know it's hard.
to disagree.
Hey, no ageism, please.
Okay.
Hold on, Sherry.
Smooth
chill.
brain.
So do you not think that there's like levels to sex work? So do you think that like someone doing, let's say, like facial abuse porn or like incest porn is that I was gonna finish.
All right, go ahead.
Do you not think that doing something like incest porn or like rape porn is different
This
than
will be
me
good.
teaching a woman how to masturbate or doing a sex toy review?
How much of your audience do you think are women?
A lot of them. I can pull up the stats for you right now.
Really? You think that your audience is a bunch of women that really need your input on how to use a dildo?
Not how to use a dildo. I'm not doing stuff that's that easy.
Well, didn't you say that's what you did?
There's more sex toys than just dildos.
I mean, there's only 2 holes down there. Like, what kind of
but there's a
instructions are you
lot of
giving?
there's a lot of different sensations that you can get from different toys.
So basically, you started your OnlyFans. You didn't have an audience, I guess, and you built it up, got to a certain point, and you were doing all kinds of...
No, I had an audience before I started my
I'm still
OnlyFans.
talking. My turn. Okay, so you did all these dirty things. You do anything that they would want, and you got your audience. Then you got out of it, did this whole grift where
It's so degenerate.
sex work is so bad. You made it like what, 2 months, and then went right back to it. But now that you
What
got
was
it,
the grift?
hold on, I'm
What
still
was the grift?
You okay? Stop. So you got you got your audience, and you now you don't have to do as much as they are asking for because now you have a little bit of more leeway there. Is that where we are?
Do you actually want me to answer?
No, you can. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what's the grift? Like, what money did I make? What did I gain from the grift?
Dude, I don't think you know what you believe in on anything. You just say things to say them, and then
So that would make sense if I went back to OnlyFans and I was like, oh, I was completely wrong. I still have the exact same criticisms that I do of sex work.
So you go to OnlyFans. You're like a drug dealer, dude. That's what
Yeah,
So
I'm really loving the way that you can't engage with anything that I'm saying.
Well, that's what it kind of is. Like you're sitting there saying, like, you're a drug dealer that goes
my analytics
meetings
in
or
the chat, by the way.
AA meetings. Drugs are so bad, but here, let me like sell you some crack on the side.
Yeah, yeah, what I'm selling is crack. No, I think that I also know that there's not going to be as much of an audience for what I'm doing now. I was making upwards of like $10,000 to like $20,000 a month doing what I was doing on OnlyFans, and I'm making very little to what I'm doing now. But I feel happy about it because I feel like I'm teaching people, and I've been very upfront. I've been very upfront about what's going on my Patreon. I'm not doing anything posy. I'm not doing anything performative. I'm going to be doing things that are educational or
free on Twitter. Even better.
Hold on. Just to be fair, you don't think that what you're doing on Patreon is very much better. You still think it's a negative, and you're contributing to your own oppression.
No.
What?
Because I'm offering a service. I'm offering a service that is more than just the way that my body looks.
It's still
that dildo video coming up.
No,
very educational.
No,
it's not.
Lab, you've already said this. You've already
what
said
you
that
promised
you
it was a
think that you're
dildo
contributing
video.
to your oppression.
I thought 99.
No. So I've. Jesus Christ. I mean, do we have to loop again?
We like looping here.
Let me take a fucking breath. Okay, so my problem with sex work is that we are putting a price tag on a woman's body for the sake of her own sexuality.
You like that price tag, don't you?
Yes, of course. People like to make money. People like to make money.
Yeah, okay. You don't think you can make money without doing that?
I think I could.
But you just choose not to because you like it.
With what?
I like what I'm doing now. Yeah.
So what do you have against it then if you like it?
I don't
every
have
time
anything against what I'm doing now currently.
Well, I mean, you are in sex work currently. Just because you're not doing it on OnlyFans doesn't mean it's any different. You're doing it on Patreon or Twitter.
No, it is different because I've decided to leave OnlyFans because of the referral program and because of the way that they market to.
They were taking too much money from you. Is that why you left OnlyFans?
No.
No. So when she's talking about referral, it means that the creators, like the sex workers on OF, they would be incentivized to get other people to become sex workers by getting a percentage of their income for like the next, I think, 6 to 12 months. So she thinks it's like an MLM scam.
Oh my god, I can't with this. That's your big thing about OnlyFans is they
no, I actually just named 2 and then I got interrupted. But there's like more gripes that I have with OnlyFans.
What are they? Let's hear.
The parasociality, right?
To some extent the parasociality. I don't like the way that you can have like bots, talk to all these men for you. And I also don't like how it's marketed to be like easy for teens, and they're even like they have like master classes now on like how to grow your OnlyFans.
Okay, so you don't like that it is a business that a lot of women are getting into, and you think you're going to be the voice to stop that while you are literally doing it just on Patreon.
Yeah, so this is what I've said before, is that I don't think that sex work is like inherently bad. The idea of sex is
sure
not
you have
inherently
said that.
bad.
No, I'm pretty sure you actually have said that. It makes women
No, I
feel
actually
bad.
have never said that. You can go back 2 months ago from when I was talking to Steve. He literally asked me.
You say a lot of things and go back and forth, so it's hard to keep up sometimes. I'm sorry.
No, I don't.
You
That's
really,
a mischaracterization. People think that I've done that because I've
definitely heard you admit to saying you do that.
No, people think because I post myself naked that's me going back on the criticisms that I have of sex work.
It is. You cannot
No,
sit there.
it's not. Your brain just can't comprehend.
You can't do that. That's not a thing.
Yes, you can if you do it in another way.
I think what most people remember.
Cherry, you gotta let him go. Let him, Cherry. I love you. We gotta let it go because this is the Brit and Lav time. We just watch and encourage. That's it.
Of yours, by the way. I've been wanting to talk to you sometime.
I'm sure, but
wait, what's your problems with Dan?
I'm a hard cat to catch. Sorry, my pitter patter of.
Dan, you gotta let us go.
Just shut the fuck up. Just go, Lab. You were she is a bitch. Just go. What?
All right, go ahead, Lab.
Sorry, I was tuned out a little bit. But I also posted in Destiny's room what my analytics are for my biggest platform, which is TikTok, and that's actually a very high percentage of female viewers for someone who is a woman online. So
are they like born female?
Okay.
Jesus.
The
The bad arguments are coming. Ah, this is a brain rotten one.
Female, so they would have to be born female. But yeah, so that's a pretty high number. And listen, if you're a guy and you want to get off to me like having like doing like a how-to video on like how to shave your vagina effectively,
I need that. I need that video.
Dan, you're f***ing married and monogamous.
I need to know how to shave my vagina.
You need to chill, Dan. You are out of control right now.
You're married.
That is much better in the grand scheme of things than someone jacking it to like
What were you gonna say, Dan? Are we the same? You want to say that loud enough for your wife to hear the stream? We have the same type of relationship, Dan? Is that what you were gonna say?
I was just saying that I didn't know how to shave my vagina too. All right, that's information. I want all information to know. All right, listen, I can boil this all down. Okay, so Lab, Brittany, from what I've heard so far, just thinks that you're a fucking real snake in the grass. You know, someone who likes to shit talk all these OnlyFans workers, get all the praise from yes, queen, and then you go off there and your coochie's on the internet.
Now lay out!
At the end of it. You're like, JK. And then you seem to think that it's not the same. So let's just get back to that argument here and see who's being like kind of dishonest and who, you know, is not using all of their brains. So I'll let, you know, Brittany, you go ahead.
Well, no, I think you said it pretty well. I also think it's just weird how you're just posting it all over Twitter. Like, you know, there's like children on Twitter too, right?
Yeah, so I have a not safe for work account. You can actually make it so that your account.
That's gonna make them want to do it more. What are you talking about?
Okay, well then that's not my problem.
Some satanic freaking naked bitch on my internet. Like, yeah, okay.
Wow. Satanic.
Yeah, I'm not
naked
anyone's
bitch.
You have like satanic tattoos on you. What are you talking about? You're not satanic.
I didn't say that I wasn't satanic. I'll bite the bullet. I'm satanic, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but my account, there's like a filter in which you can make it so that like rhythmically you're like only adult.
Cool.
Which is good. I'm glad that Twitter does that. But have you heard of Zoe Ligon?
No.
So I really look up to Zoe Ligon. She's a sexual educator. She has like a book out. She's like a journalist. And a creative, and she has like an OnlyFans where she like will, you know, use toys and give like reviews and stuff, and all of it is very like female empowerment, sexuality empowerment, and that's like very beautiful. It's like to me the antithesis of all the gripes that I have with sex work, in which like women are being funneled into the industry not knowing what they're getting into, sexualizing and objectifying themselves because it gives them more money. There's like you know, obviously we've all been on Twitter, we've seen like the basically like lolly accounts of like the girls in like, you know, little dresses like face themselves in the shower, which I think is really degrading.
Do you think that porn should be allowed on Twitter?
What?
Do you think porn should be allowed on Twitter?
Yeah, softcore porn, sure.
Softcore? What?
What do you consider softcore?
Well, I think that there should just probably be more like age restrictions.
How do you think that they're going to be able to enforce that?
By making
$8 a month.
Like have to pay for Twitter.
$8 a month.
That's gonna
Dead the man.
No, I think that you have to be 18 to put a card down. Like you have to have a card to put a card down.
They can't use their parents' cards?
Well then, if you don't know that your child is using your card, I think that you should lay off the bottle for a second and maybe check out your kids, see what they're doing. Look at your finances.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sure.
See why you're getting billed every month for porn.
Where did all my recyclers
Did mom do that with you?
Did my mom do what with me?
Was she like the kind of parent you're talking about?
Absolutely. That's why I went into sex work.
She was the kind of parent you're saying that they should be. So you
No, she was the bad one. I had unbridled access to the internet. Too young.
Do you
Can
think
Can I real quick? I just want to interject here. I think it was Chud Logic once said that he thought it was insulting that sex workers was being used for people who do OnlyFans and Patreon and that stuff, and it should be reserved for prostitutes. How do you two feel about that?
I think that sex work is like a really gray area, like a really big bubble term for like a bunch of things. I think that even like a booby streamer could technically be a sex worker.
Boobies.
Or a
How do you feel,
surrogate,
Brittany?
like a surrogate mother.
Do you feel like a sex worker should be something tied to like a prostitute or someone that's doing real life thing, or are you okay with the interpretation that Lav has?
No, I don't think any of it should be allowed.
No, not
Wait,
that it's
what?
allowed.
Wait, hold on. You think all porn should be banned?
Yeah, I'm going towards that. At least like not for free. And
Oh my God. Your brain on Groiper.
Yeah, my brain on Groiper. It's kind of helped. You should try it.
I don't think I will. Thank you. No,
What?
I don't think I will do that.
Wait, why are we banning all the porn?
Shh, Destiny.
You'll still have Brittany. Don't worry.
Britt has a real big problem with seeing dicks on her Twitter timeline.
Well,
She's not a
especially if
fan.
you're on a woman. Yeah, I do. Okay.
Okay, you're getting a little transphobic, Britt.
That will mess up your head. Okay. It will. But we don't have to talk about that right now because we're on live.
Damn, you're anti-porn.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not like a hard stance on it, but I do see the problems it's causing.
Cringe. Wait, real quick. Can somebody please tell me what I put all my recyclers? I don't understand how I lost like 10 of them. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh.
I'm not talking about Grace. Go ahead.
Anyway, so I don't know what my grift was. I don't know where I've changed. If you can pinpoint, because you love to throw that in my face, like I flip-flopped so much. I'd love for you to tell me even one thing I've flip-flopped on and not just like a repeat, like a talking point that you don't know what you're saying.
You're supposed to be offline until like the 3rd or something. You've been like going at it.
Oh!
It's
Steve, you
not
don't do it when I do it.
Is it?
Is this your biggest gripe with me? This is
No,
your gotcha?
no, it's not. But I mean, it just how you literally admitted that you will say something and then change your mind like the next day. You
Oh
can't.
my
like,
God, what an inhuman experience!
You sit here
What
and
an
take
inhuman experience to say you're gonna leave the internet and then be too addicted to it to leave.
Get the hell out.
Wow, big is true.
Shh, it's okay. We're gonna get through this. All right. We got this.
Someday.
All right. Oh, okay. Okay, so you will sit there and take these like hardline stances and you keep like pushing, but while also saying like, oh, you're also trying to learn, you're doing this, but you have been like pushing a lot of very like hard stances on every single topic, and it doesn't seem like you know what your stances are yet. It doesn't seem like you know what your stances are, and I don't think that
go ahead.
I think you should be sitting there and maybe taking things in and learning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you are the one trying to push whatever it is you're trying to push. And you,
Okay, I love that you've also been on the Reddit. I love that you've also been on the Reddit reading your little heart out. I'd like for you to tell me in your own words which one of these takes.
It's okay. You should not be the voice of anti-porn, anti-sex industry while you're sitting there with your legs spread open all over the internet. And
I think that makes me the perfect person actually, because I'm a fabulous middle
You
ground.
cannot separate yourself from the freaking porn. You do it here. Like, you understand this is a very male-dominated space. You don't have to do much to get the attention you clearly crave. You don't have to have your legs spread eagle all constantly and losing a freaking argument and try to force your way out of it. You don't have to do that. You can just be a normal person and freaking try to actually go on whatever arguments you're trying to push.
This is like female Darius. This is crazy. Okay, going back to what you said earlier, I would like you in your own words to tell me what hard position I've taken that I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't pay attention to every single thing you say. I just know that you change your position constantly.
Like what? Like what? Like what position has what position have you changed?
I don't follow you as
you said you don't have a problem with sex work now, and that's not true.
It's not that I do have problems. I have big criticisms of sex work, but I don't think it's intrinsic to sex work. I think that it's the way that we engage with sex work. I think it's the culture surrounding sex work. And I think that there are ways that you can increase benefit and mitigate harm. I've said this from almost the beginning.
I remember exactly what you said. And I remember you saying that you still think that your Patreon is you contributing to your oppression. But for some reason today, you're not saying that.
Because I think it's so little that it's not worth mentioning, especially if you're trying to catch me in this, if you're trying to get a gotcha
it's
moment.
not catching. It's wanting to engage with you on the topic, but then figuring out my second step into the topic, you've already changed your mind. So it's like whiplash.
It's not. No, it's not that I've changed my mind. I think to some extent, any woman on the. I think that wearing makeup does the same fucking thing. I'm gonna keep wearing makeup. There are little things that how we can contribute, and there are big things. What you need to do, and I've said this from the beginning, is you need to mitigate harm and increase benefit.
Okay, and I understand. I don't have a problem with you doing Patreon. Okay. I think you're saying that you feel like it's still.
You tried to get me.
No, don't think that I'm getting you. I haven't even gotten to a point yet. I haven't gotten to a point. You're assuming that I'm putting you to a gotcha moment.
Okay, go ahead.
So for Patreon, if you are still viewing it as sex work, that is a negative, that is doing the opposite of helping women's empowerment, right? Like, do you still feel that way?
One more time. Sorry. What did you say?
Your engagement with Patreon, your version of sex work, while you are making changes, it's not better, and you still find it to be contributing to your oppression and not productive for women's empowerment, women's liberation, right?
I don't like the way that you said my oppression, because I'm certainly in like an incredibly privileged position from where I am. I'm not oppressed in the slightest, and I don't like
just women.
I don't like the way that you consistently paint me as that I am the victim of, and that's why I want.
I'm just using your words.
You say that before.
If you want different words, use different words.
So I'm correcting you. So it's not me.
No, correct your old self.
No, I'm correcting you, because this is what I've said since the beginning. And what I will say also is that women's liberation, I think that we see women's empowerment and women's liberation very differently, or at least we do in the feminist lens. And I think that women's empowerment probably means what we think it means for like men, which is like financial freedom and independence, which is fine. That's great and good. But when we are in a position,
we're talking about the individual versus the movement as a whole. I don't think we need to use so many words to explain that, right?
Sure. So what are you asking?
That your engagement with Patreon, while it might put money in your pocket, you would say is a harm to women's empowerment.
I think that you can do everything. I think that, listen.
I mean, you tell me.
Okay, so I'm not, so there are many different angles that come at this, right? Because on one hand, yes. So I'm telling you. So one part of me has like a very flamboyant sexuality, and I'm very proud of my body. I'm very proud of being a woman. It feels very spiritual to me. I like people to see me naked. And I like that, right? But it's hard to separate that from then posting it online and what it becomes away from me. So I can post something and be like,
don't have any anti-porn stance if you feel like that. That's all. Have some consistency.
That's not true. Shut the fuck up, Brittany, you retard.
No, it is. There's no need to call her a retard. She hasn't.
Okay, so listen. Once I put it online, what becomes, and I do have a very rich viewership of women who watch me and are very inspired by my own sexuality.
You are an inspiration to all women. Okay, got it.
That's not what I said. Thank you, though. So I'm posting, things for them, like about, I feel very, my curves feel very spiritual to me. To have like a womb in between my hips is very spiritual to me. So I'll post the shape of my body. And so I know that some women will see that and be like, oh, wow, this is so beautiful. I love this, and appreciate the art in it, and appreciate, like the female form. And then there are other people who are gonna be like, oh my God, this is a fucking woman. I'm going to jack off to this. I'm going to do a cum tribute. And I can't decide. I can't decide what someone does with that. But what I can do is increase benefit and reduce harm. So there are certain ways that I will not engage with the internet. I will never post a photo.
Did anybody go back in the VOD and find out where my recycling facilities went? I don't understand how I lost all of them. Where did they go?
Eagle with my vagina open. I will never post.
You do that on these streams.
No, I don't. God, you're so stupid, Brittany. Grow a brain. Grow a brain, please.
Okay. All right. I'll work on that. Okay.
Jesus Christ. So I don't think that I'm flip-floppy at all. I think that I can understand the nuances in a very complex world such as feminism and sex work, because also nobody has the answer to what we do with sex work, because if we decriminalize it or criminalize it, so many things
Try
can
requesting
happen.
them? I already did request them. They're not showing up.
Real data on how any of this is affecting young women, because we're living in the technological age and we never have lived in the technological age before. We don't really know how porn is affecting people yet. We won't know until 20 years from now. So I think I'm coming at it from all angles in the best way that I know how. I think I'm staying informed, but it is really hard to make a distinct choice unless you want to fucking moralize like Brittany with the fucking Groypers and you're like, sex is bad, whatever. I'm not gonna do that. So if you don't like what I have to say, then don't fucking listen to what I have to say.
Moralized sex work to people, but if you've changed that,
Like
then
when?
I think that that's fine.
Like when? Like by saying what?
Dude, you cannot sit there and say these things and do them at the same time. That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
So I've given you guys the floor a multitude of times at this point. 2v1 to bring anything to the table about actual critiques you have of me and what I'm.
Honestly, I'm only talking because I think Brittany doesn't fucking know enough to make you look wrong.
Up and soaking up every criticism without having any real.
You're not
brain-
soaking up. You're absolutely dodging. You're pretending like you didn't say shit that you fucking said. You're acting like my use
Cherry?
of your
Like
fucking
what?
words
You
are
have
just
the
my
floor.
words now.
Bring something up, bitch. Say something. Bring something up
have
that I can
been.
engage with. Like what?
Take a deep breath. It's okay.
I have been. You have serious problems with sex work to the point where other people who liked those criticisms, they come up here, they go to bat for you. Counterpoints. What the fuck is his name? Counterpoints comes in here and says, Lav has really good points on sex work.
I do.
But I'm sure he will look at your points now and be like, oh, she's got it confused. She's said them
He
wrong.
read out
Because you've
I just
changed
laid
them.
out exactly what he fucking read out. I have been extremely consistent, and I allowed at some point, because I self-abandoned, I allowed everyone to take the fucking narrative from me, and then I conceded, and I was like, yeah, I am kind of flip-floppy. I am figuring it out. I knew the whole fucking time.
You're consistent while admitting you're a flip-flopper at the same time. That literally is like, oh my god, I can't with you sometimes. Like,
Because I wasn't a flip-flopper, but I'm new to the fucking internet space, and I was trying to take in all the feedback that I could. But then
I don't.
people like counterpoints.
Oh, she's
But then people like
infuriating.
counterpoints was like,
It
no,
is
I absolutely got what you said from the first thing, and I was like, well, fuck. I've been thinking this whole time that I didn't vocalize it correctly. Turns out I did. Some of you are just too fucking stupid to get it.
There's nothing wrong with flip-flopping, first of all, Lav. There's nothing wrong with
Great,
it.
and I
But
know
the
that,
problem
but
the
you
problem
need
with
to
people
tell
like
me
counterpoints.
where I did. You
The
need,
problem-
so now it is your responsibility, unless you want
Okay.
to fucking loop forever and you want to hear me call you a retard 20 more times, you need to give me something to engage with. Tell me one thing I have flopped on and we can talk
I
about
have
it.
tried,
Until then,
and then you start talking in like other fucking directions. Okay.
okay, go
you
ahead.
are the
Go
one.
ahead. Do it again then. Bring it up.
Okay. You said your engagement with Patreon is still contributing to your oppression, but that you have a benefit to it because you want money to do things like fucking cosplay. So you would put like women in harm and the movement of women's empowerment in harm so you can dress like what?
Holy shit. I actually
like an
did answer
Overwatch character?
No, I completely did answer this. And if you cannot wrap your head around the nuanced answer I gave, I don't know what to fucking tell you, Cherry. I don't know how to dumb it down for you to understand.
I don't know if you're giving nuanced answers or if you're just talking in circles.
Too big brain for you, Cherry. You can't handle this girl. It's too smart.
I don't like. I'm not talking stupid. I'm not talking smart. Like, I'm giving it to you directly.
Weird.
I'm telling you that yes, I understand how it can contribute when it
intellectual
is out of my
girl.
hands. But what everyone can
No, but it's
do,
in your hands of whether or not you do this, whether or not you ask people for money, whether or not you put on Patreon things that would encourage a parasociality like connection to
My
you
problem
through
is
like
not
your
the
diary access. You are a
Okay,
fucking
now
rich
it's the par- no,
person.
so you
There's
keep
no
moving the
reason for
goalpost.
you to put this harm out there.
You keep moving the fucking goalpost. First,
No,
it was
it's the same
it was my,
fucking
it was my
goalpost,
views
okay?
on sex. It was my views on sex. Then it was women's
goal-
lib, and now it's
My
now it's
whole goalpost
parasociality.
is fucking hypocrisy from you. That's it. I don't have a problem with sex
Cherry.
work. I don't have a problem with Patreon.
Jesus Christ! Well, you should. You should. You should have a problem with sex work. There are very apt criticisms.
Then don't do it. That's the point. Don't do it if you have a problem with it.
I don't have
Why
a
is it
problem with what
hard
I'm
to
doing.
do? Don't you have like a rich like husband? Why are you doing this?
Oh my god, people love to bring up my rich husband.
Well, I'm just
Jesus Christ.
You brought it up. Nobody would have known unless you brought it up. What are you talking about?
He makes a good amount of money. However, I like to
Good amount. You said half a
own
mil
money.
a year.
So why are you doing this?
I like to have my own money. Isn't that crazy?
Could you imagine him having half a mil a year, but you need to get like fucking Patreon money so you could dress up like Mercy? And that's why you can contribute harm to women's empowerment?
I dressed up as Diva. No, I also
Whichever one.
I feel very
play that shit
passionate
game.
about the artfulness in sex and sexuality, and I feel really passionate. I'm very pro sex.
Then post it without the money, right?
I mean, I can, but I'm giving a service.
Yeah, we bet you are.
Thanks.
Yeah, I am. Hopefully, people learn something from my content.
So you are pro-capitalist, right? You support capitalism?
Yeah, I'd say I'm like a
I thought you were like you wanted the basic income or whatever. You thought
UBI.
capitalism was bad.
That's not inherently.
No, right. You absolutely don't support capitalism, but you just said, yeah, I'm okay with capitalism. Holy shit.
I absolutely don't support capitalism. I would consider
Yes, you are the person that's like, oh, the harm here is patriarchy. The harm here is capitalism. That's you.
I think that there are some very serious criticisms of capitalism, but I'm not so fucking brain dead that I'm like a communist.
Walk it back, girl.
No, you don't have to be a
What am I
communist to
walking
not support
back?
capitalism.
You guys are retarded. What UBI is not a communist thing. The UBI completely exists in a
I don't think that's
social democratic
communism.
world.
It's socialism.
So my gripes with a patriarchy and capitalism can still exist, and I can still believe in like a mixed market economy. Like I don't know. What are you like? What's the flip floppiness here?
I'm saying it's flip floppy because you yourself have complained about capitalism, but here,
yes, I think that,
you're fine with it.
I think that most people who understand capitalism have a couple gripes with it, even a couple. I think if you're a diehard capitalist, you're a little weird.
Okay, no, I agree. So if you support if overall you think capitalism is the best economy that we have right now, right? I think most people would point to the fact that like an issue with capitalism are maybe people who are fortunate, people who are rich, who will still push for like money and push for profits, and get more resources than they technically need, right? That's kind of like a problem with capitalism. Wouldn't you say that you're contributing to that as being somebody who is in a household that makes that much money, but you know what? I need to get a bit more so I could dress up like fucking whatever that Overwatch character
Yeah,
is.
so the main problem with capitalism aren't people who are upper middle class like me. The main problem with capitalism is that there are people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos who make so much fucking money, while there are people who like can't eat, right? So I think that the whole thing wasn't Obama's whole thing like building a stronger middle class or like an upper middle class. I think that there should be fluctuations between like a middle class and an upper middle class, but I think that the extremes are what makes capitalism a little iffy. Not me. Not people doing what I want to do. I think that if people want access to better healthcare, they should be able to pay for a little better of healthcare. Do I think that everyone should have access to free healthcare? Absolutely. But I think that if I have the money and I want better care, yeah, absolutely, I should be able to fucking pay for it. If I have all my basic needs met, UBI from the government, and I don't have to work, that's fucking sick. But if I want to live in a mansion, I should be able to fucking live in a fucking mansion. If I want to be able to afford and not worry about eating and also buying all the costumes I want, why wouldn't I be able to do that? The problem is not
you have concerns. You have concerns about sex work, but you're seeing a personal value that you can get out of it, which is money. But technically, you are financially in a position where you aren't excused for like adding to this harm for money. You're
It's not
already privileged.
money for her, obviously, because she's doing it on Twitter for free. She said she likes it. Her husband or her future husband is rich, so it isn't even about the money. She actually likes doing this.
I have a passion for it.
It has all these complaints about it. Like pick freaking one. You can't keep doing both. You can't.
No, I actually think that people are extremely multifaceted and multiple things can exist at once. So I think that I can also like something and then see that if I do too much of it, it could be potentially bad for me or other people. I think that's very normal. I think that people do this with alcohol. I think that people do this with drugs. I think that people do this in general. I think this is a very normal behavior.
Wow.
So obviously we know that alcoholism exists, right? And it like tears family apart. And but most people still drink, right?
Don't you think that the people that would be pushing against alcoholism are ex-alcoholics, not current alcoholics, not the people that are sitting there getting drunk every night?
No, I think like
you
especially
might
in
actually
Utah.
listen to somebody that like has a story to tell. This is what fascinated me about you in the first place, and why I even brought you around. I would have never brought you into these spheres whatsoever if I knew you were gonna like jump back in like 2 months later. That was a mistake of mine, and I felt for your.
But
I
you're,
felt for your little
acting like you're acting like I'm engaging.
Are
with
your
sex workers the
Groiper
way
general?
you did.
Are your Groiper generals upset with you, Brittany?
A little bit. I'm upset with
I don't think there was anything wrong with like having Lav on the platform talking about this stuff.
I fell for it. I thought like, hey, this girl has a really good story. She's gonna push against this industry because she's gone.
No, you wanted me to be like anti-sex, anti-whore.
You have like this like incessant need to like constantly interrupt. Like just chill for 2 seconds. It's okay to not talk for 2 seconds.
It's hard to let you
No,
talk
you're not
because
even
it's
letting
so
me finish.
nice.
You're not even letting me finish a sentence.
Go ahead, I'll let you look stupid.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, so I thought like she had a really good story and she could be pushing this whole anti-porn thing. So I brought her around and she came on a couple of times to our show, and she was, you know, people were actually telling me she was like masturbating on stream. I was like, no, this girl wouldn't do it, but maybe she was.
Jesus Christ.
Then like I end up seeing your post of all the things that you're gonna be going back to, and the 3 things you weren't gonna be going back to. What were they? They were body editing, faking orgasms, and oh my gosh, what was the last one? What was the last one, Lav? Sex performance, I think it was. Sex performance, which I asked you to clarify. Actually, I don't know. Was that it? Was that your 3rd one that you're not going to do?
There was a whole list.
No, there was 3 things on your list of things you won't do. 3 things.
I wouldn't take requests.
The things you would do was a lot longer, sure.
Sure, I wouldn't take requests. I would post when I wanted to. Nothing would be fake. And I wouldn't be posting porn for the sake of porn.
Right. It's all the educational videos for the massive women in your audience.
Yeah, I literally posted to you that it's almost half and half.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, what you're upset about is that you lost me as like a political talking piece.
Yeah.
Which I don't give a fuck about. I was never going to be that for you, so you can grieve for it.
No, I just thought you had a good story, and I think it was like
the story is still good. The story is even better now because I'm not a fucking extremist. The story is even better because I can come at it from different angles.
It's actually even worse that you're still pretending you hold that position while you do it. Like I've never heard.
I'm not doing the things in which I'm not doing.
I'm not taking it up the ass, so it's okay.
Holy shit! You are so dumb. I have never met anyone
extra dirty stuff, so it's totally fine.
Oh my god, I've never met anyone this dumb before. I like don't even know what to do. I'm exhausted.
It is very exhausting, I know.
So butt stuff's off the table, huh?
No, butt stuff is on the table if it's educational.
So you might still a video of you getting fucked in the ass.
Jesus Christ.
Like how this is anal might be there.
Not a video in like a porn way, but there's certain like if you've seen the way that like Vice and like journalists will talk about like anal or stuff like that, or even like tantric sex where you don't like necessarily see what's going in, but you see like their face and they're telling you their experience.
Every time I think she's learned, she never learns. I'm done.
Like sex for the sake of sex.
So Brittany was wrong then. So there will be butt stuff moving forward.
Yes, I was. Yes, I mean, I'm a smooth brain, so it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Well, what do you feel, Steven? Where are you coming on all this?
I'm just chilling. Big chill.
He's gone. He gone.
What? He's not here?
No, he's here.
Wow, sounds
Could
like
you
she's doing
imagine?
great. I mean, Brittany's like totally
Hey,
anti-porn.
retard, you're fucking muted.
Oh shit. Sorry, I was talking on my stream. Brittany's like totally anti-porn completely. I've been saying like, ooh, the whole time. You guys haven't heard that at all.
You have? You're lying.
Yes, I have been, but I've been muted.
Oh, I told you to do that. That's
Yeah,
really
I
good.
know. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I f***ed up.
God damn it.
Yeah, Brittany is
Well,
like
chat
totally
heard
anti-sex
us.
work. Obviously, I'm not gonna side with her. What the?
You know, if you enjoy what you do, you never work a day in your life.
That's why I do your mom.
And if you love doing sex work, it's not really sex work. It's just
I would
sex
have
at that
less
point.
of a problem with her if she was just a sex worker and admitted what she was. The thing I don't like is the fact she's trying to like claim she's against sex work while she's engaging in it. Like
Well, it sounds like she has some like specific qualms with sex work that it's possible to have specific qualms with while still be doing it. No.
No.
Okay, is it let's say we'll just practice our deduction, okay? I have problems with a lot of people that stream. I have problems with the whole business of streaming. I think a lot of people get into it really young. They don't pick up any life skills. A lot of people buy a whole bunch of equipment and get into it way too early without even knowing they're gonna have an audience.
My God!
I recognize all of those problems while still being a streamer myself, no?
But do you think it's toxic for you?
For me personally, no. There are ways I could engage with it that would be toxic though. But I intentionally choose not to.
Like how? I don't think it's like the same because it's just.
Well, like let's say that I hated fucking streaming, but I
think
was.
sex work is pretty freaking basic.
Well, let's say that well, what do you mean by basic?
Well, I mean, it's literally like you're gonna be pushing to get guys horny and getting money for that. However,
I think something can be easy, but it's not necessarily simple, right?
it's a lot simpler than streaming.
Well, hold on. I don't know if that's the case, right? So like, sex is like.
You have fake boobs. You go on to talk to literally only
Oh my bad. I thought it was
men.
my turn. to
Wear
talk.
low-cut shirts, and that's what you do for a fucking job in your 40s.
Okay,
And you're
I'm not
talking to
40 yet.
me about sex work? You're talking to me about sex work? What the fuck do you do, bitch?
I'm not in my 40s, first of all. I actually.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Shut up.
Dan, you're not in your 40s, you stupid. Shut up.
But I will be soon.
Like, what makes you better than me in any way? You're doing worse than what
I'm not sitting here pushing for some.
Name last time I came on stream.
Hold
with
on,
my
I'm not
fucking
doing what
tits
you're
out.
saying. I
Name
have
the
not.
last time.
What?
Name the last time I came on stream with my tits out.
No,
Oh, wait.
you have your legs spread open all constantly. You have your tits out on Twitter constantly. What are you
Get a
talking
fucking
about?
Get a grip. Get a grip. Get a grip.
Okay. Got it.
I'm proud
Bro,
of you.
I don't know why you have to make such like digs at her when you disagree with her.
Who are you talking about?
Take it up with the big guy upstairs, bitch. I don't give a f.
What guy is upstairs?
God. Jesus H. Christ. Hashem.
It
Baruch, Adonai,
just okay.
Eloheinu,
So I feel like when you are disagreeing with a woman and you feel the need to call them stupid, you
so
feel the
fucking
need to
stupid.
poke at their age, you
kill
feel the
himself.
need
I
to
told him I
make
was gonna put his
insults
head on the
about
fucking
how they
spike.
look.
Shut up.
You want to call
Shut
them
up.
a bitch. These are things that you do not support, but you are
I do
leaning
this to
into them
Steven.
when you are upset.
Stop trying. No.
Oh, you're not good.
This person only fucking does it to women. I talk to Dan like this. I talk to Steven like this. Shut the fuck up.
No, you do not. No, you do not. You do not. You talk to women like this. You do not talk to guys.
No, I talk to Steven. Steven, you're a dumb little bitch.
Or you
stuff your mouth with a cock.
No, you talk
hate
to women. You talk to women like this, and you freaking know it.
I
You talk
do.
to
I do. I do.
No,
And I also
it's
talk
not
to men like
the
this.
problem.
I think
The
you can
problem
handle it.
isn't.
I think you can handle it.
Okay, it's just that you seem to really care about women's issues, right?
I do.
Feminism, uplifting women.
Which
but it
means I
seems
should
like when
absolve
you
them of all stupidity and infantilize all of them, and nothing a woman does can ever be wrong or stupid.
you just
That's
seem
feminism.
to have
That's
the
real
most like misogynist energy when you disagree with a woman, and it just comes off very
you're a woman
ironic.
and I don't like what you're saying. I literally just told Steven I was gonna put his head on a fucking spike earlier. Get a grip. I talk to everyone.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
not really a gendered insult with his head on a fucking spike, now is it?
I call him bitch also. I call him a slut. I call him a slut almost every fucking stream.
And daddy, you call him daddy. Don't forget
I'm
that.
sorry to interject here, but I guess I'm a little bit confused because I feel like last week, Lav, you said that you didn't like it when he called you a stupid bitch. So.
Oh my god, can you not understand how it's different than when a man calls a woman a dumb
No.
bitch than if a woman
I
am
really
calling
don't see it.
anyone else a dumb bitch?
I'm
Can you
very
not, like,
sorry, but
understand how that's a little
Calling a
different?
woman a dumb bitch?
Yeah, can we not understand that it's like a little different in the context? I think that that's
No.
pretty easy to
I think
grasp.
if it's
You can hate your
I
own.
think if your problem is with it being directed towards a woman, it's still being directed towards a woman.
Okay, great, but it's a black person can say the N-word. I can say bitch. I don't
There are
give a
black
fuck.
people who can call other black people the N-word with the hard R, and they're all the way intending to be racist.
Well, hold on, Cherry. We gotta check with book smarts on the the scale there.
Good one.
I'll wait to hear.
And the man.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to say, like, if you have a problem with dumb bitch being used towards you in a way, I think you should have the same issue with it being directed towards other women in the same way.
I think that's stupid. I think that if Steven were to call someone else a bitch, I would have an alarm bell in my head. But I think that I can use the term bitch because I am a woman.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the same argument that black people use to be able to be racist and colorist. It's not a good argument.
I don't know that I really buy into that. I think everybody gets to use words, or nobody gets to use words.
So true.
I think that. All right. Can we get back? Sorry, I'm sorry. We gotta get back to the real basics here.
Sorry. I'll be.
Like, why are you acting like I did something other than be like, hey, can you not do that to me? I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
All I did when Steven called me a dumb bitch was like, I don't like that. I don't like that you did that.
That's fine. I think that's fine. I think that's fine, but I think then. I think that's fine, but I think then, you do kind of, if you're directing that same kind of language towards a woman, maybe you should clarify that, like, why you think it's different, I guess. So, which you've done,
Brittany,
I guess.
Brittany and Carrie, when I call you guys bitches, it's not because you're women. It's because I think you. Maybe I'll just say. Maybe that's more.
Wait, why would you change from one gendered insult to another gendered insult?
No, cunt is good. That's Australian. Just say it in an Aussie accent.
I have no problem with it. I like these. I think these words are funny, but it's just I just figured I would ask. So sorry.
All right, let's get back into it. All right.
Steven is allowed to call me a bitch. I can let him know whether or not it hurts my feelings or not.
Thank you, Queen, for permission.
Yeah, I give you the B word pass.
Yeah, we'll see another 45-minute Dear Diary video on it.
Ooh,
God,
Steve, where's your
introspection and
Steve?
expressing your feelings? Holy shit, that's got to be really hard for you to grasp.
It wasn't just a diary. She also went on a chat with Brittany Simon to talk about it too.
So melodramatic.
I didn't go on to talk about it so hard watching that. And I said sure, and we talked about 50 different things.
And that specific one came up like 3 times.
It came up once. You literally went on Brittany Simon to talk about me for an hour, Jerry.
Yeah, because I have to fix all of the shit that you lie about me for.
No, bitch. People don't even give a shit about what I said to you. People don't even care about the shit that I talked to you. All they care about is you falsely accusing someone of harassing them sexually, and then you made it about me because you always do.
You
think that I'm
no, you literally made it about you. What the fuck are you talking about?
You teach the course of deflection. I learned from you. You
quit and came back for me.
What?
You quit and came back for me, right? For your victory lap. You made it about you.
Quit what?
You said you quit the space. Everyone brought it up. You quit the day before. Daria said you were crying in calls on Discord, and the next day you see me fucking flop, and then you're DMing Steven like, oh, I'm gonna bury her now. I'm back for my victory lap. That's you.
Ooh.
Yeah, I
didn't drag you into that. You put yourself there.
Wait, what are we talking about now?
Once I fucking correct you, then clearly we're not talking about anything. I don't know. You have amnesia. Just go with it.
Wait, no, I'm like, I truly am lost. Maybe I'm stupid, but I do not follow where we just went. The ride that you just took me on.
Just rewatch the VOD.
Yeah, rewatch the VOD. She's not gonna hold your hand. All right, Lev? Figure it out.
I don't think I will do that though.
Oh, so you're not going to? So you don't care about criticism? You're just not going to change?
No, I won't. I will stay the same.
Based. Yes.
Well, all right then. Not good. I don't know. I don't feel like we have a lot of stuff really solved here. Like, let me rephrase this a little bit. We came into this call specifically because there's a lot of tension, I would guess, between the three of you guys right now. And none of you guys...
I'm here because I was told low tier god was going to be here.
So you don't even think about Lav at all? Like, it's not even in your orbit? You don't even give a shit?
I think Lav is... No. I think Lav is super interesting. It's like a puzzle. I do think about her sometimes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to build a drama narrative. And
I was trying to build something there a
My
little
bad.
bit.
Okay,
but you-
okay, go. Maybe
No,
you
I mean, you've
understand me
already
more than I know myself.
Well, just... I don't know, man.
Damn, you just got creamed.
No, it's all right. Let's just go and have another fucking week of all you guys beating around the bush, not solving anything. We'll still be here next week.
But how can we solve anything, Dan?
I don't
She
know.
said-
Fucking
she
get
said-
out and
she said
destroy
she'll
each
engage-
other.
She said she'll engage
Destroy
in
this bitch.
criticism.
Make them run up. Let me tell you something.
I
When
don't
I get in a
want to
battle with
destroy
someone, leave the
You
ecosystem.
want to, but you can't. I'm too powerful. I'm too strong.
Yeah.
Where's the Mortal Kombat fatality from one of you guys? You're just like, oh yeah, she's a bitch. Yep, I'm a bitch, but you're a bigger
2v1
bitch.
and I'm still standing. 2v1 and I'm still standing. Give me something I
You're
can do.
f***ing
on
shameless, and you're f***ing spineless, and you will literally go back and forth for f***ing ever.
There we
Yeah,
go.
Name one thing. Name one thing I've gone back and forth on.
Why you f***ing do Patreon?
What was my initial point and what is it now and what's the difference?
You're just like defining things differently or something. I think that's what's happening.
Are you gonna
Oh
tell
my
me? I'm
God.
waiting.
You're not being
I'm
a
waiting on it.
hypocrite when you are. You're acting
No, I'm
like,
waiting on it.
I'm not
Go
doing
ahead.
that work, or
Make
I'm
your
not
point. Plead your case. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm fired up.
You are a freaking sex worker while you're trying to pretend like you're. What did you do to Genevieve?
Genevieve makes wildly different content than I do.
Oh, right. I mean, how exactly? Oh, she takes requests. Is that what it is?
Yeah, she
So,
presents herself as like a completely sexual figure in a way that I do not do.
So if somebody made suggestions of things that they wanted to see, you would say no.
Yeah, I would, and I have. People ask me for constantly. Yeah.
I do. I'm just kidding. I myself.
Yeah, I have my document.
Well, is that
Yeah.
it?
I'm sure. If
Is that it?
I need a better partner other than Brittany.
Wow.
I feel like
You're
I'm
gonna throw
going-
Brittany under the bus.
Yeah,
now.
I am gonna throw Brittany under the bus.
You need someone to do all your work for you because you can't.
Listen, I do. I need someone to emotionally support me while you gaslight the fuck out of me in a conversation that
God.
I've already made several fucking
I'm
points against
abusing
you.
I'm
You are.
Charizarding you. What points, babe? What points, babe? Let's lay
You
them
are
out on the
just.
table.
You're willfully delusional. You're willfully just like misrepresenting yourself and your point of view. Like you are a
Like what?
rich bitch
Like
who
what?
will call yourself upper middle class. Motherfucker, $500,000 a year is not upper middle class, okay? You are fucking rich.
That is definitely upper middle class in Los Angeles, and also that's not my money. Yeah.
How's that not your money? That's your partner. For how many years?
For 3 years, and we're not married yet.
Are you engaged?
We are.
Is he
What do you
leaving
think
you?
happens when? What do you think happens when people get engaged? They just like immediately put all of their money together.
Is he leaving you?
I hope not.
Yeah, that's what you think.
What? I certainly hope not. But who knows? Something could happen. He could be. He has some health stuff in his family, so something could come up. You never know what's going to happen. I have a heart condition. You never know what's going to happen. So I like making my own money, and he likes contributing. And who knows? Maybe we get married, and then something awful happens, like he gets MS, or so many things can
That's
happen. Where we don't have
Oddly
access.
specific, but okay.
Well, something can, his people very close to him and his family have, died from a hereditary disease very young. So I
Bruh,
think that
no. Okay, you make it sound like there is nothing else in the world you can possibly fucking do but this one thing, which you have so many criticisms for, which you think causes a direct harm to women and women's empowerment. Like, you have a million fucking excuses.
Well, no, it's not a harm to women's empowerment.
It's fucking exhausting.
To women's liberation. I understand that you can't wrap your head around something that's like so nuanced as this, but that's not
There's
necessarily.
nothing nuanced about you. You are not allowed to use the word nuanced.
Ooh.
What? Okay, that was a.
Yikes.
Okay. But also, I can do other things besides sex. Like I said, and like Brittany has laid out, I have a passion for sex. I really love sex. I love sexuality. Feels very pleasurable for that.
Yes, and you want to educate people on fucking sex and how to take care of their vagina by encouraging them to put fucking essence oil that is actually fucking harmful to their vagina. You are just, holy shit. Where do you get this confidence from? Is it from being like beautiful your whole life? Everybody just made you feel like everything that you say is valuable. So now here you are in like your mid-20s thinking that you just are, that people should listen to you. They should hear from you.
It's a 100% moment. Thank you for calling me beautiful. Thank you.
No, you are beautiful. I don't have a problem saying that.
Thank you. But I understand that influences the way that I see the world around me.
No, I think that influences the way that you see yourself. I think it's inflated your own ego to the point where you think that you're coherent. You think you're consistent. It's actually delusional.
Wow.
Okay, so you're saying a lot of these things and you're throwing out a lot of like ad homs, but again, you have like nothing to back you up, and then you're like, phone a friend, I need another partner. And it's like, it's actually like rather embarrassing. I would be fine to have this.
I don't feel embarrassed. Don't worry about how I feel. You just engage with what the fuck I'm saying. If I'm gonna be embarrassed, don't fucking worry about it. I'm saying what the fuck I want to say.
Okay, that's so tight. But yeah, I can do other things other than sex work. I'm in school to be a doula. I have a really big passion for that also because of my passion.
What the fuck is a doula?
A doula is like a midwife. But no, it's like not a medical practitioner. It's more of like a.
Think tantric pregnancy.
Yeah, sort of. It's like a spiritual. It's like a way to
Like
go
a witch
about it.
doctor?
Sort of, yeah, yeah. A doula was a witch doctor, basically. But it's
because you are a fucking Wiccan, right?
No, I'm not.
No, you literally told me you were Wiccan. You told me you're a witch.
Are you lying?
I think I'm very spiritual, and I have a coven.
Ooh,
it's
your words. You identify as a witch. You are a Wiccan. Your fucking words.
Not Wiccan. So there are different types of witches. I consider myself like a soft pagan.
I consider you softly full of fucking shit.
Ooh.
That was a good one. That one was creative. I appreciate that about you, how creative you are. But yeah, witch doctor. But yeah, a doula is a lactation expert. You have to be like certified to do it. And then also like a nanny, essentially. Like you're around the baby, making sure that they're hitting their milestones, making sure the mom's hitting their milestones. And also pregnancy is just oftentimes very lonely. So
I'm gonna say, I don't think you actually have to be certified to be a doula.
Ooh.
You don't have to be certified to be a doula, like to just work as like a person's like friend. But you do have to be certified to do like certain things. Like if you want to enter the hospital and like birth, or like you need to be certified if you want to do a home birth. Like there's certain things that you have to be certified for. But a lot of people don't, because you could get sued if you have a certification.
Brittany, are you still there?
Oh yes, hi.
You've been very, very quiet. There's something that's being spammed in chat right here, and it's mostly at Lav, saying that Lav is actually taking requests for a specific type of content to like wear certain, outfits, things like that. How do you, how do you feel about that? Because that sounds like a request. I thought she wasn't doing that.
I just want to interject really quick.
God damn it, Stardust!
Home births are actually like heavily discouraged by gynecologists and obstetricians. Just
what have you?
Witches don't care about medicine, okay? We don't even.
No. Obstetricians highly discourage home births. They view them as very, very dangerous.
I think that there's like not every.
Nobody fucking cares. You're a hypocrite there too, probably. Like what Dan said, you
it's
not
not-
taking
it's
fucking requests. What do
If you
people get
have-
for $144 on your fucking Patreon?
Oh, yeah. Ooh,
Miss, I don't take requests. What
One at
can
a
I
time.
fucking get you to do for $144, lad?
Can I get you to wear a Gal Gadot Wonder Woman outfit?
Right, she'll probably.
Can I get you to dress up as a consistent bitch?
Nice.
I need you to wear the Wonder Woman outfit and then say this
Dan,
line.
what the f is wrong with you? Stop. Dan.
Lab, what kind of requests would you not do?
I would never get naked. I would never do something like sexual.
Wait, what? Wait, what? You'll never get naked.
Yeah, like on a stream, or like I'll never, if someone wants to be like, yeah, bend over in this way on stream, I'll pay this much. No. If someone
You wouldn't do that for $1 million?
I will.
Of course she would.
Probably for $1 million.
All right, so really, your morals are just about how much. So you're just
original
like a really
joke, Dan.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, let her fight her own battles, Steven.
This is Hassan politics. Go on.
Original joking.
All right, so you're just like a high-priced sex worker.
This impossible hypothetical that doesn't exist that you've made me engage with. Yeah, definitely.
What? It's so unreasonable that someone would pay a lot of money to have you do something like that? There's a lot of billionaires out there. That's nothing. They make $1 million an hour.
Also, I can also say no if someone wants me to do something too sexy. I can say no.
If the price isn't right.
No, no. It's if I just don't want to do it. There's no price that it would be right. If $1 million, sure, but that's just not a reality.
Let me ask you: Have you ever seen the movie The First Harry Potter?
The first Harry Potter, is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Is that the formal name?
Have you seen Harry Potter?
Sorcerer's Stone. Yeah.
Yeah. You know that.
Nice. Go ahead.
Okay.
What, Dan? No, tell us.
No, actually, no, I'm not. Econ
no,
boy,
no,
what
go
are you
ahead
doing
with
in
all
here?
the little.
No,
kids
no,
in it.
I don't
Yeah.
want to. I don't want to anymore.
What's
No,
up, Dan?
no.
Yeah, I was just waiting for a lull in the conversation.
I'm sure this is going to be f***ing spicy. Econoboy, of all the people to be in here right now.
I just
Are you?
Go ahead.
What?
Econoboy, $500K a year. Tell him.
500K a year. Oh yeah. You guys have all been. So I would say to Brittany, Cherry, and to Lav, all three of you have been making bad points. I would say 500K
shut
a
the
year is
fuck up. Get outta
obviously
here.
a shitload of money.
What breed dog would you Econoboy? What breed
there's
dog?
nowhere-
If you have to choose
Good job, Econoboy. All
You
of
gotta
them in here,
choose one.
right? Good job.
Your mom, Dan. Now.
What the?
To
you don't want to really answer the question. You want to dodge it?
Of course not.
You have to. There is no way out. Only
No, I
people
wanted to.
who can't.
I needed. I just because I wanted to make the point that I don't understand the. So when I got up in the morning, it's like, oh, I've got to do this work on the house. I've got to go grocery shopping. I've got to do actual work. Working from home today. It's like just a regular day, right? But Brittany and Sherry, to everyone who's like this obsessed with that, why do you guys think so much about this mid-20s former sex worker, current
Brad,
sex
do
worker?
not call me obsessed when I'm on a stream being like a commentator and being entertaining. Like all the way off, Econoboy.
But commenting on like
why are you
Lab's
obsessed? Get the
personal-
fuck out of
this-
here then.
Got him.
Shut the
That's
fucking
right.
shut the
But I'm-
stream
I'm-
off, dumbass.
Cherry, you're not nearly as good as trash talk as you think you are. The point is that I just don't get why, of all the things we can talk about on a stream for like the last month,
No, we should
the
talk
last
about
month has been the last.
Bruh,
I
it's
didn't
not
actually say
my
that.
fault. He's not talking about politics. Okay,
No,
go email
I
him.
didn't say that either. You could talk about sex work as an issue. That's not the point.
Let's
You're
talk
talking about. You're talking about. No, you and Brittany are both talking about Lav as an individual. Like, Lav, how could you do this? Lav, how could you do this? Like, Lav. I mean, no offense to Lav, but like, Lav is not as relevant a person to justify this much personal analysis of everything.
She's creeped into our world, and I'm in
honestly,
the fringes of
Econoboy,
the
you make a
web.
good point. You make a good
Well,
point. because
she's
you're
everywhere.
never-
Well, Cyrus, I'm sorry. She's everywhere in you guys'
You're not trying
minds.
to win an argument
but, like-
against somebody about somebody else. Like if you're the one, if that argument is about you, you're gonna automatically win that argument. Nobody can beat you in an argument better than you can beat them, about yourself, basically. That makes sense. Sorry.
I just don't. It's a genuine question to Cherry and Brittany. Why are you guys so interested in talking about Lav as a person instead of any of the issues she talks about. It just seems cringe to me.
Wait, hold on. Are you asking this seriously, Econo Boy?
This is so fucking annoying.
I really am, because I don't
The
get
serious
it. Maybe
answer is that we're watching interpersonal conflicts play out. The sex work and all of that is just a proxy for the interpersonal fights. I don't know.
No, Destiny,
Yeah.
Destiny, I could understand, because as a viewer, I'm in the chat, I'm watching this, I'm entertained by it, but what I'm genuinely unable to answer is the people involved in the interpersonal conflict. I don't understand why there's an interpersonal conflict. This makes no sense to me.
Well, there's a
why
different
do you
story.
guys
There's a
have an
different story for
interpersonal
each relationship,
Yeah.
right?
Like putting me and Britt for having an issue with Lav on the same like level is just wrong. My issue with Lav was her being a hypocrite in the space and attacking other content creators, attacking other sex workers, and then her herself being a fucking hypocrite to her own standards. And when I point that out, she gaslights the fuck out of me and then challenges me to call her the fuck out on it, and then I get triggered, and then I get upset, and then I get motherfuckers like you who then come in here and like, oh Terry, why are you so mad? Why do you keep going? She never gets tired. She's the
Terry.
Energizer Bunny.
No, this is
Terry,
why.
but you're
blocked.
no. This is like in
Now I know.
This is like in sci-fi movies where they're shooting the energy beams at someone and it only makes the monster stronger. Like, if you really think that, wouldn't the best thing to do is to say your point, make your peace, which I feel like you've done over the last month, and same thing with everyone who's had this big problem with Lab. And then just be done with it. Why the?
Oh, I can answer that. Content.
And then I'm watching Destiny play Factorio for like the 500th hour, and she hops on, and all of a sudden she's back to like square one. Okay, you don't get to just say like, Cherry, you said your piece, now move on.
That's exactly
it's in my
right.
face all the fucking time.
Right. So what you're saying is, Lav, I'm just so triggered by Lav, I just can't help but be like persistently interested. I don't want to say obsessed because you got upset by that word.
I am triggered in a conversation with her. I'm not exhausted. I could fight all the time. I like this shit.
You're literally doing what you're
well, that's fair, I
It's kind of
guess.
fun.
Yeah, I will say, you guys are all.
Well, if it's just, I mean, I get that. If it's
the
just
real
fun, I mean, that's
conversation is that
Shut
this is
up, Econo
all.
Boy. We're done with you.
True.
This is
okay?
all Destiny's fault, and I think Destiny needs to take accountability. Honestly, some people here are a little bit sick in the head, and I feel like Destiny just platformed these people as completely irresponsible and antithetical to the way that he started his channel.
Well, hold on. It is irresponsible, but is it antithetical to my channel? I don't know about that.
I remember I used to hear Destiny argue with white supremacists and fighting the good fight for the left, and now I have to sit in on like deranged teenagers having adult conversations. It's bizarre.
Listen, it's
And,
safe content. I'm not going to get canceled for this, unless one of these guys kills themselves.
I can't turn it off because he's the only lefty streamer that's like, tolerable. And so now I'm stuck in purgatory having to listen to the same conversations every day. When we defeated Mr. Girl, I was so happy. I said, the bridge is burned. We're finally free. And now we got Mr. Girl's sidekick still starting the same problems. And I'm just like, bro, the shit never ends.
I started the problems, or because Dan was over here plotting the whole time, bringing 3 people to 3v1 me, talking about some shit that I've been forced to talk about every single time I enter the stream to just have a
Bro, you were on this stream telling people what your pussy smells like and tastes like, and how to wash it with soap that actually harms your fucking vagina for your educational content. Like, bro, you put this energy out there for people to want to come here and just disagree with you.
No, I think that we were having like a light-hearted, like fun conversation. I think that we were both having fun, and it definitely beat him and Dan just like grunting at each other. And I was fully ready to like not have this conversation. And everyone always brings up like, oh, every single time Lab's on, we just loop. And that's not me. That's Dan, and that's the 50 people who want to start a fight with me every time I fucking come on. Just don't come on. Just don't come on then. Don't talk to me about sex.
No, I definitely want to come on.
Okay, great. So then take the L and eat it.
It's not an L that I'm taking. I'm probably taking some like mental abuse right now. But I'm fine with it in order to get you to stop telling people to wash their pussy with soap.
Can I ask both of you, just because we love women so much, how does it feel to know that you guys are like out here catfighting and doing this dance for like hundreds of men just watching you guys, and like
thousands
every time you guys do this, they like hate you more and more? Do you not feel like this?
Well, hold on, wait. Why is it catfighting when they do it as women, but when Max was in here, like fighting with everybody, or all the other guys that bring here the fight with everybody?
Yeah, I called it dog
That was
fighting.
the biggest
It's-
catfight.
This community hates me no matter what, so I'm good.
I
I appreciate you, Destiny, policing my language.
Yeah, well, I'm trying here, okay?
If you would just argue with the substantive point that I was making, that the gender dynamics of this whole thing is incredibly problematic, I'd appreciate that. Because
I don't know if the gender dynamics are problematic. It's just a bunch of motherfuckers fighting right now. I'm okay with that.
Destiny all of a sudden doesn't see gender. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. We're getting to that point. And look, I got a ton of women in here. We got 2v1, 3v1 dogpiling going on. It's good content. And they're women and they're fighting. And it's good.
This catpiling is not working in the intended way. I think it's fermenting more of the sentiment that you've been trying to fight. I think you're having the opposite effect that you wanted to have.
I think the misogyny is okay.
First of all, stop, Brittany. The idea that I can only bring on like scientist women? No, I reject that.
No, that's not what I said. But what I did say is that, when you had the debate with the lady in regards to the politics, that was like a nice change of pace. But it feels like during the start of this anti-misogyny arc, all you've been having these ladies come on to do cat fights, and it'd be just nice.
I have a lot of different ladies on. We had the Anna whatever girl on who got.
Oh, that was amazing, and everybody loved her. And they said, "God bless you."
Yeah, so we have, we have different types of women on. Lab came in to chat, and then see, here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about all of this. Okay, here's the interesting the
Are
real.
you looking for someone to blame?
Here's the real misogyny arc. Okay,
that's okay. A Jewish guy taking the blame once again.
You'll blame Lav.
Not my show.
You'll blame
I'm not getting paid
Lav.
here.
You'll blame Cherry. You'll blame Brittany. But Dan was in here instigating the entire time, and people are going to give him props at the end of the night for it.
I did not. I did not blame any of these women. These are beautiful.
No, you're literally saying these women are fomenting misogyny in my community by fighting each other.
I'm just asking questions. That's it. I was just asking questions.
I said Destiny is. If you guys play the clip back.
Well, hold on. I'm not doing. I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm just here chilling.
Hey, listen. You are enabling this behavior on your platform.
Enabling how?
By enabling Dan.
Okay,
true.
so Destiny,
right.
a man, is enabling Dan, a man, and that's causing misogyny?
Absolutely. Hold up, listen.
Same platforming arc, go on the same platforming arc that Mr. Girl did?
Literally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no.
Two peas in a pod.
But the difference is it doesn't affect me, it just affects you guys.
Honestly, I think this is fine. I think seeing women fight, seeing how women can sometimes be misogynist themselves, letting men see women disagree with each other so they feel like it's not just men hating women or men fighting with women. I think overall it's fine. It's not that
Bro, I think it's great.
That bad of a display.
It's all content. A lot of men come in here to fight sometimes. Now we got women in here fighting. That's cool. I like it.
Drew.
And it's over interesting topics. They're not in here doing like boy drama or like stereotypically like girls like pulling their hair. It's over things like sex work and hypocrisy online and all this shit or whatever. And there's some good. I think it's good content. I think it's good. I think it's positive. We want
There's
to show
some
that
misogyny
women.
that comes out between us, though.
Well, you guys need to work on cutting that down a little, okay?
Trying.
Today I learned about an inspiring story of one man's unwavering determination in order to accomplish his dreams and then finally succeeding. It's a heartwarming, wholesome story that I'm excited to share with you, but it got me thinking about a deeper message: the value of hard work. As a YouTuber, I of course know a thing or two about back-breaking labor. Being an internet content creator is often considered one of the most physically demanding things a human being can subject themselves to on the planet. Second only to maybe being a firefighter, or even third place if we're going to give second to something like a mother in labor. But even there, that's a close competition. That's neck and neck. You could have a very intense debate there on which one's harder work. You know, a mom's only giving birth like once a year, maybe. I'm giving birth every day to a brand new YouTube video. So, we don't need to get into the weeds of it. The point is, going out there, entering turbo mode plus ultra and giving it 100 my goals in life. And to that, this man's lost his marbles. He doesn't know, pretending to be dead every day for a year in the hopes that
I have a Corgi Husky mix, and she definitely has a Napoleon complex.
Good morning.
I'm Yanni, and this is Luna's story for GeoBeats. She's like a husky, except a quarter of the size, and she has the attitude of a corgi.
Are you cute? Why are you so grumpy?
She will literally say no to me. Get to the door now. She's always happy. I think it's just her eyebrows makes her always look angry. That's her permanent look.
Do my feet stink? Do they stink? Woo!
I came across a posting that was like, Corgi Husky mix needs a new home. And in my head, I'm like, that sounds so interesting. I was actually Luna's third home by the time she was 8 weeks old. So she was separated from her mom at 4 weeks. I have no idea why. I have no idea where she came from. The second home just simply said, we don't have the capacity to raise a puppy like Luna. So I think maybe she was just too much of a handful. She's very stubborn and very sassy.
Let me give you a hug.
She starts with these silent barks. It absolutely makes me laugh every time she does it.
Calm down. Quiet.
I don't know how, and I never trained her to do it. She just started doing it randomly. The personality in such a short body, like I don't know where she gets it from. Sometimes she just starts like talking to me as well. It's almost like she's trying to have a conversation with me, and I don't try to encourage it because I don't want to bug my neighbors.
Quiet. It's a whisper.
When people are over here, she is the most affectionate, loving dog. It's like she's a completely different dog around strangers and other people. There's never a dull day in my life.
This may or may not be the worst idea I've ever had.
We respect each other's boundaries. She's very independent, and I try and respect that. We're like friends, you know, we get along.
Hello, demon.
And then we have days where we don't get along. We're like roommates, essentially, at this point. I love her, but she needs to go to therapy.
Here, hold on. Let's life pro tip for a little bit. I want to share some wisdom I've acquired through the years with you. Hold on. Okay, everybody should have one of these, okay? I don't know why people use normal sponges when you can just have these things. These things are so much better than sponges. Sponges are gross. If you use a sponge, you are gross, okay? F you. This is standard in EU. I've noticed it in most European households I go to, but I think in America, I don't know how many people have these. Oh, I guess it's European hours now, huh? You're not using that for your plates and shit, right? Yes. Look, see, there it is. That's an American right there.
Little bro deadass doing his dishes with a toilet brush. FR.
Okay, here's another thing, okay? This type of material, this is garbage. Don't ever wear shit that is like this, okay? I think when it comes to underwear, I think it should only be like cotton related stuff. Any of these weird other materials are just not good. Don't do it. Don't ever do it. It's so bad. These things are so bad. If you wear these, I think that you have problems. I wouldn't trust anybody that says they wear these things.
But you're right. I wasn't allowed to be a Jew as a child, and it hurt me so much. And now I see I'm being forced to being a Jew, and I embrace my Judaism, and my culture is so important to me. And I believe in God now. I believe in a magical fairy. Wait, I'm not grasping at shit, motherfucker. I have a firm grip on this thing with both hands.
If you're going to insult me, I'm going to have to leave.
You're insulting me by telling me I'm grasping. I'm not grasping.
No, you just called me a name. You just insulted me by calling me a name. So if you want me to leave, you cannot apologize. You can insult me by calling me an insulting name, I can
It's
hear
a
your
term-
non-apology and
It's
say
a
goodbye.
term of endearment.
Oh no.
It's a term of abuse, and you're trying to tell me that when you say "call me a motherfucker," I should be happy, is an invitation to further abuse. If you want to apologize, I'll stick around for the apology.
I can't do that.
Goodbye.
Oh God.
Andres.
Wants to let Hitler win because he doesn't want to be called a motherfucker. What you're
Oh man.
Gotta take it when you can dish it out.
You could have abandoned the word and just talked about what you were trying to summon behind the word. So rather than saying like, you're an advocate, and then he's like, I'm not an advocate. He's like, well, you're kind of an advocate. He's like, no. What you should have just said is,
concerned about is that people will be disappointed when they like are like, oh, okay, I actually am willing to go to therapy, and then they expect. But snap right, like I think snap rights are like really.
you could have abandoned the word and just talked.
Like individuals like these voices like into better spaces and heard more, because I think we're right.
A word besides moderate, but if more like women and trans people grounds like a pickup artist
feel
oh, well we do you have any strong opinion
pretty mentally unwilling
with that
work, right? Let's go with who does this. There are going to be
explicitly for sure do anything publicly because they're see that a lot more good
like yes I always forget
principles are leading to bad outcomes or something. It's like, well, I don't think they generally do. It's like, well, if they do, you said maybe we should change the ethics code, which is that's a good response, right? And I don't think he really grappled with that. I think you just kind of moved on, but I think that's a good way to push into that. It's like, well, what if it was the case that if we follow the ethics code in philosophy, or I'm sorry, in psychology, to the left.
Okay.